Prasad Rao, who has come all the way from Hyderabad to be with us. Sir is also the president-elect of Asian Federation of Psychiatric Associations and has been the pivot behind organizing this fantastic program. Dr. Prasad Rao, sir, namaskar to you. May I now welcome the President of Indian Psychiatric Society and also the Organizing Secretary of AFPA 2021 Congress, Dr. Gautam Shah, sir, to come on stage and grace the occasion. Sir, welcome to you and namaskar. We also have with us two of the other committee members, executive committee members of AFPA Congress 2021, Dr. Ranjan Bhattacharya and Dr. Tirthankar Dasgupta, who I would kindly request to come and join us on stage. I welcome all the participants and delegates online, and especially our chief guest this morning, Professor Dr. Afzal Javed, who has joined from UK at 5 a.m. this morning, and he is the president of the World Psychiatric Association. Good morning to you, sir. I welcome Professor Malcolm Hopwood, who is the president of AFPA, who's joined us online from Australia. Sir, it is indeed a great honor for us that you have entrusted us in Kolkata, India, to organize this conference on behalf of AFPA. Thank you. I also welcome Professor Norman Sartorius, our past president of World Psychiatric Association, who will be delivering the keynote lecture following this inauguration. And a warm welcome to all the faculty members, delegates, and viewers across the continents who have joined us. I am Rajashri, your host for this morning for the inauguration. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. G. Prasad Rao, who is the chairperson, to deliver the welcome speech on the theme for this conference of Future of Psychiatry and AFPA. Sir, please come and address this audience.
A very good morning. It is indeed a great privilege for all of us here to join this early morning. I'm sure in some countries like Afzal's, the sun has not seen the light of the day. And Norman Sartorius as well. First, I would like to welcome my president, Malcolm Hopwood, Professor Malcolm Hopwood from Melbourne. Thank you, Malcolm, and the team of the AFPA for giving the Indian Psychiatric Society the privilege of organizing this year's International Congress. Winston Shen, our learned editor, has reminded me very clearly that this is going to be the 8th International Congress, because the last one was at Australia, Sydney. Thank you, Winston. Briefly into the history, Professor Afzal Javed and the leaders have taken this, and right now we are in the 9th year of the, I wouldn't say 9th year, it's the 9th, we are marching into the 8th to 9th Congress, and my pleasure to be part of this celebration. Thank you, Malcolm. Professor Afzal Javed, always a great friend to Indian Psychiatric Society and to the World Psychiatric Society. Sir, you woke up quite early for us. You were with us all through the program. Thank you very much. Professor Norman Sartorius, a legend and the past World Psychiatric Society's president. Sir, it has been a great privilege to be interacting with you. You have been part of AFPA, both in Sydney and many congresses of AFPA. Thank you for accepting to be the key person, the leader who delivered this keynote address. We chose from the organizing committee Future of Psychiatry as a theme. And I'm pretty happy, as already told by Rajashri, that 14 country faculty members are representing this Congress. To my president of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Gautam Saha, my younger brother, who has always been kind of a big-hearted person to just agree for organizing this conference. Thank you, Gautam Dada. Dr. N.N. Raju, Dr. T.S. Rao, and the Executive Council of Indian Psychiatric Society. We are happy that you are associated with us all through. Thank you very much. 45 psychiatric countries and societies are participating in this. Particularly, I would like to talk N.G. Roger, the Secretary for the Education of WPA, and also the AFPA, Rini Semeniga, the SARC countries, Pradhan, the President, and all the EC members of SARC countries, members from Pakistan, from Sri Lanka, Dr. Gambira is here, and Dr. Mohan Das, who has always been silently supporting us all along, the Royal Australian New Zealand College of Psychiatrists, represented by the leadership and the members, Dr. Vinay. Thank you very much. My own team sitting here has always been quite handy all through. Thank you, each one of you. Ranjan, Titankar, and finally Rajashri. She's a silent worker, silent hard worker. I would be failing in my duty if I'm not putting all my heart in appreciating Rajashri, and of course, Naresh. And finally, this Congress already is successful. We have seen the numbers are growing by the minute. Hundreds of people across the world are joining. Thank you very much, the delegates. And thanks also to Altius for the unrestricted grant. Thank you very much. Rajashri.
Thank you, Prasad Rao, sir. Thank you for your generous and kind and loving comments and your blessings that you've always helped with us. For whatever we need, you're always there, even whether it's first thing in the morning or middle of the night. You've always responded to our queries, and that is why we've been able to put this together. Now, in Indian culture, we usually start any important, and I'm sure it goes across the continents in many countries as well. We like to start an academic program like this with a homage to our gods. Today morning, we'll be playing to you the Saraswati Vandana, which is an important Hindu mantra that is recited for music and for knowledge. Saraswati Vandana is an invocation to the goddess Saraswati to bless this occasion, and may this event be a big success. And may this event serve the purpose of sharing knowledge, sharing partnership, and building bonds for the further work of AFPA. Tech team, may I request you to play the Saraswati Vandana virtually, please. Thank you.
या
May the Saraswati Vandana remove all the obstacles to success in our education, career, and academic pursuits. May the goddess bless us with wisdom. With this, we come to the official inauguration with the lighting of the lamp. And of course, our chief guest has joined us virtually, Professor Dr. Afzal Javed, sir, Professor Malcolm Hopwood, sir. Please do join us. We have a real lamp here as well, so we will switch everything together. May I request the dignitaries on stage to join us? We also have had two other members who've joined, Dr. Naresh Vadlamani and Dr. Amrit Bhattajoshi. They've all traveled to to Kolkata just now. They've just arrived at the venue, one from Orissa and one from Hyderabad. So with all of them, we will light the lamp. Nityananda, kindly help us with the lamp lighting. And our chief guest and our president is joining us online as well. Could we have the spotlights on this, please? Yeah, thank you. And I'm sure we can see Professor Javed and Professor Malcolm Hopwood, Professor Sartorius, and all the dignitaries. Let this, sure, let this. Thank you. May I now request our chief guest, Professor Dr. Afzal Javed, the president of the World Psychiatric Association, and in fact also the immediate past president of AFPA, to address this gathering, the audience, and bless this occasion. Over to you, sir. May we have the spotlight on Professor Javed, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashiri. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Professor Hopwood, Professor Prasad Rao, Dr. Gautam Saha, Professor Winston Shen, Professor Norman Sartorius, and very distinguished leaders from Asian continent and Asian psychiatry. It is indeed a matter of great privilege to be among our friends, and more importantly, among those people who have always felt a need of a regional association. For those who may not be aware about the history of AFPA, this is not an association that just started overnight. It's a story of more than 20 years, efforts, dedication, and thoughts. And there has always been a need and discussion that as many Asian countries share their culture, their heritage, and their traditions, we must have a platform where we can help international psychiatry in a more effective way. The relationship of AFPA with World Psychiatric Association is very strong. The launch of AFPA was actually made starting from Yokohama World Congress of WPA to the World Congress of WPA at Cairo. Cairo was the place where there was a participation from almost more than 20 countries of Asian leaders who decided to launch this particular organization in a more formal way. Efforts of Professor Shinfuku cannot be forgotten. He fought, he worked very hard, and he made this dream a reality and a possibility in terms of overcoming several hurdles in the organizational setup. We had the formal opening in Lahore, Pakistan, had the first office bearers meeting, followed by meetings in Taiwan, Japan, Bangkok, Sri Lanka, Melbourne, Sydney, and now in India. This is indeed a story of success, a story of devotion, and more importantly, a story of fellowship. I must pay tributes to Indian Psychiatric Society, not only to the current leadership, but the leadership that helped AFPA over the last almost more than 15 years. So all the presidents and some of the old presidents, past presidents are sitting and joining us. This is a big tribute to their leadership for not only getting involved in AFPA, but also making it a real success. And one of the important landmarks in AFPA's history was joining WPA as an affiliated association. This was, in fact, a great step because WPA believes that we must promote the regional associations. So along with African Association, South and Central American Association, Arab Association, we are really pleased that now AFPA is also an important component of WPA. It is not competing with any other regional or other association. The motto of AFPA has always been taking all friends along with. Our previous congresses have proved that inclusion is always better than exclusion. And then, apart from regional support and contributions, we were pleased that international psychiatric leaders like Professor Norman Sartorius was always available to advise and guide us. And we were just learning from the experience of other regional associations how to become more focused and more appropriate in terms of our future activities. I would like to mention Professor Shinfuku's name again, because not only he was instrumental in organizational matters, he also started the most important series of Asian research, REAP. And now there has been several publications, a number of research projects where India is also participating in a very important way. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment of celebration. This is a moment of acknowledgement. This is a moment of looking forward. We hope that we will be overcoming the effects of pandemic, and Indian Psychiatric Society, that is famous for its hospitality, we will be able to come back to India to attend and participate in a face-to-face meeting. Personally, I would like to thank Professor Malcolm Hopwood, because he not only took this initiative of leading this organization, but his presence helped us for having Royal Australian and New Zealand College on board. So this is a family of Asian psychiatrists. This is a group that will grow, and I wish, not only in my personal capacity, as I have long-standing affiliation with AFPA, but also from World Psychiatric Association, its executive committee, and its office bearers. Thank you very much, Professor Prasad Rao, and all the best. Rashri, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Hello, testing, yes. Okay, thank you so very much, Professor Afzal Javed, sir. Thank you. And we also look forward to the World Congress that's starting very soon in the next few days. All the very best for that. May I now request the President of AFPA, Professor Malcolm Hopwood, to give his presidential remarks. Sir, please, over to you.
Thank you, Rajashri. Dr. Rao, Professor Afzal, Professor Sartorius, and Professor Shen, and all good friends. It's wonderful to see you, and I want to welcome you to this hybrid webinar on behalf of the AFPA executive. My only regret is that, of course, we're running a hybrid webinar and I'm not there with you, which would be vastly preferable. I want to thank the Indian Psychiatric Society for their support of this meeting, without which, of course, it would not occur. And particularly to thank the organising committee. So Dr. Prasad Rao, both the President-elect of AFPA and the organising chairperson, Dr. Sahar, the organising secretary, and of course, President of the Indian Psychiatric Society, and Dr. Rajashri Roy, the convener of the conference. And I thank you for your efforts. And I will acknowledge your local sponsor, Altius, without whose support I'm sure we'd be much worse off. Of course, we are running a hybrid webinar rather than the World Congress in its traditional format because of the pandemic. As Afzal has indicated, our plan is to hopefully run a face-to-face meeting in Kolkata early in 2022, restrictions permitting. And I very much hope that that can be the case. And at that point, we'll have the formal handover of all of the positions within AFPA. In many ways, I'd like to say today is a timely meeting. Timely in two main ways. Of course, it's occurring on the eve of the World Psychiatric Association meeting hosted in Colombia. And I want to wish Professor Javed and all involved the very best with that, and acknowledge again the close relationship between AFPA and the World Psychiatric Association. Of course, it's also a very timely meeting as all of Asia, if not all of the world, of course, grapples with the pandemic. For some of you in Asia, of course, dealing with pandemics is not brand new, and I acknowledge for some people, having previously dealt with SARS and MERS, this pandemic must be in some ways all the more difficult. But the effect on this occasion is really felt across the globe and across all of Asia, with our 40-odd countries represented in AFPA all affected in varying ways. I acknowledge at this very moment we're in different points in perhaps beginning to emerge from the pandemic, but I think it is worth acknowledging that in emerging from the pandemic, we're doing so from very different points. I think perhaps one could acknowledge that the pandemic has highlighted again the socioeconomic variability across our region and the globe. And my thoughts go to those countries that are struggling the most to meet the challenge of the pandemic and, for example, to secure constant supply of vaccines. The pandemic has, of course, occupied the health conversation across the globe in the last 2 years. But it's very important that as a group across Asia, we ensure that mental health remains a very strong part of the conversation. Not just because of the impact of the pandemic on mental health, but because of the pre-existing situation that builds on, where in many countries across Asia, we still have much to achieve in the area of mental health care and an appropriate service provision. So I see today's meeting as a great opportunity to spring us back into action and to highlight some of the challenges and perhaps the learnings the pandemic's produced as we move forward into what I think will be a very exciting phase, no doubt with its challenges, across Asia and the globe as we emerge from the pandemic. I want to thank again the organisers of today's meeting. It's a great joy to be seeing old friends online. And on behalf of the executive, join Professor Javed in acknowledging that our current executive does stand on the shoulders of those past. And I too would like to thank Professor Javed, Professor Shen, and of course, Professor Shinfuku, who all AFPA executive feel particularly fond of, I have no doubt. With those few comments, it's a great pleasure to join you, and I look forward to our meeting today. Thank you.
Professor Hopwood, thank you for those lovely, inspiring and encouraging words. And I think it sets a great mood for this event from the AFPA. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Kolkata is reputed and worldwide known as a city of joy, a city that brings love, brings peace and harmony, and brings culture in every part, in every path and every day of our lives. In Kolkata, when we are a host to an event, we always want our very own doctors to be a part of the inaugural program. And today we have with us Dr. Shonchari Roy, who is an associate professor in psychiatry and is an internationally famous singer with her own YouTube channels, who is going to sing this song to give us the good vibes for the rest of the day. So before the vote of thanks that will be given by Dr. Gautam Shah, may I welcome Dr. Shonchari, our very own local psychiatrist, to sing for us today. Thank you, Shonchari.
Om. Om. त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मुक्षीयमामृता त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मुक्षीयमामृतम् ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः
Those words meant, may peace, harmony, prosperity, goodwill, blessing. Yes, sorry, there has been an interruption. We are just going to start again. Thank you. Okay, sorry for the interruption over there. Sorry. Yes, please just give. There's been a disruption, tech disruption here. So we'll be back with you in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us. Technology is brilliant, but sometimes we have to adjust. So this is the power, the resilience which pandemic has shown us. So with this Om Peace mantra, we start today with the hope that things will go on very smoothly. But if it doesn't, please realize we are here. We're just trying to sort it out. But thank you. May I now invite Dr. Gautam Shah, the President of the Indian Psychiatric Society and the Organizing Secretary for AFPA Congress 2021, to deliver the vote of thanks for the inauguration. Over to you, Dada.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It was a really great privilege for me to be here as the organizing secretary and as the president of Indian Psychiatric Society to give the vote of thanks to all of you. I'll start my vote of thanks with the president of the AFPA, Dr. Malcolm Hopwood, one of the most dynamic, cheerful, and international leader of our fraternity. Sir, we are really grateful to you that you are with us in this time. For a long time, I know you will be with us full program. Next, definitely none other than our elder brother, the president of World Psychiatric Association, Professor Afzal Javed, who always very much supporting to us, even in the pandemic period. WPA is with us with a different sort of help to us regarding academics. They help us like anything else, like other countries, and so dynamic and ever smiling WPA president. Thank you so much for being with us today in this so early time. I know it is a very taking so much of pain for us, and thank you so much for being with us. Now, definitely, the organizing chairman, Dr. Prasad Rao, my elder brother, it's really grateful that you have come 2 days before and being with us to see all the how to organize this program and being with us and take the responsibility of doing this along with us. Thank you so much, Dada. Next, the Secretary General, Dr. Nava, thank you so much for being with us. It's a great opportunity for us to host this conference in India, especially at Calcutta. And it is a great feeling that Calcutta is again hosting a hybrid mode. It is not only online. It is online and offline. Where offline psychiatrists will be more than 25. So it will be a great show. And there are different part of the country. The psychiatrists from different part of the countries are here. You know that I'm just saying Naresh Bhai, Dr. Naresh Badlamani, Dr. Prasad Rao, Dr. Savita Malhotra, Dr. Amrit Pattajasi, from south to north, east, from the west, they are coming, and there are lots of psychiatrists are also coming from Bihar and other part. My thanks to Dr. Roger, Secretary for the Science, and Dr. Rene as the Secretary for the Education and Training, and Secretary of the Finance Sector, Dr. Samudra. And next, I want to thank to all the office bearer of the Indian Psychiatric Society, those without their full support, starting from the Vice President, Dr. N.N. Raju, Secretary, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, Treasurer, Dr. Khirad Misra, and definitely the editor, my dear friend, Dr. O.P. Singh. And all the faculties here, you know that one of the organizing committee, the most active member of the organizing committee, my sister, Dr. Rajeshri. Dr. Rajeshri Rai is very much active. Without his active participation, we could not be able to do this. And before that also, I want to congratulate Dr. Sanchari Rai. She has come here for a long distance and the another end of the Calcutta and sung so beautifully and give the real positive vibes, real shanti, that we miss these technical glitches. We at least we keep silence for 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you, Sanchari. She is really very good, internationally famous singer. And the other faculties includes our keynote speakers today, one of the most knowledgeable, respected sir in our fraternity, Dr. Norman Sartorius, you know, in every corner of the world, every people knows him. Whenever so modest and so knowledgeable, always we all are eagerly waiting when we'll listen. We have with us the president of the SAARC countries, SAARC Psychiatric Federation, Dr. Sudarshan Pradhan. And you know that he is so active and dynamic always. Whenever we call him, he will be with us. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. We have as a faculty, Dr. Sreyoshi Akiyama from Japan, Dr. Shiv Gautam from India, as I mentioned, Dr. Roger from Hong Kong, Dr. Vinay Lakra, my dear friend from Australia, the president of Australian Psychiatric Association, Muhammad Wajul Alam Chaudhuri from Bangladesh, Dr. K.K. Misra from India, and one of the most respectable personalities and psychiatrists of India, Dr. E. Mohan Das, our guru. We have with us, he is Dr. R.R. Ghosrai. He will be coming very soon. One of the senior most psychiatrists, the past secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society, one of the most respectable personalities of Indian psychiatry. Dr. Ghosrai will be with us. Dr. Rathi, the president of the West Zone, the Lakshikant Rathi. We are very happy to be here. Thank you, sir, for being with us. And one of the another most respectable and knowledgeable person in our fraternity, Dr. Mohan Isaac, is with us today. Dr. Shehan William, the president of Sri Lankan Psychiatric Society. Thank you, sir, for being us. And the past president of the Pakistan Psychiatry, Dr. Nasir Khan, one of the very good friend of mine, and also very much knowledgeable, sir, for being with us. Thank you so much for being with us. We have Dr. Shobita Malhotra, one of the most senior psychiatrists of Indian Psychiatric Society, great academician. Thank you, ma'am, for with us in person. He is on the dais today. We have Dr. Tufan Poti, one of the great leaders of Indian Psychiatric Society, always being us, and his contribution to the Indian Psychiatric Society always be remembered. And definitely your service always be very great to us, and we admire you like anything. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Tufan Poti. We have Dr. Vidyadhar Wadhve, another past president of Indian Psychiatric Society, sir. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Always very active and be with us. One of the past president, Dr. Brigadier M.S.V.K. Raju, now also the chairman of the award committee. He has done a lot of good works for Indian Psychiatric Society. When I was the general secretary, he was my president. I know, so hardworking, so respectable personality he is. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Dr. Ghulam Rabbani from Bangladesh. Thank you. One of the most active member of the World Psychiatry. Dr. Rene, as I mentioned, from Philippines. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Dr. Murugesh Vaishnav, the past president of Indian Psychiatric Society, the most active, and also with us, Dr. Vinay Kumar, one of the very creative personalities of Indian Psychiatric Society, the past General Secretary of the Indian Psychiatric Society, one of the most active member of Indian Psychiatric Society. Thank you, sir, for being with us. He's supposed to be here. I don't know. He may present any time of the day. He may come. Dr. T.S.S. Rao, the General Secretary, Honorary General Secretary of the Indian Psychiatric Society, active. Thank you so much for being with us. Professor N.N. Raju, the Vice President of Indian Psychiatric Society. You know that one of the most knowledgeable and very active personalities in Indian Psychiatric Society. Muhammad Samsul Alam Hasan from Bangladesh. Thank you. And one of the younger brother, one of the most active, especially in the field of geriatric psychiatry, Dr. Debanjan Banerjee. and others are present, you know. I'll tell later, just before the valedictory, I'll open one thing I want to launch on behalf of Indian Psychiatric Society, National Prevention Helpline. The key person behind that, Dr. Amrit Pattajashi, stand up. My dear brother, lovely brother, one of the most dynamic and active. And Dr. Ranjan Bharchaj, the direct council member, one of the most active member. Dr. Tirthankar, please. Tirthankar Dasgupta, the asset of Indian Psychiatric Society, another asset, Dr. Abhay. Spiritual asset. And another man, Dr. Aurobindo Brahmo, one of the most dynamic leader of Indian Psychiatric Society. He has led Indian Psychiatric Society, West Bengal State Branch and Zonal Branch very aptly and very effectively. Great leader. Thank you, Aurobindo. Wish you all the best. And I don't want to take much time during the vote of thanks, but before completing, and also before that, the IT team led by Dr. Mr. Nityananda Datto. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, our knowledge partner, the Altius Biogenics, always very much supportive. Whenever we ask for any help, they are very much supportive. Altius is a great help with us, especially Mr. Mitra and his team. Thank you so much. Before concluding, I want one help from Professor Afzal Javed and also the Professor Malcolm Hapwood and my dear Dada, Dr. Prasad Rao is here. We want to launch today the National Suicide Helpline from National Suicide Prevention Helpline from Indian Psychiatric Society here. The number, please show the slides. From today, it will be active. I think this is a great occasion where you can get the blessings of all international leaders of our fraternity. Dr. Afzal Javed, I want one of our elder brother, and Dr. Malcolm is here, and all of you, please bless us that we can do it very actively in the near future. दिखाइए स्लाइड. आप लोग इधर है स्लाइड. इधर 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 सर इधर कम है. This is the IPS Prevention Helpline. Our number is 180053200807. Our one of the committee we have, which is led by the EC coordinator, Dr. Amrit Pattajashi, other members. Amrit, please can you tell their names? Dr. Shobit.
Dr. Anindo Das
As a
chairperson, Dr. Shobit Garg as the co-chair, and Dr. Sai Krishna as
Sai
the convener of the.
Okay. Thank you so much. On this auspicious day, we want to click only one or two line comment from Dr. Afzal. Please, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Gautam Saha. Again, a landmark achievement by Indian Psychiatric Society. And I'm sure AFPA will always be remembered as a sort of a venue for its Congress when Indian Psychiatric Society started this important program. All the best. And we would really like to not only learn more, but also to follow from your experiences, especially to start the similar projects, similar programs in other low and middle income countries. Well done, IPS.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Hopwood, one or two lines from you, sir.
Again, congratulations on this initiative. It's such an important area of work, and that your society is taking the lead in this way is really to be congratulated. And like Afzal, I look forward to hearing how this progresses and what we can all learn from such a proud initiative. Congratulations
Sir,
and
put on
best
your video,
wishes
sir.
with your enterprise.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your comment. Thank you so much. Prasad, you want to say?
No, it's a great pleasure that AFPA is part of the Indian Psychiatric Society's launch. Great launch.
Thank you, sir. And now we have to conclude the session. Over to Rajeshri, please.
Thank you so very much. Many congratulations to Amrit Bhai and his team. Now we'll move on to the first part of the program. Today we have there are 4 sessions really. We'll be having 5 masters of ceremony to help you through these sessions. We've slightly run over time, but we'll make it up during the lunchtime so that the post-lunch session starts on time. And on that, over to you, Tirthankar, Dr. Tirthankar Dasgupta, who will be, this is the close of the inauguration. All right, so may we all rise for the Indian national anthem. Shanchari, should I? Shanchari has to do it,
जन मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Long live Indian Psychiatric Society. Long live AFPA.
Over to Dr. Tirthankar Dasgupta, Master of Ceremony for the first session. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome all the delegates here, present here, and all the delegates who are watching this program across the world, both online and offline. And welcome all to the AFPA International Hybrid Congress, organized by our Indian Psychiatric Society. I'll be just the master of ceremony of this session, the first session, which will take place from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. And basically this first session have 2 parts. First part will be delivered by our Professor Norman Sartorius, the legend of psychiatry. And it will be chaired by 2 doyens of Indian psychiatry, Professor Dr. G. Prasad Rao sir and Professor Dr. Gautam Saha sir. Sir, please. And Dr. Prasad Rao sir needs no introduction. Still, it's customary to introduce him. And he is the legend so far as the clinics and research and academics is concerned. He's the chairman of this particular Congress, is the founder, director, and senior consultant at Asha Hospital, Hyderabad. Is the president-elect at Asian Federation of Psychiatric Association, the past president of Indian Psychiatric Society and Indian Association of Biological Psychiatry. Is the expert committee member of WFS BP guidelines of schizophrenia at World Federation of Societies of Biological Psychiatry. Thank you, sir, for chairing the session. And now, our very own, my elder brother, my friend, philosopher, and guide, I am so attached with him, Dr. Gautam Saha, the secretary of organizing committee of this particular Congress. He is the president of Indian Psychiatric Society, vice president of SARC Psychiatric Federation, president-elect of Indian Association of Geriatric Mental Health, is the member of WPA Standing Committee on Scientific Section, and he is the founder director of Clinic Brain Neuropsychiatric Institution and Research Center. I welcome Dr. Gautam Saha, sir.
Slide কোথায় স্যারের? Sorry, sir, just hold a minute. Yes. Sir. Sir. It's a really great privilege to introduce one of the most knowledgeable and the respected faculty of our fraternity, Professor Norman Sartorius, who is the previously the Director of Mental Health Program of the World Health Organization, WPA, and the President of the World WPA and of the European Psychiatric Association. Now serves as the President of the Association for the Improvement of the Mental Health Programs, a non-government organization located in the Geneva, and as honorary or the visiting professor at several universities in Europe, USA, and Asia. Professor Sartorius has published more than 500 papers in peer-reviewed journals and published more than 120 books. But I think it's nothing about Professor Sartorius. He is a legend in the psychiatry. Next, Dr. Afzal Javed, the President of World Psychiatric Association, the great human being, great academician, the consultant psychiatrist, and the honorary professor, Institute of the Applied Health Research, University of Birmingham, honorary associate clinical professor at the Warwick Medical School, University of Warwick, UK, the past president of Asian Federation of Psychiatrists Association, AFPA, from 2017 to 2019, and the World Association for Psychological Rehabilitation from 2012 to 2015. More than 140 scientific papers and being author of 6 books and monographs on different topics of psychiatry. Both of them are really legend figures in the Indian world psychiatry, and their contribution all in the world psychiatry always be remembered, and we expect much more than also in future. Today, the topic is the future of psychiatry, which will be introduced by co-chairperson, Professor Prasad Rao, and Sir will speak on that.
Thank you, Gautam. Thank you for those wonderful words. We are really fortunate to have Professor Norman Sartorius, a legend during his lifetime, to be speaking in this wonderful World Congress of AFPA. I'm very thankful to Norman for accepting this. The future of psychiatry, his vision, I think I have seen some of his writings already on what he expects the psychiatry to be in the near future. 5 decades back, when majority of us were just entering the medical school and joining the psychiatry, at that time we had hardly kind of a few molecules and a few understanding of biology. Today, the science and the art of psychiatry has been in a kind of a revolution mode, in a kind of a spin-off. And as I see it, it's going to be a great challenge. I wouldn't stand between Professor Norman and all of you, and I would straight away request Professor Norman to start his great lecture with his keynote address on the future of psychiatry. Thank you, Norman.
Spotlight Dr. Sartorius. Speaker.
Professor Afzal Javed, Professor Malcolm Hopwood, Professor Prasad Rao, Gautam Saha, and also Rajeshri Rao, who has been guiding us through these opening session. I am delighted to see that this meeting will take place and that the Asian Federation is continuing to march forward. I wish we have been together because so much of the value of this organization has been the personal contact and refreshing friendships that we had. But we have to wait for another period. I hope that next year we will all be together and in good health and in good cheers. And that is a hope that I'm sure I share with many. And I hope that we can get it done. Now, I've been invited to speak about the future of psychiatry. And if you allow me, I will show you a few slides.
Sir, do you need any help from us to operate the
Just a minute,
slideshow?
Well, in order to think about the future of psychiatry, can you all hear me and see me?
Yes, sir.
Slides?
We can see you. No, slides we can't see, but we can see you.
But I would like to share these slides as well with you. Not sure how to do this.
So just let us know if we need to share the slides from our end.
Yes.
Oh, we don't have. Okay, yeah.
It will take a moment.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you see them now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. It's visible now.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think that in order to think about the future of psychiatry, it's important that we think about some of the trends that are currently prevailing worldwide. The first one of those of particular importance for psychiatry is that what has been called the horizontalization of human relations. It has become extremely present in all countries that people are communicating mainly horizontally. They communicate with the people of the same age, very often of the same profession, or in other ways, but the vertical communication between the grandfather and the grandmother and the mother and the father and the children, etc., has been significantly diminished. Many of the problems that now arise are contained in that horizontalization, because there is practically a clear interruption in the transmission of experience that people have gathered, experience that perhaps the grandfathers and fathers want to give to their children but cannot because there is no communication. It's the influencers, people of the same age, who will talk to one another and who will share experience. But of course, it's uninformed experience. They are getting what they know after a few years, but not more. And that has been a significant problem. What is even worse is that the horizontalization of human relations is also expressing itself in operational and in real terms. There is now a growing number of countries. I presume the most recent one has been Bangladesh. Before that, it was just before that, it was China, and a number of other countries which had introduced legislation requiring that children look after their parents, because it is being seen that many of the parents are in fact left on their own and children are living their own life. In China, for example, it is about 60% of all widowers or widows who are living in Beijing could not find anybody of their family to look after them and had to hire and import a person from a village or from somewhere else to be their companion, to look after them, to be with them, to have somebody to talk to, etc. And I think that this horizontalization is also a significant problem for educating the children which are ours, who have taken priority into either the world of electronics or into their peers in the same country. The Japanese example of the new disease that they have described as a hikikomori, which in Japanese, I do not speak Japanese, but they are told that it means that I'm withdrawing, has been an extreme form of the isolation of people into withdrawing from society and from anybody, and establishing contact by internet with others of one's own age. And these contacts are very intense and sometimes end up in contracts of committing suicide at the same time or similar terrible things. But basically, they are, even when that does not happen, they are just completely isolated. Their parents, I'm told, are only allowed to leave food in front of their door. Otherwise, they are locked up and they live in this imaginary world with equals of the same age. You can imagine what that means. Human society has developed by transmitting knowledge, by transmitting ideas, by transmitting emotions, by transmission from the older to the younger. And that at present seems to not be working. And parallel to it is what has been called the digitalization of medicine and of society, an intrusion of the technological tools which help us enormously. It allows, for example, to consult health documents about patients whom we are seeing without any delay. We have the wonderful development of telemedicine in which we can advise people 10,000 miles away about what happens. But at the same time, while this is helping us to learn more, it is also overwhelming us with information which comes from everywhere. No information is anymore sufficiently important to break through the flood of information that comes at us. And at the same time, people complain that medicine, for example, is dehumanized, that people have lost the contact with the doctors who treat them. And in European countries, a wonderful symptom of that is the huge growth of traditional healing practitioners who are magnetizers, and some people who lay hands on you, and others who provide you with herbs, etc. And these traditional healers, in fact, know perhaps some things, but their main characteristic, which people bring forward as being the reason why they are consulted, is that they listen to their patients. They listen to hear, and they give themselves time to listen to what patients have to say. And patients, people who are in distress, they want that. They want to be heard. They want to tell somebody. But digitalization has made us believe that we can do so many things by computers and by internet and by phones and by iPads and whatever. And in a way, we are on the brink of a danger that technology will become our master rather than being our servant. A third trend that is prevalent in the world is what has been called commodification. That's a term that has been invented by the World Bank some years ago, and it is gaining strength as time goes by. Basically, it says that everything in the world has to be treated as if it was a commodity, like sugar or iron or timber. That is, you have to have money to buy it, and you have to have a profit from having it, and you must be able to sell it. And there is no other way of assessing value but by money. A cross example of that was when I was greatly honored by having received a honorary doctorate recently. And I spoke to some young people, and one of them asked me, will that in fact increase your income? The fact that an honorary doctorate is a recognition of something that you might have done, which is not necessarily of monetary value, didn't pass on them. And I think that the commoditification has been seen with a huge increase of private medicine, which has provided worldwide, even in the very poor countries, superb service. But as it provides superb service, it also attracts people, the best of the people in the country, to serve, because if the salary is better, and they're still doctors, no, and they don't have to leave their culture and their home and their family, so they stay there. But while this service is growing, at the same time, the national health services and services which are provided by the government have been deteriorating steadily worldwide. And I think that growth of private medicine and the fact that somebody will ask you, how is this hospital functioning? And you will get the answer, it makes profit. Now, it is terrible to think that the hospital should be making profit. The hospital should provide health care, not make money. Making money is a business of other organizations, but that's how it is. And I think that commoditification, that tremendous emphasis has been very important also in daily life. In previous times, you could become famous and beloved by many channels, by many roads. You could be an extraordinary scholar who knows a great deal, or maybe something like that. But today, if you are doing something very well, but it does not increase your income, this is not bringing very much fame nor popularity. And in a way, we are unfortunately witnessing a situation in which medicine is becoming an economic opportunity instead of being an ethical imperative for society. Now, other trends which also affect psychiatry mightily are urbanization, for example. We are now seeing urbanization growing extremely rapidly. We see countries which were previously practically totally rural become by majority urban. A country like Mongolia, for example, now has 75% of the population living in town. Or a country like Argentina has now 96% of the population living in towns. Now, what does that mean? Of course, towns are wonderful because they give you faster access to immediate and emergency health care. They have roads, there is water usually, there is also electricity, etc. Many of these advantages. But at the same time, towns break human relations. Communities on which we have based community health services and similar ideas have vanished. They're not there anymore. A community has previously been defined by a geographically defined area in which there are people who know each other, help each other, and want to live together in a way or another, maybe even marry one another, and bring up children in the school that is theirs together. Not anymore. The anomie, which has been described 150 years ago in France, the anonymity of living in town is now prevailing. You must take that, for example, in London, 28% of all households are single-person households. There's nobody there who would look after you, or nobody there even to whom you could say in the evening what has happened in the course of the day. The divorce rates have soared, and many of these people are therefore split families, and the split families, people live alone, and they meet people at work, but that contact is often not particularly cordial. And then with many of the other contacts which were previously so normal have now become almost non-existent. Towns are a very important factor for our, not only to mention the curiously unexplainable influences, such as, for example, that the people with schizophrenia who are exposed to green color surfaces seem to be faring better than children, than people who have schizophrenia who are in the gray town areas. The same is true also for the gross intelligence of children, who somehow, when they are deprived of contact with nature, seem to be more at the greater risk of stunting than when they have an opportunity to live with the world in which they are. Demographic changes have been another major change. Not only have in many countries the divorce rate soared, so that people very often have a continuum, what is being called a serial monogamy style, in which they are monogamous, they have one partner, but the partner changes over time. Now that's all right, maybe gives them fun, but at the same time, it is significantly affecting children who never know who is their mother anymore or father, because these keep changing. And how should they call the third father or third mother? Are they still mother and father? I mean, it's different people. And I think that in itself has been one change. The second change that has been equally large has been the massive entrance of women into the workforce in many countries. In some countries, it has started in the 1920s, for example, at the time in the Soviet Union and then later in Eastern European countries. But more recently, the entry of women into the workforce, which works outside of the house, has been massive. But that means, in fact, that the woman who has previously been looking after important functions, such as bringing up children, transmitting culture, looking after the elderly, looking after the household, looking after social networks, etc. All of these tasks are now still done by women who also work for 8 hours because they need the money and because they want independence in a certain way. But the stress and strain is great. And all these functions that I mentioned earlier are becoming less well attended. Home care is no longer so easy as it used to be when there were 5 or 6 or 10 people in the house whom you could call on to help a little bit with a sick person. Households are small, and usually there's nobody there all day long. Children are at school, parents work, and they will meet in the evening, they're nervous, and they don't want to know each other anymore. So the demographic changes have been massive, I think, in that respect. I think somebody is standing in front of the slides. All right. And then there is also the changing role of other society members, but that is in fact of great importance also in relation to the elderly and in relation to other people. So these are some of the trends, and you are aware of many others, like the animosity and the problems of massive migration from one country to another. I do not need to go through all of these because you are just as well aware, but I thought I would draw out some of these trends, which I think have a direct influence on mental health of the world. But then in health as well, things have changed. We are now facing not only a pandemic of COVID, we are also facing a pandemic of comorbid mental and physical illness. Practically all of the people who have severe mental illness also are physically ill, and the care for this physical illness and for mental illness at the same time is miserable. People with mental illness die 15 years younger than people who do not have mental illness, not because they are mentally ill, but because they are physically ill, and the care for their physical illness is miserable, even in the countries which are very rich, even in places where everything is available. Now, this comorbidity has not only the problem that is present because of demographic change, for example, the extension of life. Now, we've been very proud of the extension of life because we have extended life for 15 years. But when the analysis is done more properly, you find that these years that you have gained, most of them are sick years. They are not years free of disease. They are years in which you need care. And pandemic, I think, is also growing for that reason. It is growing because as people get older, the chances that they will have another illness are very important. The invasion of telemedicine and technomedicine, I think, has been very helpful, but it does have another effect in addition to the ones I mentioned earlier. Not only are the relationship between the various groups breaking up, but there is also at the same time a false security in saying, I can get this information by looking in my iPad. But that's not the same information which you get when you talk with somebody. There are missing pieces. There are missing intonations, which are very important. And then I think it's important also to think that in addition to these problems There's also a great gain, of course, of telemedicine, the possibility of consulting people at a distance, the possibility of being together like we are now and sharing information. But at the same time, we have to remember that while the comorbidity is doing one tremendous step forward and becoming a universal phenomenon, we also have at the same time another phenomenon, which is the fragmentation of medicine. Medicine is falling apart into ever smaller specialities. We are even seeing there are surgeons who work with one hand only. They're not that they work with one hand, but their main field of interest is one hand. I have met a surgeon who is a specialist on thumbs. That's what he does. He repairs thumbs. They are specialists on almost everything. And of course, it is true that a specialist has to be better paid. So that's one attraction. And then the overwhelming amount of knowledge that has been become available makes it necessary for people to, in fact, specialize into smaller groups. So we witness this fragmentation of medicine into ever smaller and smaller divisions. And that, of course, means also that the people who are sick have to go and visit many people, because while they are more and more often sick from many diseases, they are at the same time, I do not know who is walking in front of the screen all the time, so I don't know if that's controllable. I think that the fragmentation of medicine is unfortunately happening also in psychiatry. We now see specialists who are specialists in one particular field only, like only early interventions or only manic depressive illness. The problem which is there for the patient is, of course, that he is not fragmented. A patient is a single human being, and he has to get care from many, many people. And in some places it's so bad that you have to create a new profession which does nothing else but brings patients from one doctor to another and organizes their care, the care managers that have become so popular in the United States, which make sure that all of your different aspects of your disease or of being ill, in fact, are given care. Another problem that we are seeing is that although we have done a great amount to reduce stigma and discrimination, and it is still unfortunately true that discrimination within healthcare is not only happening for people who have mental illness, but also all other people who are stigmatized, as well as for the poor and the immigrants. And this discrimination within healthcare, of course, is a problem that requires important political intervention, but we feel the consequences of it in a very significant manner. And then, of course, we are living in a world which is changing. For example, deforestation, which has led to the decrease of the territory on which animals can live, has led to a move of these animals into human settlements. Take bats, for example. Bats have about 40 different viruses which they are currently carrying, and from which they were dying or being sick during that time. But they were in the forest, flying and giving disease to one another. But as the forest disappeared, they moved to towns. And as they moved to towns, their diseases moved to towns as well. COVID itself is reputed to have been a zoonosis. But there are many other zoonoses carried by small animals which have now lost their habitat and which therefore are closer to humans and share the humans' living space. And I think that's something that we should remember as well. And then there are new forms of disease. Remember that you are all, or many of you are psychiatrists with great experience. When was it the last time that you saw somebody who was imagining that he's a great leader, or that he is God, or that he is a great politician? These forms of mental disorder seem to have disappeared. In the same way that many other forms have disappeared. We do not see anymore the types of excitement that was catatonic in earlier times, to an extent that we now have, in fact, taken out the syndrome of catatonia out of schizophrenia, and people report it as extremely rarely seen. And when I was a young psychiatrist, catatonia was very frequent. Whether it was called catatonia or was called schizophrenic form of catatonia, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that the form of the disease has changed. People in general see that mentally ill people in content of their hallucinations and delusions are becoming incomparably more prosaic, more simple. They are not anymore as exciting as they used to be in the past. And disease, the mental disease in general, has become subdued, much less expressive than it used to be. So what can we do about this? Well, there are various answers that we have to keep in mind. One of them, for example, is that we should gradually accept that we must change medical education concerning psychiatry, both at undergraduate and at postgraduate level. It has to be changed in content. We have to give more emphasis to more frequent diseases than we give to less frequent diseases. It must be changed in place. We must teach anxiety connected with cardiovascular disease in the cardiovascular department and not in the department of psychiatry. We should teach community psychiatry in the community and not in the hospital. We should teach outpatient department psychiatry in the outpatient department. Not only is it the place, but we should also change who teaches. Who is the best one to know what a person with mental illness is at home, but the carers? And how many times have we invited carers to come and teach medical students about ways that a person with schizophrenia lives at home? Very rarely. Why is it rarely? They have the enormous amount of experience. Many of them are very good speakers, and certainly they could be much more convincing to a young student than you are or I am. We should also try to understand that we have to change concepts in psychiatry. For example, one of them that is particularly important is that we are now placing emphasis on recovery rather than on rehabilitation. We have to think of finding ways of getting people to understand that maybe they have problems and maybe they have disabilities and maybe they have impairments, but that they can live with that, having realized that this is a fact of life. Some people have one type of problem, the others have others. Some are speaking one language and another one, and gradually build the understanding of symptoms of mental illness or problems that one has into life, and learn to live the best way with what we have as capacity. And then the second trend of conceptual guidelines is thinking about ways of protecting the human rights of the mentally ill, in particular in areas which are directly under our control, such as, for example, coercion. But there are many other problems that we have forgotten to look after, to protect and to ensure human rights of people with mental illness. There is a curious phenomenon in the United Nations work, in that mental disorders are the only form of diseases for which treatment is a human right. It is stated that treatment of mental illness is a human right. That is one of the human rights we should look after, but we should also look after the other human rights, both the negative ones, we shouldn't force people to do things they don't want to do, and the positive ones. And we should understand that that is a universal problem and that we have to do something about it. I must admit also that it's becoming more difficult to convince very often government to change, not least also because of the changes of the criteria which are used to decide on priority concerns in public mental health. In most countries of the world, politicians are no longer people who are there for a while, but they have made a profession out of being a politician, a profession of being a representative of the people. Now, once they become professionals of politics, they have to do things which they can to remain popular, which is not necessarily what we would like it is very important that governments sometimes are unpopular because they are doing things which will help people who are in a minority. Mental illness is a good example of that. It is popular because many people have the prejudice to also enforce prejudice, but it's not the right way of doing it. And the fact that politicians are professional politicians will make it much more difficult to change things, particularly if they're not popular and not in keeping with the population's opinions. At the same time, this fact presents a challenge in the sense that we have to change the population's opinion in order to get the government's opinion changed as well. A very different task from what we had before. And then finally, we have to think also about the fact that many of the models of care that we have previously developed are no longer valid. Classical community care, which has been invented in 1860 by Dr. Griesinger in Germany for the first time, he said we have to use the community to bring people back into life. But since then, it's now 180 years since he was speaking like that. Communities have changed, and I mentioned it earlier when I spoke about urbanization. Communities are, and we have to think of what is the new style of care that we have to invent. What are the institutions that we have to create in order to replace the previous communities? What kind of a change do we have to introduce in schooling of medical doctors and of nurses and of social workers in order to develop these new patterns of care and new models that we have? Here are some more things that we have to undoubtedly have to think about. We should seriously consider more emphasis on primary prevention of mental disorders. We have presented a document to the World Health Assembly showing that about 50% of all mental and neurological disorders can be reached by primary prevention. Primary prevention. It is obviously springing to mind is the provision of iodine to women who are in childbearing age, which would have prevented between 3 and 5 million people who are born with cretinism. Opportunities, not only providing iodine, but we could think of, for example, things such as prevention of school dropouts, because we know that school dropouts have a huge number of a huge prevalence of mental disorders, drug taking, and so forth. And school dropout, as we have shown in Brazil and in Egypt and in Russia and in other countries, is perfectly preventable, even when there are no extra resources. Perinatal care is another example where we are very rarely working with perinatal care experts or perinatal care services to speak of to the future parents, not only to detect depression, but also to think of ways in which childbirth and pregnancy can be made a health promoting event rather than a health deteriorating event. But in order to do many of these things, we have to think of adding to the education of psychiatrists, we have to add them communication skills. Education, it must include ways of learning how to negotiate, learning how to speak, learning how to convince, learning how to listen. None of this is being taught properly by our people. And yet, this is what we need. If we want to convince governments and politicians to add iodine to the salt, we have to know how to convince people. And that's a skill that can be learned. Like the listening skill, which is not taught, but can be learned. I'm always remembering a study that we've done many, many years ago, in which we asked general practitioners to be silent for the first two minutes of their encounter with the patient. And when the patient came out, we asked them, how was the interview? Said, I've never been advised as well as today. The average duration of uninterrupted speech that the doctor now allows patient is about 20 seconds. The patient comes to the door, he asks, doctor asking, so tell me a little bit about your problems. After 20 seconds of the patient's speech, there's an interruption. Yes, I understand, but and then there is that. And very often this is done while watching the screen of the computer on which people write notes about what they and the communication skills are of vital importance in our life and in our profession. We should also learn to present data that is relevant and convincing to the government. It is foolish to say that there are 5 million or 500 million people with mental illness. That is not a convincing argument. Because if there are 500 million, it means you are unable to treat them. You don't know how to do this. You have to think of other figures which will be important, true figures, but figures which are relevant directly to the needs that the politicians and governments, etc., see as being their part of their job. And that requires a very intensive and extensive exploration of what are the currently the decision-making mechanisms and what is likely to be information that will be influential in making decisions. And we should undoubtedly think also about reuniting with medicine and forging links with others, which we have forgotten very often, with religious forces, with governmental forces. In a country like Egypt, for example, 80% of all people who have drug problems are looked after by religious authorities, not by doctors. Do we have contacts with them? Practically none. In Nigeria, they have now introduced a very nice system, which I felt was very good, and that is that rather than shaking the system and saying that all the traditional healers must send their patients to hospital, the traditional healer now invites a nurse who comes to his courtyard and helps the patient or gives him an injection or something. The great advantage is, of course, that the healer is very happy to have this service, and the patients who believe more into the healers then the doctor can make this service. And there is a variety of other things. So finding ways of helping one another rather than being in opposition all the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's urgent and important that we update our strategies concerning the practice of psychiatry, both in the public health domain and in the clinical domain. I think that we now have enough knowledge to know what could be done and whether it's feasible or not. And now it means that we have to get off the chair in which we are seeing patients, which is also very important, and think of ways in which we can change the system and the strategy and the teaching that we are creating, with which we are creating the future generation. And the point which I really like to leave as the final one is that it's essential that this is done jointly, with not only with health workers, but with the spiritual leaders, with persons who are not well, who have a lot of experience of what it means not being well, with their families, with teachers in schools. Don't forget that most of the prejudice are created while children are small, and then so parents have to influence them, or could be changed, or with insignificant help. It's togetherness, solidarity, which we need, both to deal with problems of today and of problems of tomorrow. So I thank you very much for listening to me. I do hope that the next AFPA will be alive and that we shall all be together again. And I thank you for your attention and for the invitation to come here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sartorius, for enlightening us regarding the future of the psychiatrist. Sir, you are great, and your talk was so fantastic that everybody was listening to like anything. And most important, you have mentioned the future of psychiatry according to the changes of the medicine, where you mentioned the pandemic comorbidity of mental and physical disorders. That is very important. Pandemic gives us more insight regarding the changes of medicine, not even changes, they can give us the chance to make the healthcare system in a new form, how to combat the situations like this, not only in the pandemic situation, also the other serious illnesses. You have mentioned the investors of telemedicine and telepsychiatry in the field of mental health. It is really very much helpful. We understand now, like country like India, this is the very new to us, but we are using this in pandemic period. In fact, in the all developing countries and Islamic countries, it is a blessing for us. And continuing discrimination within the healthcare. In fact, all of us, we know that this time of the theme of the World Mental Health, there was mental health in an unequal world. So this discrimination is very important regarding stigma, regarding whether we are poor or rich, if they are immigrant, and also the emergence of new disease agents and the form of disease. These 4 points basic understood. If we understood that, we can go ahead and we can develop our future according to new technology, new knowledge. Thank you so much for excellent presentation, and over to Dr. Prasad Rao.
Professor Norman, it was a great lecture looking into the future from the current perspective. May I now request Professor Afzal Javed, our beloved President of World Psychiatric Association, to give his critical issues and commentary on what Professor Norman Sartorius has foreseen as future of psychiatry.
Thank you very much, Professor Prasad Rao. It is always a pleasure and a privilege to listen to Professor Sartorius. I don't think that anybody can give any critical comments after his talk, because when he speaks out of his experience. He speaks about wisdom, and he speaks what he has seen as a sort of a leader, as the lead person in WHO, and as a sort of an important international psychiatry expert, which is always helpful for people like us who may be able to follow some of his guidelines. When he was speaking about all these new ideas or reference to some of the topics, I was thinking that although he is talking about international psychiatry, but if you look at psychiatry in Asia, these points are even more important. Asia is really coming up as a sort of developing world. From economy to many other areas, many countries are now getting into from low-income country to middle-income country, and they are trying to be high-income country in the coming years. And all these factors which Professor Sartorius has mentioned are very relevant for our future policies. However, what I feel that while we follow what is happening in the rest of the world, we will have to look at some of the realities, the ground realities that we must keep in mind. This is an era of digitalization, but are we going to sacrifice the empathy? This is something which we will have to really look at. Professor Sartorius said it in a very, very impressive way about the commodifications. Does it mean that human being health and mental health will be just like a commodity? Are we going to forget about the personal approach, the holistic approach? And then one of his very important area of interest, and I'm pleased that he is leading World Psychiatric Association's group on comorbidities. One thing is very interesting in the Asian continent, that the age is increasing. The longevity of life is now becoming a norm rather than exception in many, many Asian countries. So from the AFPA's perspective, I think there is a need that we emphasize about the comorbidities and about the treatment of mental as well as physical illnesses. And this links to his last point about the training. Now we need to have a total review of our undergraduate and postgraduate education, looking at the current realities and current developments. I think these are very important areas, and these are not only important for professionals, But professionals should really make note of these new ideas, these insights, and try to speak to the policymakers. I always remember that his advice to the professionals about the policymaker is that if you will tell them that, look, we need more psychiatrists, it will not be that effective argument. The effective argument should be that give psychiatry its due share in terms of the disabilities. If we learn, especially in our teaching training, how to speak to the policymakers, how to convince the governments, talking about the financial impacts, I think this is what is needed. Sir, you have always been a source of inspiration for many of us. And the way you really shape our minds is really, really a sense of direction for all of us. So I congratulate you. And I think it was very, very appropriate for AFPA to have you as the keynote speaker, especially when we are moving from 20th century to 21st century. And within 21st century, we are having a big change in our thoughts, in our practices, and our actions. We look forward listening to you again, and we are thankful to you for sparing this time, especially early hours of your weekend. But you always have a very, very important soft corner for Asia, for Asian countries. And we are grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Afzal. In fact, both of you, both Norman and Afzal, have a very, very, very kind and kind of continuous support for us in Asian countries. Thank you very much from the World Psychiatric Association leadership. And Gautam would close this session with his final comments.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, both of you. It is a great honor for us that we get both of you in this session. Not only that, we are expecting that we are doing ANSIP's Annual Conference of Indian Psychiatric Society in person in Vizag. We are expecting both of you in person. If not, we will try, as I talked before also. And I invite all of you to be there. Local hospitality will be definitely our pleasure. And whatever the way we want, we are ready to do. But we want both of you to be there. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, now memento will be presented to Professor Prasad Rao. First memento will be presented to Professor Norman Sartorius by Dr. Ranjan Bhattacharya.
It will reach to you over courier.
I now next invite Dr. Rajesh Ray to present the memento to Professor Prasad Rao, sir. Dr. Professor Afzal Javed, sir. And now Dr. Abhay De will be presented the memento to Professor Prasad Rao, sir. And Dr. Naresh will be presented the memento to Dr. Gautam Saha. Okay, so now with this, so with this we conclude this first session, the first part of the session. The second part of the session is a panel discussion. And the topic of the panel discussion is AFPA and Future of Psychiatry circa 2025. What a wonderful topic to begin with. And to chair this session, I now invite Dr. Sudarshan N. Pradhan from Nepal, and our Dr. N. Raju sir from India. And to moderate the session, I now invite Dr. O.P. Singh sir from India. And Dr. O.P. Singh sir, if you can please come to the dais. Dr. Raju sir will be chairing the session online, and Dr. Sudarshan sir will be chairing the session online. So Dr. Sudarshan N. Pradhan is the head of the Department of Psychiatry at Kathmandu Medical College Teaching Hospital, president of SARC Psychiatric Federation. Dr. N. Raju sir is the president-elect of Indian Psychiatric Society. Previously, he was the vice president of Andhra Medical College and was National General Secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society. Thank you so much, sir, for chairing the session. And the session will be moderated by our very own Professor Dr. O.P. Singh, sir. He is the editor of Indian Journal of Psychiatry, MD FRCP Edinburgh, International Distinguished Fellow of American Psychiatric Association. He is the ex-HOD and Professor Department of Psychiatry, Neil Ratan Sarkar Medical College, Kolkata. He is the consultant at prestigious Amri Group of Hospitals, Kolkata. He has more than 100 papers in national and international journals. He's written 2 books and 6 book chapters. And he is the recipient of Dharmidhar Golden Jubilee Oration Award of Bardhaman Medical College in 2019 and Professor Silekha Biswas Memorial Oration, College of Medicine and Surgery at Sagar Datta Medical College 2020. I welcome you all, sirs. Now, please start this panel discussion. And to continue this panel discussion, we have 4 eminent speakers. Dr. Suoshi Akiyama from Japan will be talking about stigma in mental health in Asian countries. Dr. Shiv Gautam sir from India will be talking about future vision of psychiatry in Indian perspective. Dr. Roger Ng from Hong Kong will be speaking about psychiatric education across AFPA, the challenges. And Dr. Vinay Lakra sir from Australia will be speaking about brain drain and reverse brain drain across AFPA. Wonderful topics. Now, just I would also like to know whether we should also do the slide shares from our end. Speakers, sirs, please just mention who amongst you want to share the slides from our ends so that we can coordinate it. Now, I would ask Raju sir and Dr. Sudarshan N. Pradhan to please chair the session. Thank you.
I will be sharing my slides myself.
Yes, Akiyama will share the slides from my end too. Thank you.
Dr. Pradhan sir and Dr. Raju sir, please give your introductory comments. Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, yes, OPC.
Sir, Dr. Pradhan sir, and please give your introductory comments. And then Dr. Raju sir. शुरू कर दो अच्छा speakers.
Pradhan has to unmute first. Pradhan has to unmute. They have to unmute and do it.
Dr. Pradhan is there, perhaps. Dr. Pradhan, sir, please unmute. Otherwise, speakers are there. Just fine. So basically, this panel discussion will deal with from different perspective in different countries. From Dr. Akiyama will be talking about stigma in mental health in Asian countries. Though we know that stigma is important and deterrence through treatment in every country, not only Asian countries but also all the developed countries also. But still, বাকিটা চলে এসছে আছেন আর বাকি কেউ আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে and so we will start with other before other people join. I would like to welcome our esteemed speaker from India, our past president, chairman of CPG committee, and there are many hats we have already he wears, and he is not only he's a motivator and he's a grand leader of psychiatry in India. So none other than him to talk about future vision of psychiatry in Indian perspective after the stimulating talk of Professor Norman Sartorius. I think this will be the icing on the cake. So I welcome Professor Shiv Gautam to talk about future vision of psychiatry in Indian perspective. Sir.
Excuse me, Chairperson.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a comment from Professor Akiyama, please.
Yes. I have another conference from from in about 30 minutes. So I hope I can finish my presentation before that. I appreciate if I can speak as the first speaker as written in the program.
Okay, sir. We are having that you are not joined. So we will be happy to welcome you, sir, for to speak on stigma and mental health in Asian countries. We are not seeing you online, so it is a fault on our part. So I welcome you, sir, to speak on stigma and mental health in Asian countries.
Yes.
Dr. Akiyama, please, sir.
Yes. Since I do not have sufficient time to cover all the Asian countries today, please allow me to focus upon Japan. But as you see, the past, Japan has proceeded, agreed. It is common with other Asian countries. I have no conflict of interest. First, I'll speak about the policy development in Japan. Japan has had its own history about the policy development. And as some of you may know, Japan had an historical experiment of renaming of schizophrenia. So I will speak a bit about this issue. And this is a recent development in Japan for anti-stigma, work capacity recovery orientation. So I want to report this experience. First, policy development. In 1900, Japan had its first policy, the Mental Patient Custody Act. However, as is written here, this act allowed in-house confinement the mental patient. In 1925, the mental hospital law was enacted, and actually this law made the basis of increase of private mental hospitals. So this was the basis of we still have around 300,000 beds, psychiatric beds in Japan. And this law was the root of this phenomenon. After World War II, in 1950, the mental hygiene law was enacted, and for the first time, Japan prohibited private confinement of mental patients. But even after this law, there have many scandals about psychiatric hospitals, and it happened, the abuse of and death of patients took place in a particular hospital in Japan, and it was widely report published, and the WHO sent delegates to Japan, and in 1988, the law was revised extensively as a mental health law, and this law specifies the protection of patient rights almost for the first time in Japanese history. And in 2002, the Act on Mental Health and Welfare of Persons with Mental Disabilities was enacted. Again, for the first time, mental patients got integrated in welfare services. Until then, they were out of the mental welfare services. But however, today, mental illness is considered as major illness. In 2007, Japanese government chose cancer, apoplexy, acute myocardial infarction, and diabetes mellitus as 4 major illnesses. However, in 2013, Japanese government decided to add mental illness as a 5th major illness. Now, the second theme report is renaming of schizophrenia. In 1993, Families Association, MFFMY, requested the Japanese Society of Psychiatry and Neurology to replace the old translation term, which meant literally mind-spirit disease for schizophrenia, with a less stigmatizing term. After almost a decade of study, the JSPN renamed schizophrenia as integration dysfunction disorder. Immediately, the government approved a new term. In 3 years, the new term was approved as legal terminology too. So the use of the new term spread rapidly. Has this been effective? If you search renaming and schizophrenia for PubMed in title or abstract from 2002 to 2021, there have been 31 articles. So the overall evidence is still limited, and the effect of media is less, more difficult. The effect of general perception by the society, and especially patient-psychiatric relationship, seems to be more visible. Using the new term, it is easier for patients, for psychiatrists to tell the diagnosis to the patient. Now, this is my challenge for our Asian colleagues or even global colleagues. Mind-split disease was actually an accurate translation of the term schizophrenia, because schizophrenia means mind-split disease. However, this term was coined in 1910, around 40 years before the creation of any psychotropic medication. Now the reality of the disease has changed tremendously. And we still continue using the same term, schizophrenia, mind-split disease. Can we, psychiatrists, consider changing the term to reflect the refined reality of the disease? This is my challenge to our colleagues. Now, the last issue is work capacity recovery orientation. As we all know, work capacity provides a basis of social independence, opportunities with the family, and self-esteem. And there have been three movements in Japan: promotion of employment, rework program, and peer support activities. Promotion of employment. There's an act that obliges enterprises to hire 2.3 to 2.5% of the employees from disabled population. And because of this act, employment of people with mental disability has been increasing steadily. Second project, rework program, was invented in 1997 in Japan to prevent relapse after return to work. With some appropriate program to prevent relapse. Relapse takes place after return to work. This program utilizes the principles of illness management and recovery. Currently, there's around 4,000 capacities in Japan for this program, and many patients take this program and return to work, and many patients continue working. And this makes a great stigma, anti-stigma for workplace, for society, and of course, for the person and for the family. Peer support activities are covered by welfare insurance from this April, April 2021. And our research group created training courses and materials, and we need to see how these courses will be effective and how peer support activities will be incorporated in the comprehensive medical and welfare services. So this is a summary of my presentation today. Anti-stigma in mental health in Japan was very bad in the past, and it has been improving gradually, steadily. The improvement started with policy, progressed to renaming of schizophrenia, and then inclusion of mental illness among 5 major illnesses, and work capacity recovery orientation as a recent trend. Now, currently, information about mental illness is getting included in middle school and high school courses. So we need to see how this can improve stigma against mental illness. And another important issue, collaboration with media. But however, this is only starting in Japan, and I'm sorry, I have nothing substantial to report about this issue, but we have been doing our efforts to improve stigma in Japan. Thank you very much for your attentive listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akiyama, for really taking us through the journey of Japanese society for stigma reduction and changing the name of schizophrenia to integration dysfunction disorder. You have already mentioned that a lot of changes had occurred, but one of the questions from our side, what is the impact of this change in the stigma in Japanese society? So can you elaborate on this?
Yes, of course, stigma exists, no denial. However, these efforts have been making mental illness slightly less stigmatized. So what I want to say is stigma has not increased in Japan. Still, long way to go, but we have been making our efforts, and we have had just little by little progresses. This is how I believe.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome our chairpersons who are now online, Dr. Sudarshan and Dr. N. Raju. Their introduction has already been given, so I'm not going to repeat their introduction. Dr. Sudarshan is the president of SARCS Federation of SARCS Federation of Psychiatry, and Dr. N. Raju is vice president and president-elect of Indian Psychiatric Society. Sir, please welcome and kindly take the proceedings further. Thank you, sir.
I don't know whether Dr. Sudarshan is online.
Yes, he has now.
Please.
Dr. Sudarshan, sir, please, your comments, then
thank you.
Unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are you audible?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Thank you very much, Professor Akiyama, for highlighting about the condition in Japan. Definitely, the stigma in Japan is improving the situation. Definitely, in the worldwide, what we have seen that the stigma in mental illness is really the big problematic, especially in the South Asian region, especially in our Nepal, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. The stigma is really the big problem. I think we have to work together to reduce the stigma on mental health. I think this we have to. If we work together, we can be in a good situation to change the mental illness problems and to avoid the stigma. So we have to make the big awareness programs, lot of awareness programs, so that we can reduce the stigma in this society. I think the Japanese model, how they have reduced the stigma in current mental health situation, that we can also follow in our territory. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudarshan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudarshan. And also, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And also, I'm sorry for the delay in logging in, because unfortunately, we have here the cyclone is there in Visakhapatnam, and the signals are not so good. The internet is disconnected. I think heavy rains are around. So that is the reason for my delay in getting connected. Thank you so much. And also, we are very happy for this chairing this session. Already, Dr. Akiyama has finished the stigma in Japan and across the Asian Federation. And we have three more illustrious speakers now. Dr. Shiv Gautam from Jaipur, India, Dr. Roja and Dr. Vinay Lakra, again, man from India shifted to Australia. So Dr. Shiv Gautam would be speaking on future vision of psychiatry in Indian perspective. And Dr. Roja will be speaking on psychiatric education across AFPA country, Asia Federation countries. And Dr. Vinay Lakra, I think the right man to speak about brain drain, people going from one country to the other and also coming back to their homelands again. So most probably we are going to have quite a very few interesting sessions, and I do not want to take much of your time. And I once again thank the organizers for, I think, allowing us to be the chairing. And also, once again, I apologize for my delay because for the reasons beyond my control. Thank you so much, and wish the program a success. And once again, back to Dr. O.P. Singh to moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs, for your kind wisdom. So without further delay, I have already introduced Dr. Professor Shiv Gautam. So I invite sir to speak on future vision of psychiatry, particularly in Indian perspective. Sir.
Good morning, everybody. My dear friends chairing the session, Dr. Sudarshan and Dr. Raju, and friends across the globe who are listening to me today. I am grateful to Indian Psychiatric Society for giving me this opportunity to share my views on behalf of the Indian Psychiatric Society on future of psychiatry in India and what is our vision. Now, I will first talk of medical education and mental health. Earlier, many medical colleges did not have departments of psychiatry in India. When I was member of the Medical Council of India, I noticed that some states, including Madhya Pradesh, did not have even department of psychiatry, and psychiatry was under the chair of the general medicine. And that was the time we passed a resolution in the Medical Council of India that all departments of psychiatry should be independent departments, and only then the college should get recognition by the Medical Council of India, which is now National Medical Board. Lately, it has been made mandatory to have Department of Psychiatry in all medical colleges. There are 543 government-run medical colleges. The number has enormously increased over a period of time. 276 private medical colleges in the country. And in May 2020, the number of applications pending at the National Medical Council, NMC, for private medical colleges was 37. With this number, you can remember, you can imagine that when we were medical students, I'm talking of my journey of 4.5 decades now, the numbers have almost gone 3 times. And it is heartening that psychiatry is being taught in all the medical colleges. The National Mental Health Program of 1982. I, as a young faculty, attended the first meeting to formulate the National Mental Health Program in India in 1981. I remember Professor Beg, Professor Neki, Professor R. Srinivas Murthy, and many other stalwarts of psychiatry were present, and we were as young faculty. This was to ensure the availability and accessibility of minimum mental health care for all in the foreseeable future, particularly to the most vulnerable and underprivileged sections of the population in India. To encourage the application of mental health knowledge in general health care and in social development, and to promote the community participation in mental health, to stimulate efforts towards self-help in the community. So that was a way to move mental health from the 4 walls of mental hospitals in the country, which were 42 then, to outside in the community, and psychiatry moves outside the 4 walls of mental hospitals. In the National Mental Health Program, it took off for 14 years very slowly, but after the Yerwadi episode, I will not go into the details. When mentally ill persons were burnt alive in a shrine, which was a tragedy. And after that, Supreme Court of India took over and asked all the states how the National Mental Health Program has been implemented and how the then Mental Health Act of 1987 was being implemented. And after that, the movement became faster with the judicial injunction. The district mental health program was launched under the National Mental Health Program in the year 1996. The district mental health program was based on Bellary model, which was developed at NIMHANS, Bangalore. And the components were early detection and treatment of the mentally ill people, physicians for diagnosis and treatment of common mental illnesses with limited number of drugs under the guidance of a specialist in mental health. This was the time when we started integrating mental health in general health services. The health workers are being trained in identifying mentally ill persons. Information, education, and communication, IEC programs are a part of the National Mental Health Program and District Mental Health Program for public awareness generation. I am happy to tell you that the first 4 districts of India who took up this program, one was in Rajasthan at Sikar, which was where I was directly monitoring the district mental health program. Monitoring, the purpose is for simple record keeping and how we learn from the experiences. The scope of activities now under the National Mental Health Program it is still going on in a good way. District mental health programs, which have expanded to almost half of the India. Modernization of the state-run mental hospitals. Many of the mental hospitals of the country were in a very bad shape because they were old British time buildings and no further renovations were being carried out till then. Under the National Mental Health Program of the country, funds have been granted for modernization of these state-run mental hospitals, that they are being converted into the state institutions of mental health. There is upgradation of the psychiatric wings of medical colleges and general hospitals. Funds are being given by Government of India to all the medical colleges for this purpose. There are manpower development schemes under the National Mental Health Program, where under the scheme A, centers of excellence have been granted in certain medical colleges. We have 2 in Rajasthan, Jaipur and Bikaner. We have in Gwalior, we have in South. All hospitals who applied for centers of excellence based on their merit are being given this status. And these centers of excellence are working in research, education, and service. Setting up and strengthening of the PG training departments of mental health specialties is under Scheme B, and a lot of funds are being diverted for this purpose. And a lot of effort is being done on awareness through the IEC activities under the National Mental Health Program. Another development which has happened in India, which is very, very good for integrating mental health in general health services, is the general hospital psychiatric units, which play a significant role in provision of comprehensive mental health services in the form of clinical care, training, research, and realizing aims of the National Mental Health Program. That is the integration of mental health with physical health. All medical college teaching departments are expected to have a general hospital psychiatry unit. Because of the paucity of time, I'm not sharing how, as a young psychiatrist in 1981, what difficulties I had in creating a general hospital psychiatry unit in my hospital in Jaipur. And same is the story in most of the medical colleges of the country. But still, we continued, and all teaching departments now, there is mandatory to have a general hospital psychiatry unit. regarding the mental health awareness. Medical colleges as well as private psychiatric hospitals are involved in creating mental health awareness program. From the 1991, even before the World Federation thought about Mental Health Day, Indian Psychiatric Society, I remember I was secretary then of the Indian Psychiatric Society. We started celebrating 10th of October as the Mental Health Day in India, starting from October 4. And now 10th of October is the Global Mental Health Day. This was an initiative by Indian Psychiatric Society which was recognized. And I am very happy to share at this forum that it's a contribution of Indian Psychiatric Society. Activities are being carried out in the form of public lectures, camps, poster essay and slogan competitions in schools and colleges. And a lot of work is being done even at district headquarters and other places. For stigma reduction, there is a significant reduction of stigma towards mental illness in last four and a half decades, which I have observed myself. When I joined psychiatry, the principal, the dean of the medical college, when I appeared before the interview in presence of 45 faculty members, he turned me out when I said I want to join psychiatry. Shiv, you are such a good student. Why do you want to join psychiatry? You get out. Come after 10 minutes. That was the stigma even among the hospital and medical college authorities. After 10 minutes, when we reached back before the board and I said, I still want to join psychiatry after thinking, he allowed me. But it was his love that he wanted me to join.
Sir, can you finish it in 2 minutes more, sir?
Next 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm quickly going. So people have started accepting mental illness as a disease and now do not hesitate to consult a mental health professional. There is a significant change in perception of mental illness in the community. Activities of the professional organizations, I will not go into the details. World Psychiatric Association, Indian Psychiatric Society, Indian Association of Private Psychiatry, Social Psychiatry, and Indian Association of Geriatric Mental Health are creating a lot of activities in this direction. There is a significant attitudinal change towards the mental health and mental health professionals. Consultation liaison psychiatry has become a well-accepted specialty and a lot of interdepartmental referrals are being seen by psychiatrists. Innovations in effective management of mental health problems. I will not go into there are a lot of innovations in the country which I have outlined in my presentation. Legislatory provisions, particularly the Mental Health Act of 2017 and Prevention of Disabilities Act of 1995. The laws have become more patient-friendly and the legislatory provisions are also helping improvement in the psychiatry status. During COVID-19, there has been more recognition of mental health problems due to fear of COVID in persons who suffered from COVID during the post-COVID period. And there has been a finding of upsurge of mental health problems. Most governments have recognized the importance of mental health issues and have given instructions to take care of the mental health issues. Then there are cultural diversities in India. We have to develop modules. I will not go into details, though I wanted to talk about these modules. Cultural modules in view of diversities. We have a lot of geographical diversities in India. We have desert, we have hills, we have plains, and we have coastal areas. Just now, our Vice President talked about the cyclone. So need for different geographical areas to be addressed and their modules have to be developed. Telepsychiatry is one which is coming up in a big way in India. And mobile psychiatry is another one which needs to be developed in those places where in remote areas, psychiatry facilities are not available. So finally, psychiatry must change its scope from a clinical specialty to comprehensive mental health movement, which is concerned only with the treatment of mental illness, but is equally involved in the prevention of mental illness and promotion of mental health. Secondly, psychiatry must develop programs of psychiatric care which are relevant for the needs of the majority of the population and must keep the theoretical base wide to include both the biological and psychosocial sciences. Furthermore, its etiological theories, classification, and treatment modules must be comprehensive enough to relevant for all cultural diversities in the country. So we have seen in last 4.5 decades, lot of developments, and to conclude, based on my personal experience and experience of most of the people of my generation, changes which I have observed in my practice in psychiatry, administrative changes in management of mental health services, implementation of national mental health program, stigma reduction, and general acceptance of mental health services, I feel that future of psychiatry in India is bright. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this excellent presentation highlighting the integration of psychiatry as general psychiatry units in medical colleges and your contribution and contribution of IPS into this. And again, highlighting the future telepsychiatry, mobile psychiatry, and all the newer innovations which has been done from the Indian side for the psychiatry services for the people. Thank you, sir. I will now progress to the next speaker, who will be speaking on psychiatry education across AFPA, the challenges. We know that to have better outcomes, we need to introduce psychiatry at UG level and also improve the quality of training of our postgraduate programs. So I welcome Dr. Roger Young for speaking on this very challenging topic. Please, sir, start.
Thank you very much for the introduction and invitation in joining this symposium. I apologize that I have to leave within 30 minutes time because of another commitment. So in the interest of time, I will spend around 10 minutes to talk about the future psychiatric education across AFPA. Okay. Okay, right. So as we all know, actually mental illness has a very important percentage of global burdens of mental disorders around the world. And the problem in AFPA, as you can see in this slide, is that actually across the AFPA regions, you can see that we have certain risk of mental health problems. In China, in India, we have a very high income inequality trend. And such kind of income inequities, as we all know, are actually a very important risk factor of mental health problems. But to compound this problem, we also noticed that actually in Asia, the government is spending only a very small proportion of their budget in social spending. If you look at this, you can see that the proportion of spending in social education and health, it's almost more or less the same as in Saharan Africa. And this is in sharp contrast to the advanced economies in the world. So we can see that there is a combination of increasing risk of mental health problems, and yet there is an under expenditure in healthcare and education spending in the AFPA region. Now, then we have to look at the mental health capacities across the AFPA region. As you can see that actually the mental health capacities vary quite a lot across the AFPA region. We have a very high percentage of psychiatrists per 10,000 population in countries like New Zealand, Australia. But we can see that actually the mental health capacity is very slim in countries like Myanmar, Cambodia, Indonesia, Nepal, etc. So there is actually a wide difference between the countries in AFPA. This is a global survey that has just been completed by WPA last year. This is the first phase of the global survey, and we attempt to look at the profile of training landscape of psychiatrists around the world. This is the first phase because we have only obtained responses from 24 countries. Though these 24 countries are the big countries or the big member societies of WPA, and we are aiming to launch the second phase later on. From this survey, we can see that actually in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia, we can see that we have actually a lot of young psychiatrists, as indicated by the blue bar. You can see the vertical bar, showing that actually the age of most psychiatrists in Southeast Asia are the young ones. This is in complete contrast to other countries like Europe or Eastern Mediterranean, where the psychiatrists are usually in the middle or the senior rank. And then we can see that on this right-hand side, actually in Southeast Asia, in Western Pacific, we have actually still more male psychiatrists than female psychiatrists. So in other words, we haven't been moving along the spectrum of having more female psychiatrists as in the Western countries. And we've also looked at the training provisions by the member societies of WPA in 2017. And we noticed that around 30% of member societies have training for less than 12 months. And these societies were actually from Southeast Asia and Africa. And when we look at the overall median number of months of training for psychiatrists around the world, the median number is 36 months. So that would be around 3 years. But it is quite worrying that over 70% of member societies actually provide limited or no subspecialty training, especially in child and adolescent psychiatry, psychotherapy, learning disability, and forensic psychiatry. So in other words, in AFPA region, we have a big mental health need, and yet the mental health capacity is relatively limited. And we also know that the psychiatrists being trained in the pipeline might not have been adequately prepared for the job that they are going to face. Now, we also try to look at whether our medical students, i.e. our future doctors, who might be psychiatrists, who might not be psychiatrists, and whether they are also prepared to provide some kind of mental health support to our patients in need. And this is another survey, a global survey that WPA collaborates with the International Federation of Medical Students Association. So in that sense, we asked the Federation to send an online survey to all the medical student representatives around the world. And around 20% of respondent countries reported that they have only 1 to 15 days of didactic lectures on mental health. And that around 35% have only 1 to 15 days of experiential training on mental health issues. And when we look at the distribution of the countries, we notice that most of these countries are mainly, again, from Southeast Asia and Africa. And of course, we know that if our medical students do not have adequate exposure to psychiatry or mental health issues, they are less likely to join psychiatry, and they are less likely to become interested in mental health issues or, suffering by the patients, and they are more likely to have stigma towards mental health issues when they become doctors. And then if doctors are not prepared to provide mental health care, and we need to ask another question. So who else would be responsible for taking care of mental health problems? So these are the list of people that have a role to play. For example, carers in the family, care home staff, institutional staff. And I would also like to highlight the role of faith healers. These are very often religious healers in their own localities, and actually they play a very important role as gatekeepers of mental health issues. This picture is actually a faith healer in Hong Kong, and what she's doing is to use a slipper to hit on some of the paper doll of people that have been considered as enemies of the clients. And just as Professor Sartorius has mentioned, we have moved into an online era. So what she's doing now is to provide online rituals for clients who have requested such service online. And we've also released a WPA position statements on recruitment of psychiatrists. And there are several suggestions on how we can enhance recruitment in psychiatrists, including involvement of psychiatrists in setup of medical school curricula, and also involving psychiatrists in selection board of medical students. We have to enhance experiential training. It's also very important to involve expert users in teaching medical students. And now we think it's also very important to use social media for promotion among young medical students. This is what has been done in the Royal College of Psychiatrists. And also in WPA, we are going to have a video promoting psychiatry. So I think on enhancing image of psychiatry in medical students, I think it's important to promote psychiatry for undergraduate medical students. As I know, Indian Psychiatric Society has done a great job in collaboration with WPA in promotion of psychiatry. And I would also like to introduce the program that has been done in the Chinese University of Hong Kong. In essence, it's a program where they nominated mental health buddies from different grades of medical schools, and they've been trained to become volunteers in supporting other peer medical students with mental health problems. And through this program, actually, it serves two purposes. Number one, it helps the medical students to be more aware of mental health problems and to identify themselves or to identify their peers, to have early intervention for mental health problems. But number two, it also helps to destigmatize mental health issues among medical students and also among our future doctors. Now, just now I've mentioned about peer and also other stakeholders in providing mental health care. So I think it's also very important to enhance psychiatric education among our key holders. As you can see in the pictures and also in the paper, actually our faith healers have been playing a very important role in detecting or also in encountering people with mental health problems. And in Thailand, actually, Buddhist monks are not just receiving alms from people, but now they are actually distributing supplies of masks and other infection control gadgets to people. So they have started to become a role of providing caregiving work. And can we really have collaboration with complementary or traditional medicine? In fact, I've been working with some scholars in Hong Kong who specialize in traditional Chinese medicine. As you can see from these two papers, the collaboration is very positive and encouraging. On the left, this is a study where we try to look at the impact of combination of cranial electroacupuncture stimulation and also body acupuncture for post-stroke depression in combination with antidepressants. And we found that actually the combination group has an earlier onset of antidepressant action when compared to receiving antidepressants alone. So there's always room for collaboration with other complementary medicine. Now, when we look at how we should deliver psychiatric education, no matter to medical students, to doctors, to psychiatrists, or to other stakeholders, I think it's important to consider the use of online education nowadays. This is especially important in the era of COVID-19 pandemic. And we have also need to consider about the lack of means of a lot of stakeholders in traveling across the world to attend the various conferences. So WPA has launched a new education portal, and everyone is very welcome to register with this education portal. It's free, and in the education portal, we have different courses and also webinars. And in the pipeline, we're going to have more webinars on psychiatric rehabilitation, early intervention, and we also have some paid courses in the coming few months, including courses on suicide and psychiatric genetics. And please feel free to visit the website, and you can see that there are also recorded webinars on various topics. Now, the last but not least, I would also suggest that it's important to consider providing volunteering work for the stakeholders, and especially from high-income countries, because nowadays, with the advance of internet technology, we can provide volunteering work not only in person, but also online. So in the past 2 years, WPA has started a work group on volunteering, and we have just completed a pilot program in Mexico, and now we are having a new program in Pakistan, and we hope that this volunteering work would benefit more countries, especially in the AFPA regions. The final things that I would like to suggest is that it's very important to have research collaboration among our AFPA colleagues, because it's a very good way to enhance our relationships, and it's also a very good way to groom our future psychiatrists in conducting research. And I think mentoring is also very important. We have a very large pool of senior psychiatrists in AFPA, and we have a lot of aspiring young psychiatrists in need of mentoring. And because of similarities and differences in cultures among the AFPA countries, I think doing cross-cultural or cross-country mentoring would be very beneficial for our young psychiatrists. And that would not only enhance their skills as achieved by the online volunteering and also online education, but also enhancing their attitudes and ethics in psychiatry. So if you're interested to know more about the volunteering and online education, please feel free to read this. And I think that's all I would like to say. So I end this presentation with a metaphor. This is a Chinese metaphor, a frog in a well. That means I'm a frog. I'm sitting at the bottom of a well, and I look at the world with a tunnel vision, and I welcome comments and perspectives from all of you here to widen my perspective and my horizon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Roser, for this very kind of elaborate and inclusive presentation in which you talked about the traditional approaches, collaboration, reducing stigma, and also WPA initiative for education of psychiatrists, and also taking care of UGs, UG doctors, and also their interest in psychiatry. And as you are leading the academic efforts of WPA, you have highlighted those also. Thank you, sir. I will move to the next presenter, Dr. Vinay Lakra, who is president of Australia New Zealand Society of Psychiatry, Association of Psychiatry. And I understand that this is very interesting thing he is talking about, that when from developing country people shift to other countries, we talk of a brain drain. But it is not only brain drain, it is from there we also share some resources. Dr. Vinay Lakra is one of the examples of that. So we are very eager to hear of this very interesting concept and invite Dr. Vinay Lakra to give his presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think I have a presentation which is there with the organizers. Can we please share the slides? Okay. I can still see myself. I can't see the slides, so I'll have to work out something. Okay. Anyway, okay, thank you. So thank you, Gautam and Prasad Rao sir and Mel Hopwood for inviting me to this. And thank you, Roger. I think you sorted some of my things which I was about to talk, in terms of what we can do about this problem. But certainly, I think it's been interesting to hear everyone, and I agree with Dr. Shiv Gautam. Future of psychiatry is bright, certainly. So I have a personal experience about this whole issue of migration. As many of you would know, I trained in India. I did my psychiatry training in Ranchi, and then migrated to Australia in 2004. And I live with that guilt every now and then, and more so during these COVID times, when I've thought, well, I could have been out there in my country helping my own people, and in these difficult times, I'm not able to do that. So it's something which many of us deal with, and we've all talked about brain drain, brain gain, and then exchange. And so I'll talk about some of those issues, and then share some data and some of the things we are doing here in Australia. Next one, please. So I think, there is the WPA report on Task Force on Brain Drain 2009. So I think Dr. Afzal Javed and Norman were part of this, and it's kind of highlighted what the issues were. It also provided some suggestions, and certainly it's something which is due for a review again. And I've spoken to Afzal about doing some of the work in this space going forward. There's another paper which I share, which is about international migration of doctors and its impact on psychiatry in low and middle income countries. This is from 2009, and some of the data is from 2007 and 8. And if you look at it, roughly around 9,000 psychiatrists who migrated from Southeast Asian countries to UK, Australia, New Zealand, and USA. So that's a large number, when we go, this is 10-year-old data. And so that's a very significant number. So if that migration did not happen, then the number of psychiatrists in many of those countries per 100,000 would have been much higher than what it is today. The other thing which is quite interesting in that paper is that there are some countries where the number of psychiatrists is quite small. And so even a smaller number of migration has a significant impact on the local availability of psychiatrists in those countries. Next one, please. So really, I wouldn't talk much about literature. Really, the literature talks about brain drain, gain, circulation, exchange, a number of terms which have been talked about. Drain refers to migration of skilled labor from certain countries to other countries. Circulation refers to circular movement of skilled labor across nations. We are aware now, certainly in Australia, there are a number of psychiatrists who go back and forward between Australia and other countries. And so they kind of work either in both the countries at different times. Or sometimes they have kind of gone back. Really, the thing which is of interest is exchange, in a sense, exchange of intellect. And so how can we contribute back and allow that exchange to happen across? And so what the exchange process, what it does is it enriches everybody. So it enriches the people within the host country, and it also enriches people who are in the migrated country. I can certainly say from my own experience that the whole experience of migrating to Australia and then going through the process here and working here has enriched my experience and outlook of psychiatry and the challenges and what we face. So I think overall the process is actually very, very useful from an exchange point of view. Certainly there are factors about what pull people to different countries, that there are push factors in countries from where people migrate. I'm sure many of our colleagues can relate to some of those factors. I wouldn't necessarily go into the details about those factors there. Next one, please. Next slide, please. So really, I think, a couple of other things. People say, well, clinicians have a right to migrate. Then there is, of course, the ethics of migration, which is a big issue at discussion, certainly in both the host countries as well as the country where people migrate to. People have started to talk about ethical recruitment practices. And so those are all the issues which have kind of happened in the last decade or so. And they are related to the fact that people in low and middle income countries have a right to health. And there is an opportunity for high income countries, including Australia, to facilitate globally responsible practice. And so that's where the exchange comes back into as an important factor, giving back to countries from where the psychiatrist originated. Next one, please. This is a slide about migration of doctors and physician migration, because I think one of the things people don't realize is it's not just about migration of psychiatry. Psychiatrists, which happens, it happens in general doctors. So once they finish their medical training, they migrate. Sometimes people migrate after doing specialist training. And this slide really demonstrates how the migration happens. And so essentially, there is a significant, the thickness of the arrow demonstrates the number of people who migrate. And so essentially, there is a net loss from the AFPA region, if I can say, or Southeast Asian region, and certainly Africa as well, to US and Europe. So that's a significant migration of doctors from these regions to other regions. The migration is in Australia as well, but I think if you look at some of those arrows, those numbers are actually smaller. The other thing which has happened, certainly, which we are aware of, is that many doctors migrate after finishing their basic medical training. Let's say migrate to UK, then they do their psychiatry training in UK, and then they migrate from UK into Australia. So migration has kind of developed different patterns. It's not just simply straightforward migration of a specialist from one country to another country. Next slide, please. These are some of the numbers, data we got. Of course, we have quite a bit of data. Australia actually is home to a lot of doctors from other countries, including India. This is a slide which demonstrates the country of specialist qualification for people who applied for the college for specialist assessment from 2015 to 2020.
India was a large contributor to that group, and actually a bigger contributor from compared to India was United Kingdom. So a lot of psychiatrists from UK have migrated to Australia. But when you start to look at some of that data, you identify that out of that large number of psychiatrists migrating from UK, many are actually doctors who initially migrated as a after basic medical training from India to UK, completed their psychiatric training in UK, and then migrated from UK into Australia. But certainly those numbers are going down, and one of the things which has happened in Australia in the last few years is increasing number of medical school placements, so more doctors being produced, and similarly increase in the number of psychiatry training positions. So certainly those migratory numbers over a period of time have reduced. Next one, please. So the group of us have been thinking about it for a long time, and so we thought we need to actually do something about it. And we also are aware that there are quite a few of our colleagues who contribute quite significantly to their country of origin, whether it is India or whether it is other countries as well, Pakistan or some of the other South Asian countries or Asian countries in the Asia Pacific. And so we thought that we should write something about it, and that's how this paper came about to be, our own personal experience and talking about how from brain drain to brain exchange. And I see Dr. Mohan Isaac is there, and he is involved in developing leadership skills in early career psychiatrists in India and many other countries. So I think there are lots of initiatives that are currently happening, and we thought we would want to put it into a publication and then look at how we can move this issue forward. Next one, please. So the action really has to happen, and it is currently happening, but I think it needs to happen further across the individual organization and government level. And I think that's where organizations like WPA and AFPA become quite important, working together with the individual societies, how we can actually provide that exchange so that everyone benefits from this exercise. And Roger quite beautifully talked about the CPD initiatives under WPA, volunteer working group. Certainly, I did not know about that volunteer working group. So I think that is a great initiative. And of course, mentoring. So there are a number of things we can do. And I've kind of just only mentioned about 4 things. Teaching capacity building, and they are based on some of the examples currently we do. We know quite a few colleagues who have joint appointment with the universities, and they contribute to psychiatry training during medical school or even postgraduate training. Similarly, people contribute to curriculum development, and that's where collaboration with individual societies become very important. Direct service provision is a bit challenging, but we do know that there are psychiatrists who come for further training here in Australia and then go back to their country of origin, or there are psychiatrists who come here, get their fellowship and then go back, and so they contribute to direct service provision. And there might be other opportunities in terms of volunteering to provide that direct service provision, and obviously providing that intellect and experience in governance and public health policy, including mental health legislation. Next one, please. So I think this is the second last slide. So as a college, we are, and Mel is here, our past president from the college, and under Mel's leadership, and then previous presidents, and subsequently, we are very committed to building workforce capacity in the Asia Pacific. And I think our conversations with Afzal has been that we want to contribute further in that space. We've got quite a significant amount of members who want to contribute to various other initiatives, not only in their country of origin, but in other countries. We have been running an annual Asia Pacific Mental Health Forum. There is a Pacifica study group which is there. And of course, there are certain online child and adolescent mental health training. Our faculty of child and adolescent psychiatry actually is quite actively involved in capacity building in the Pacific and Asian countries. And of course, and on top of that, we have an international corresponding membership, which allows people access to a range of things. And certainly is something we promote and encourage people to be part of. So essentially, I think as a college, we are very keen to support our membership to be able to contribute into this process of exchange of intellect, so that both the countries, or host country as well as migratory country, they benefit. But one of the other things which needs to happen, and probably needs to happen at the WPA level, not just at the AFPA level, because I think AFPA is a net lose. We have a net loss of psychiatrists because a lot of people migrate to
European countries or to United States as well. So I think that's where the WPA's role become important. And lastly, I think those of you who like movies, I've got a short clip from an Indian movie. Those of us who migrated, they probably will associate more to it. It's based. This movie is called as Swadesh. Came out in 2004. It's based on some true story of a couple of engineers who migrated to US and then came back. And they came back to, and so the clip is really from the and last scene of the movie where this person who's working in NASA, he goes to his supervisor and he says, well, I have to go back. And he said that you might have gone places. And he said, well, I am going places. And he was involved in a project about generating electricity. And so he says to him, go and light your bulb. And I think many of us are waiting for that moment, that we don't necessarily have to wait to go and light our bulb, that we can continue to contribute to our countries of origin while we are here. Next one, please. This is a short clip. It might not be working. That's okay. I think I think we can finish it here. No worries. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Lakra, President of Royal College of Australia and New Zealand.
There. No, I think we lost it. That's okay. We can end it here. I always knew from the beginning that this might be a bit of a challenge to run a clip.
Sound has come now. Thank you, sir, for this interesting concept and to introduction of this interesting concept and opportunities for collaboration and also utilizing the resources of people who have migrated to other countries and what they have learned and to bring it to the development of psychiatry in native countries. Thank you, sir. I will just share one or two questions which has come. Dr. Majid from Srinagar has commented that faith healers, though they also referred patient, but sometimes they are also detrimental when they make some comments. So we should be interacting more with them and also educated them so that they can be a partner. And also he wants to be associated with a student education program of AFPA and WPA. Another question to Dr. Yakiyama, if sir is here, that from Dr. Suresh Kumar, what was the basis of the new name integration dysfunction disorder? Dr. Akiyama, if sir is here. Hello.
I believe he had to move on, so he may not be there.
Okay. So I will now invite chairpersons, Dr. N.N. Raju, and then Professor Sudarshan to give their final comments.
Thank you, Dr. OP. I think we had a fantastic session of different topics, starting from Dr. Ekma to Dr. Shugautam, then Dr. Roger, and finally Dr. Nailak. Has been quite a useful one, and I think they have contributed quite nicely to different areas of interest, especially to the Asian countries. And I'm happy that our friend Dr. Afjal from WPA and Dr. Sartorius are party and have participated in this program. And I thank my co-chair also, Dr. Sudarshan, for having the screen sharing. Thank you so much. And I once again thank the Asian AFPA of Dr. Prasad Rao in particular for giving this opportunity. Once again, I thank you all and wish the program a success. And over to Dr. Sudarshan for his final comments.
Thank you, Dr. Raju. I would like to wish all the best in this AFPA conference, hybrid conference, and all the participants, all the speakers, Dr. Akiyama, Dr. Shiva Gautam, Dr. Roger, and Dr. Binay Lakra for presenting an excellent presentation on their own views of the future of psychiatry, AFPA and the challenges, and the future of psychiatry about the brain drain. It really was a very interesting topics which is highlighted well, and I hope with this conference we'll be able to find a good conclusion of how to go ahead with the psychiatric future. And I wish all the best for this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Tirthankar to take over.
Thank you. So due to extreme shortage of time and paucity of time, we are not doing this presentation and this memento giving ceremony here, but we will be sending all the mementos to your address, sir. We will try our level best to send your address through courier, and it will be sent to Dr. Takiyama and Shuoshi Akiyama of Japan, Professor Shiv Gautam sir of India, Dr. Roger Renji of Hong Kong, Dr. Binay Lakra, and our two wonderful chairpersons, Dr. N.N. Raju sir and Dr. Sudarshan, and also my senior elder brother, Dr. O.P. Singh sir. So this is the memento.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much to be here today. On behalf of Indian Psychiatric Society and AFPA, I'm really grateful to all of you to be here. Thank you, Dr. Sudarshan, Dr. Binay, Dr. Akiyama, and Dr. Shiv Gautam, sir. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much. This is the memento. It will reach you shortly. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
I now invite my friend, colleague, Dr. Sharmila Sarkar to coordinate the next session. Dr. Sharmila Sarkar will be the master of ceremony for the next session. Sharmila, please.
Thank you, Tirthankar. Good afternoon and welcome you all to the next session of AFPA. And for this, we have Chairperson Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed Dogar from Pakistan and Dr. P.K. Dalal from India. The topic of the session is new guideline of pharmacology of bipolar disorder. Very important topic for day-to-day practice also. And here the speaker is Dr. Malcolm Hopwood. He will be speaking on this new guidelines of pharmacology of bipolar disorder. So over to Chairperson Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed Dogar and Dr. P.K. Dalal sir. Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed Dogar is the President of Pakistan Psychiatric Society and he is the Chairman Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, Punjab Medical College and Faisalabad Medical University. Sir, please welcome to the session and chair the session. Now, next chairperson is Dr. P.K. Dalal, and he is the immediate past president of Indian Psychiatric Society. He is the president and head of the Department of Psychiatry, King's George Medical College, and he's associated college of university. And sir, Dr. P.K. Dalal sir and Dr. Imtiaz, please take over the session and chair the session.
Thank you, Dr. Sharmila. I would request Professor Imtiaz to kindly introduce the topic. And I have been given the pleasant duty to introduce Professor Malcolm Hopwood. Dr. Imtiaz, please.
Thank you, Dr. Dalal. The topic of today's presentation is new developments in the management of bipolar disorder. I hope we are going to learn and we will to upgrade our knowledge by attending this very seminar. Thank you very much for organizing this and giving me this opportunity to upgrade my knowledge and skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Imtiaz. May I have the slide for introduction of Professor Malcolm Hopwood? Kindly project the slide, please. The organizers.
Sir, that slide has been projected.
Yeah, okay. So we all know that Professor Malcolm Hopwood is the president of the Asian Federation of Psychiatric Association, that is AFPA, and is Ramsay Healthcare Professor of Psychiatry, University of Melbourne. And I'm not able to see the slide. Kindly will you project it nicely because it is not readable. The organizers, please.
Sir, it is clearly visible
Okay,
from here.
now it is clear, yes. So kindly don't move anything now. He is the director of the Professor Psychiatry Unit, and he was president of RANZCP between 15 to 17 and is and an honorary member of World Psychiatric Association. He is recognized as one of the Australia's leading psychiatrists in this area with frequent invitations to speak both nationally and internationally. He was also an invited witness to the recent Victorian Mental Health Royal Commission, especially speaking to the importance of management of mood disorders. And he has also been an author on the recent version of all the leading Australian clinical guidelines, the Beyond Blue guidelines for depression and anxiety, psychotropic guidelines, and Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Psychiatrists mood disorder clinical practice guidelines. So here we are having a very illustrative professor of psychiatry, Professor Malcolm Hopwood from Australia, and as well as president of AFPA. I welcome Professor Malcolm to kindly deliver his lecture. Professor Malcolm, please.
Thank you, Dr. Dalal and Dr. Daga, for that kind introduction. Let me just share my slides, if I may. I'll pop them up on slideshow. Can you see those slides now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. So I'm going to talk today to pretty much the Royal Australian New Zealand College of Psychiatrists clinical practice guidelines, particularly around pharmacological treatment in bipolar disorder. I'm very conscious of our time, so I'll try and keep things succinct if I can to keep the organisers happy with me. And in presenting this work, I would like to acknowledge that I was only one of the authors of these guidelines, a very eminent group led by Professor Jin Marley. And the guidelines were published, even though they're said to be the 2020 guidelines, they're published in our Australian New Zealand Journal in 2021. Any national guidelines obviously have context of that country in terms of service design, in terms of what's available. And indeed, I recognise that in Australia and New Zealand, we are, as was touched on earlier, relatively fortunate in the availability of psychiatric services and new medications, for example. What I'd like to present today is what do the guidelines say about the treatment of bipolar disorder, and invite thought about how could that translate into all of the situations across Asia. So in some situations, the medications I'm talking about may not be available. The mental health professionals may not be available. So which elements can be used to be useful in each jurisdiction? An important question. Just a series of disclosures in relation to the guidelines. I think it's always very important to acknowledge those. These guidelines, first of all, are about all mood disorders, major depression and bipolar disorder put together. And really, in the guidelines as being on a continuum, is a very old argument in psychiatry, and I won't dwell on it too much. One of the practical implications of that is that we've reduced the emphasis on gradations of disorder, such as bipolar 2. The argument we're making has been shown to have an absolute commitment. So therefore, our recommendations that I'm about to talk to are relevant to all of bipolar disorder. In the guidelines, we adopt no new diagnostic system, but encourage the use of what we've called the ACE model. This outlines symptoms of mood disorders related to activity, cognition, and emotion. And one could see them in some sense as equivalent to the cognitive, positive, and negative symptoms seen in schizophrenia. The emphasis here is that for an individual patient in any phase of a mood disorder, they may have more or less of each of these symptoms, and that their signal will go up to make the complexity of their mood disorder. So for an individual patient, these symptoms may fluctuate in severity over time and in their onset and offset. Now, this information is not new to any of us as experienced psychiatrists, but we felt in the guidelines it's very important to consider how well is this information, together with information about less common presentations like mixed states, how important is that to primary care physicians? Across Asia, we're increasingly hoping our primary care colleagues are going to take a key role in the management of all mood disorders, perhaps particularly depression, but also bipolar disorder. If we do not educate them well about the complexity of a disorder like bipolar disorder and its presentations, how can we reasonably expect them to manage it well? So the argument here is we need to educate them about the symptom profiles and the nature of mixed episodes and parts of bipolar disorder like rapid cycling and ultra-rapid cycling. In structure in the guidelines, we emphasise strongly that the goal of treatment in any mood disorder must be functional recovery. The migration from response to remission of symptoms as being our targets, we think should extend to the emphasis on functional recovery. It doesn't really matter what you do unless the person regains full function or as close to that as is reasonably possible. In looking at treatment, we've also moved away from the old-fashioned first, second, third line function and have phrased treatments in a slightly different and we think quite practical, pragmatic way. We define certain things as actions, treatments or interventions that should be done for every patient with a mood disorder, unipolar or bipolar. There are then choices, things that you may choose to do as next steps. Now, in the case of bipolar disorder, pharmacotherapy is not really a choice. It will be a part of the management of every patient, whereas in major depression, that may be more complicated. And then there are alternatives, those things you do if the first choices don't work. It might sound a little like first, second, third line, but we really wanted to emphasise those things that are not optional. They must be done, actions that must be present. So the foundations of treatment include actions in biopsychosocial and lifestyle interventions that are critical for every patient, particularly in thinking about the application of these guidelines across a broad range of communities, including those with limited resources. Some of these interventions are possible even at very low cost. In medication choice, of course, cost may be a much more significant factor. What do these sort of actions include? For all patients, they include things like diet and exercise, also contributing to better physical health care in people with bipolar disorder, with the same 15-year reduction in life expectancy we've heard before. Structure, routine, sleep hygiene, so rhythm stabilisation that's critical in bipolar disorder, as well as social support, management of risk, psychological interventions, and addressing things like substance misuse. All of these are potentially not high-cost interventions, even some of the psychological interventions that are often considered difficult to institute. It's all about who does them. I'll skip through these somewhat quickly. Why have we said psychological interventions are foundational for every patient? Perhaps particularly in the management of bipolar or unipolar depression, there's more commonly been a statement something like, for mild psychological interventions might be appropriate, but for moderate or severe, particularly the severe biological interventions first. In fact, particularly in unipolar depression, there's an emerging literature base that said that principle's been overstated. And the group with severe depression who cannot benefit at all from a psychological intervention are perhaps more likely to be represented in specialist practice and are not representative of many people with even what's reasonably severe depression. In Australia, in CBT, IBD, so it's not true everywhere. And there is some really fun, a greater population of people measure. If we look particularly at psychological interventions for bipolar disorder, there's pretty clear evidence now that combinations of pharmacotherapy and psychotherapy are particularly beneficial and probably best practice, particularly in the depressive and maintenance phase, obviously less so in florid mania. With a number of psychological interventions, including CBT, interpersonal social rhythm therapy, family-focused therapy, and psychoeducation having a strong evidence base, particularly family-based psychoeducation, which again, arguably, does not need to be a high-cost intervention. There is relatively little comparative data telling us which of these psychotherapies is most efficacious. Clearly, the critical thing is having sufficient trained therapists available and then flexibility to meet the needs of the individual patient. What about pharmacological management in bipolar disorder? What do we say? We say that amongst the choices, the first things that can use are either traditional mood stabilisers, particularly lithium and valproate, either as monotherapy or in combination with a number of atypical antipsychotics. Why did we choose these atypicals? They are amongst those that have the highest level of evidence in mania, even though a number of agents have some level of evidence. Some of you will be more familiar with these agents than others, depending on what's available in the country you practice. And you might particularly notice cariprazine is a recent addition, a partial dopamine agonist with perhaps more dopamine 3 activity than aripiprazole or brexpiprazole. In clinical practice, when a patient has severe acute mania, it's likely that an atypical antipsychotic will be instituted. And depending on which country you're in, maybe still a typical antipsychotic, with haloperidol, in fact, having the highest level of evidence. We need to be very conscious, though, of the ongoing metabolic and other risks associated with antipsychotic therapy in patients with bipolar disorder, or indeed with polypharmacy. And we'll talk a little bit about maintenance in a minute. You may notice that olanzapine is not amongst the first level choices here. The reason for that is because of the growing concern about its metabolic profile, which is not new news, I'm sure. And whilst we consider it a very effective agent, when we are treating a disorder where people die 15 years younger than the rest of the population, predominantly due to metabolic and cardiovascular disease, prescribing an agent with a high level of metabolic risk really should be done with great caution. There are a lot of questions now about how best to manage mixed states in bipolar disorder pharmacologically. Really, the whole area was long neglected, and the evidence has grown since DSM-5 widened the definition of mixed states to include states where the patient had at least 2 or 3 symptoms of the other pole. But the management's going to depend very much on circumstance. So is this someone who has, as part of their bipolar disorder, idiopathic episodes that involve mixed symptoms? That's just, they have them. Are they a rapid cycler? Is it induced by treatment? And is it predominantly depressive or predominantly manic? All of those are likely to influence your agent. So making recommendations based on good evidence here is very difficult because the number of studies are still very limited. We emphasise strongly in the guidelines the importance of good appraisal in picking up this sort of complex picture with things like mixed states or indeed rapid cycling. We're concerned that in our acute crisis-driven mental health services, the focus tends to be very much on what are the symptoms I need to treat to get this person out of hospital. And that the careful evaluation of the presence of mixed states or rapid cycling may not occur, together with an evaluation of what seems to be triggering those. Again, very obvious to this audience, I'm sure, but not obvious necessarily in the acute emergency department setting or to our primary care or other colleagues who are battling along with much lesser levels of training. So what do we say about the management of mixed states? We preface it by saying that the overall level of evidence is much lower than for mania or depression. We also preface it with the suggestion that we would vary our choice based on whether they present with predominantly mania with mixed symptoms, predominantly depression, or truly mixed symptoms. For each of them, we would generally say that lithium, valproate, and quetiapine had the highest level of evidence. But there may be some differentiation between the other atypical antipsychotic agents, depending upon what type of mixed state we're looking at. We also outline there are alternatives for those patients with mixed states that are very difficult to treat. And as a consensus-based recommendation, we all agreed treating mixed states is often very difficult. It might surprise some to see carbamazepine listed, an agent that's perhaps fallen out of favour a little bit in the treatment of bipolar disorder, but we think may have some specific evidence in this setting. We acknowledge that olanzapine may be an effective agent, even if not our first choice. We also acknowledge both for bipolar depression, for mania, and for mixed states, the role of ECT is still a very important treatment. Use of unilateral ultra-brief ECT, ultra-brief with a current of 0.3 milliseconds. Some of you may be familiar with this treatment and the evidence around it, some of you less, depending on where you're currently working. It's not actually that difficult to do. And the evidence of lower cognitive impairment with this form of ECT is, in my view, and that of our team, a major boon, such that, except in rare circumstance, we think this should be, the ECT of choice. What about for bipolar depression? And here we have a range of choices available to us, really indicating, I think, again, the difficulty of treating bipolar depression and the lack of higher quality comparative studies. The top part of this graphic represents our preferences, that amongst the mood stabilizing agents, we feel that lithium is ahead of lamotrigine and both are ahead of valproate in terms of level of evidence in the treatment of bipolar depression. Amongst the second generation atypical antipsychotic agents, quetiapine, lurasidone, and cariprazine are favoured in that order, albeit we know that for many patients, the doses required to effectively treat bipolar depression with quetiapine are difficult to tolerate. Noticeably, combinations of these agents may frequently be required, but antidepressants are generally reserved as an alternative agent, not a first-line choice. This is particularly relevant in bipolar II disorder, where some authorities might advocate in certain patients with bipolar II, antidepressant therapy, including monotherapy, may be an option. And we're fundamentally saying we don't believe the evidence supports that. It's worth noting that our relegation of them to an alternative therapy that is not first line is based not just on evidence of the risk of switching, but also the evidence around lack of efficacy in bipolar depression relative to that in unipolar depression. We had a consensus choice that they may still be very useful for some patients, including particularly early in the course of bipolar disorder, although the evidence base for that is not so strong. I've mentioned ECT before. What about maintenance therapy? The great difficulty in selecting agents in maintenance therapy for bipolar disorder is, of course, it's going to be significantly determined by what you've used acutely. We therefore have divided our choices based on whether the patient presented most recently with mania or depression or both. We've indicated that whilst monotherapy is a preference, combinations are very frequent. And again, we've indicated that atypical antipsychotic agents may have a significant role. Lithium remains the mood stabilizer of preference, whereas lamotrigine may be an agent of preference where depression is the predominant symptom. There are then a range of agents that may be also employed in monotherapy or combination in those cases where achieving effective maintenance is more difficult. This is a very complex area, as we all know. And in indicating preference for agents, we need to acknowledge that individual circumstance and indeed the very challenge of maintaining people well with bipolar disorder is so strong that we can't be definite. Now, again, I want to acknowledge that these choices are also going to be very strongly determined by what's available to you to utilise. That will, in some jurisdictions, be very much about what's financially available to that patient. We're in a fortunate position in Australia where we don't generally need to utilise first-generation antipsychotic agents, for example, now. They will be important agents of choice in many jurisdictions still. And whilst we're not choosing them as first line, we acknowledge they may still be useful. I think it may be worth thinking about, could this sort of guideline, and we may have debates about what we think about these choices, could this sort of guideline be seen as aspirational in some places? What we should be looking to aim for in an ideal circumstance, and advocate for availability of relevant agents, given the nature of bipolar disorder and its place amongst the top 20 disabling health conditions, according to the Global Burden of Disease, despite being an uncommon condition. Just a couple of issues I'd like to touch on briefly. There's a growing concern, particularly in the area of bipolar disorder type 2, about the overlap between bipolar disorder type 2 and other disorders involving mood fluctuation, such as borderline personality disorder. And I'm not going to talk to this group at length about that distinction, because clearly that's something you're all very familiar with. But I think this is a very important educative topic for our primary care physicians, our trainees, and our nursing colleagues, because I think it's a source of great confusion. The other thing we emphasised in the guidelines is how to have a conversation with our patients about the fact that we often have difficulty identifying the best agent or combination for them in the treatment of their mood disorder as our first choice. Our ability to personalise, if you like, is still very limited. We used a paradigm called channeling response, an idea that our colleagues in neurology talk about quite a lot in discussing treatment of disorders like epilepsy, where ion channel disorders are very common in the genetic epilepsies. Here we're saying to the patient, it may take us time to find the right thing to fix your channel problem. Just because you fail one or two agents, we shouldn't necessarily say you're treatment resistant. It may just be we haven't found the right combination for you yet. So through experiment, we'll find the right combination of psychological intervention, antidepressant, mood stabiliser, whatever is needed to treat your disorder. The reason we stress this as a concept is that we know adherence is our greatest enemy in the treatment of most conditions in mental health disorders, really. If we get patients to see us, we have enormous difficulty getting them to adhere to the treatments that we'd like. And if they experience a failure with the first treatment, many of them will give up there and then. Our job is to say to them, that's not unusual. In fact, that's probably the rule rather than the exception. We'll find the right combination for you if we stick with it to fix your channel problem and to get you well. Whether this language or idea works well in your country may depend on a whole lot of things, but I think something to tell the patient, don't be surprised if the first thing doesn't work, is incredibly important. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for your very, I would say, enlightening lecture on bipolar mood disorder and the recent classification which is being published in your journal. And I would request Professor Intikhab to kindly give your comments, and if there are any questions in the chat box.
Sir, no, we don't have. Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed has not joined. So Dr. Amrit Patujeshi will give the concluding remarks.
Okay, then let me say a few words that that your emphasis on say biorhythms as well as psychotherapy is very, very important, and we all, it's a bread and butter for all of us, and we do tell our patients and their family members at the very outset. And then whatever combinations you have given, that is really very good, I would say. And people who are listening to all these things, they must be wiser. And I think most of these classifications are already being followed in most of the countries. But there are some additions like cariprazine, which has already introduced in our country as well. So it has also started finding its place in bipolar disorder. That's very good. And so we will be having more molecules as such in our armamentarium. So with this few words, I would like to conclude this session, and I would like to invite Dr. Amrit to give his concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dalal sir. So it was a very, very interesting and enriching talk. Thank you, Dr. Malcolm Hopwood, sir. We hope to hear you again in the near future. Thank you, Dr. Dalal sir, for chairing this session. We are running short of time, so I would like to conclude the session now. Thank you so much.
Sir, Dr. Dogar, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, so sorry, sir. Please conclude the session from your part.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you very much. I think it's been a wonderful talk. Our speaker, Professor Malcolm, he presented the latest updates on the guidelines, and of course, they're very useful, particularly emphasized on mixed type of disorder, as well as guided us ourselves and our colleagues about combination of different drugs. And we have learned a lot. It's been very useful and wonderful session. And we're very thankful to the organizers for managing this AFPA functions, particularly Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Gautam Shah, Professor Afzal Javed, and to all of you, the brilliant organizing team. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And on behalf of Pakistan Psychiatric Society, thanks to pay you all. We are also working on guidelines, inshallah, which we'll be presenting later. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Sir, Dr. Professor P.K. Dalal and Dr. Imtiaz Dogar for chairing this session, and Dr. Malcolm Hopwood for enlightening us with your excellent speech. Thank you, sir. Sir, we'll be sending the mementos to your address as soon as possible. So we conclude the session here. The next session is on Don't Worry, Be Happy, the Pursuit of Happiness, the excellent topic. And here the chairpersons are Dr. Mohammad Wazil Ahmad Chaudhary from Bangladesh and Dr. K.K. Misra from India. And the speaker is none other than Dr. Imon Das from India. Dr. Mohammad Wazir Ahmad Chaudhary is the president of Bangladesh Association of Psychiatrists, and he is the former director of National Institute of Mental Health, Dhaka, Bangladesh. And Dr. K.K. Misra, he is the honorary treasurer of Indian Psychiatric Society, and he has 24 years of experience in Indian Navy service, and he is presently the professor and head of the department of MGIMS Sevagram.
Thank you, sir.
Chairpersons, to start the session, to introduce the speaker and start the session.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sharmila. At the outset, I must thank Dr. Prasad Rao, Dr. Gautam, Dr. Rajasri, and all the team members for giving the opportunity. I'll request Dr. Chaudhary is there. I'll request him to introduce the topic, then I can introduce the speaker. Mr. Chaudhary? Yeah, if Chaudhary sir is not there, then I can go ahead and I can introduce the topic as well as the speaker. And Professor Human Das is
as Dr. Wazir Ahmed has not joined, so Dr. Amrit Patujeshi will be chairing along with you, Dr. KK Misra.
Acha, Amrit is there, na? He will
Yeah,
take over. Amrit, just introduce the topic, then I can introduce the Professor
Sir,
Iman
you
Das.
introduce the topic, I'll introduce the speaker. Sir.
Acha, very good, very good. So nice. Thank you, Amrit. I think Professor Iman Das doesn't need any introduction, and Amrit will introduce him afterward formally. And the happiness, as we have already been going to discuss, Professor Iman Das sir has been doing a lot of work in biological psychiatry, and the role of oxytocin and dopamine has been elaborated on the happiness aspect and how it is relevant in the human brain biology is more relevant in today's world, where the happiness has been really a factor to search for it. And with the COVID situation, we know we have lost so many people have lost their relatives, and the people have lost their near and dear ones. They're going through the grief, and at that juncture, what can be a better topic than happiness to be elaborated? And the speaker is none other than Iman Das, who is a world-renowned speaker, and he's an authority in the biological psychiatry. I'll request Amrit to briefly introduce him formally.
Can we have the introduction slide, please? Good afternoon. Dr. Mohandas needs no introduction. Psychiatry and Dr. Mohandas are synonymous in this country, I think, if not in the whole world. So Dr. Mohandas is a consultant psychiatrist at Sun Medical and Research Center, Trichy, Kerala. He is Director and Professor, International Institute of Organizational Psychological Medicine. He heads the Indian Chair, Training and Skills International Chair in Bioethics, formerly UNESCO Chair in Bioethics, University of Haifa. He is member of the WPA Scientific Committee, Ethics Committee, and Pharmacopsychiatric Section. All three are very, very important and prestigious chairs. He is the past president of the Indian Psychiatric Society and Indian Association of Private Psychiatry. He is editor, Indian Journal of Psychological Medicine, Psychiatry Management Update, Kerala Journal of Psychiatry. Sir is a big man if you look at academics, and today we'll hear him talk about how to be happy. And I think the only thing that matters in life is to be happy. Whether you are successful, not successful, rich, poor, you know everything, you know nothing. So at the end of the day, let us learn how to be happy from Dr. Mohandas. Sir.
Yeah, can I just share my slides?
Yes, yes.
Can you see the slides? Yes, sir. You can see the slides?
No, sir, not I need sir abhi tak. Not
yes,
shared.
Yes, sir. Yes. Don't worry, be happy.
Abhi aaya hai?
Yes, sir.
So you got it.
I guess. I guess, sir.
Thank you very much for the organizers of the AFPA. And I was very happy to hear Malcolm. And Malcolm, I don't know whether he's there now. It were wonderful slides. And if Malcolm is there, convey my regards to Jin Mali, my close friend. And now, the topic that I have selected is don't worry, be happy. What is there in the topic? We seek happiness, but without knowing where. Like drunken men who search for their homes, knowing only that they have one. This is from Francois Mary, that's Voltaire. Etymologically, happiness has gone from 1520s, it is a good fortune, luck or chance, 1590s, pleasant and contented mental state, or positive pleasant emotions, ranging from contentment to intense joy, and also in the context of life satisfaction, eudaimonia, that is happiness to even the community, not only the self-worth and dignity you acquire by contributing to your community and to its civic life. This is from US Supreme Court Justice Anthony Kennedy. Now, what is life? Life itself is a tragicomedy. You can see this. It is an ocean of miseries with islands of happiness and joy. However, for some people, it can be an ocean of happiness with some islands of miseries. That is why it is a tragicomedy. The Dalai Lama has told, happiness is not something ready-made. It comes from your own actions. Now, there are two terms which are important. One is eudaimonic happiness. It is from the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle and Thomas de Aquin. That is Augustine of Hippo, eudaimonic happiness, that means universal good. There is a Syrianic school, that is, it is impossible to live pleasant life without living wisely and honorably and justifiably. It is impossible to live wisely and honorably and without living pleasantly, Epicurus. Hedonic happiness, instead of eudaimonic happiness, it is a pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain. In Hindu philosophy, you have got Purusharthas, Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. I think the Kama, the pleasure, love, psychological values, but ultimate is the Moksha or liberation and the spiritual values, and you will reach the supreme, and that is the basic good happiness. The great epic Mahabharata identifies supreme dharma with compassion, forgiveness, and truth. But Cloninger has given a concept. It is an emotional, social, and physical aspects of well-being are interdependent. It is self-directedness, that is autonomy, life purpose, environmental mastery, and self-acceptance, then cooperativeness, then self-transcendence. There are Indian Happiness Report 2020, there were 6 components: work, relationships, health, philanthropy, religious, spiritual orientation, and impact of COVID, and covered around 17,000 people across 36 states and union territories. Mizoram, Punjab, Gujarat, and UP have emerged in the top 10 happiest states in India. Odisha, Uttarakhand, and Chhattisgarh languish at the bottom. Lakshadweep, Andaman, Nicobar Islands, Punjab, Mizoram, and Sikkim are the happiest on health-related matters. But the 8th World Happiness Report 2020, subjective well-being, Helsinki, that is in Finland, Aarhus in Denmark, Wellington, New Zealand, Zurich in Switzerland, Copenhagen, Denmark, they are the happiest places. What about in India? Delhi, 180. India ranks 144 in World Happiness Report among 156 countries. They have used a candle ladder method in the World Happiness Report. They were asked to think of a ladder with the possible life for them being 10 and the worst possible life being 0. They are asked to rate their own current lives on that 0 to 10 scales. With hedonism, pleasure can be thought of as evolutions, boldest trick, serving to motivate an individual to pursue rewards necessary for fitness. But in modern environments of abundance, it can have maladaptive pursuits such as addiction. There are 3 components: the hedonic effect of pleasure itself, that is liking, the motivation to obtain the reward, the wanting, or the incentive salience, then the reward-related learning. This cartoon will tell you it is a tripartite system. Wanting, it is dopaminergic, and it has got cognitive incentives and incentive salience, and related to the brain areas orbitofrontal cortex, anterior cingulate, insula, nucleus, incentive salience, basically nucleus accumbens, ventral tegmental area, and hypothalamus. Liking or hedonic impact, opioids, cannabinoids, and our chairperson has told the affiliation network, especially the oxytocin, that is a conscious pressure, that is orbitofrontal cortex, anterior cingulate, insula. Hedonic impact also on nucleus accumbens, cell, ventral pallidum, and amygdala. Learning, it is multiple neurotransmitters, acetylcholine, dopamine, serotonin. It's a cognitive processing in and associative learning. Multiple areas in the brain are involved: orbitofrontal cortex, anterior cingulate, insula, medial prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and hippocampus. This diagram I have adapted and modified from the bridge model and bridge neuron he has written, and some other articles. Can we measure happiness? There are many scales: general happiness scale, Oxford happiness inventory, satisfaction with life scale, PANA scale. I will not cover any of the scales. Now, how can happiness develop? You have to have an emotional intelligence wherein self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, motivation, and social skills. The embracing virtues are compassion, no envy or gloating. What is the difference between envy and gloating? I will tell you later. Generosity, gratitude, and spirituality. Compassion is the ability to feel for another living being. Empathy is the ability to feel into. Empathy is a visceral feeling what another feels. So empathy is a gateway to compassion. Generosity and gratitude is the virtue of being liberal in giving. It is the quality of being thankful, readiness to show appreciation for and to return kindness. It is not happiness that brings gratitude. It is gratitude that brings us happiness. You should not have any jealousy. There are two terms. One is jealousy is a complex social competitive emotion with affective, cognitive, and behavioral domains. One is envy. When someone gets a gain, the other one feels pain. That is correlated to ventromedial prefrontal cortex. Gloating is your pain is my gain. If somebody gets some problem, he needs it. That thinking is gloating. That is a positive experience in the face of another's misfortune, where ventromedial prefrontal cortex and inferior parietal lobule is involved. Spirituality is important. It is a quest for meaning and purpose, transcendence, connectedness, and values based on trust, love, forgiveness, joy, gratitude, hope, and compassion. And spirituality has done so much good as an augmentary mechanism for depression, religious salience, less risk of depression, intrinsic religiosity, greater and rapid remission, religious, spiritually augmented psychotherapy, better than CBT, anxiety, less anxiety across 70 cross-sectional and prospective studies, and also in cancer patients, low levels of anxiety when there is a spiritually augmented techniques. Suicide, self-reported religiosity and attendance at religious session, less intensity of suicidal ideation, and also risk of completed suicide, less in religiously involved. And there is a decreased risk of substance abuse, and spirituality focused intervention practice facilitate recovery. And it is important to cope with an illness, especially severe illness like cancer, HIV, heart disease. There are many many mechanisms involved: health promoting behaviors, strong social support system, positive emotions due to decreased activation of the sympathetic system and HPA axis, enhanced immune function, may be a placebo effect. Placebo has got also a neurobiological basis, great optimism, expectation for better health outcome, and other mechanism which you can really figure out later. So how can happiness develop? You have to have a good quality of life. Marital and children's education and character development is important. If you have got a good family, good children with your own ideology, what they should become, fine. Economic stability, career satisfaction, professional identity, which is important, reasonable health status. You cannot be completely healthy all the time. Good sleep and lifestyle, adequate leisure activity. Marriage, by all means, marry. If you get a good wife, you will become happy. If you get a bad one, you will become a philosopher. And you are puzzled sometimes. If you're cyclothymic, marrying a paranoid person, it is a battleground. A narcissistic person marrying a borderline, it will be a theatrical experience. A schizotypal person marrying a passive-aggressive partner made for each other and your personality, you have to take a gamble. And a relationship between husband and wife is very psychological. One is psycho and the other is logical. Just don't try to figure out who is who. And economic stability, it is important. Income positively influences the probability of being happy. But there is something called an Easterline paradox. It states that my income is important, but over time, happiness does not trend upward as income continues to grow. Money cannot buy happiness, but it can make you awfully comfortable while you are being miserable. Sleep is important. Sleep is that golden chain that ties health and our bodies together. And you know that health-related problem like OSA, because of the obesity, sleep disorders, and obstructive sleep apnea syndrome with all comorbidities, I will not describe anything because of time constraint. And you can even have depression and REM, sleep-related abnormalities. What does the brain disclose? The major hotspots for pleasure is rostro-dorsal part of the medial shell in nucleus accumbens and posterior ventral pallidum. The putative ones are mid-orbitofrontal cortex, insular cortex, and parabrachial nucleus of dorsal pons. This is a shared reward networks. Mid-orbitofrontal cortex appears to best code for subjective experience of pleasure, such as food and sex. But medial orbitofrontal cortex monitors valence, learning, and memory of reward values. Other medial regions of the orbitofrontal cortex, middle anterior regions of insular cortex, ventromedial regions of prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate, etc., can contribute with other aspects. There's a shared reward networks, subcortical, nucleus accumbens, ventral pallidum, I have told, and it is the nucleus accumbens, coronal and ventral pallidum, which I have already told. So, cortical regions, orbitofrontal, anterior cingulate, insula cortices, subcortical, nucleus accumbens, ventral pallidum, amygdala, and mesolimbic tegmentum. Now, is it same or different? Sad and happy mood in contrast to the control task produce similar significant activation in the amygdala hippocampus area, extending to the parahippocampal area, as well as in the prefrontal and temporal cortex, anterior cingulate, and even precuneus, which is a part of the default network system. More activation has been demonstrated in the ventrolateral prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate, transverse temporal gyrus, and superior temporal gyrus during sadness. However, in happiness, it produces strong activation in dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, cingulate gyrus, inferior temporal gyrus, and cerebellum. What about doctors? Are they happy? To each one of the practice of medicine, you will be very much as you make it. To one, it may be a worry, a care, a perpetual annoyance. To another, a daily joy and life, as much happiness and useful as can well belong, fall to the lot of man, from William Osler. It is basically because of the triad: demand control imbalance, effort reward imbalance, inadequate support produce stress in doctors. Insufficient, high demand, low control, insufficient time, conflicting demands, high expectation, emotional intensity of work, and inadequate skill mastery and training really make you worried. And many lack of reciprocity, effort and reward. Demands are extrinsic and coping, intrinsic, your work satisfaction and remuneration, which is important. On the other hand, recognition, the status, the esteem, and the well-being, they are important. Inadequate physical and social support system, your physical environment, effective infrastructure, adaptability and adaptability of the colleagues, appreciation of the superiors, support from family and friends are important. And source of stress or stressors for doctors, intensity of demand on doctors, conflicting demands and time pressure, the gravity, emotional intensity and responsibility entitled in the job, especially during COVID scenario, insufficient resources provided in the public sector, constraints and demands in reference, not only from the public, but from the politician of various government agencies. I call it authority prescriptions and requirements for accreditation and continuing professional development, medico-legal threat and unreasonable expectation and demands over patients and relatives, demanding hostile, emotionally difficult patients, even actual violence, and maintaining amicable relations with colleagues and staff within the work environment, jealousy and gloating. Managing demands of small business, loss of traditional status, afterwards works, lack of appreciation and transport, and political myopia and politics, not politics, politics. And you have to have time management, proper planning, prioritization of need, delegate work. And you have to have a rational thinking, positive thinking, and cognitive restructuring. These are some of the exercises you can have it. Breathing, yoga, spiritual practice, music, humor, recreation, sleep hygiene, nutrition, and acupuncture. Avoid this avoidance related, avoid smoking and alcohol, avoid overeating, avoid unnecessary criticism about others, avoid OTC drugs, aware of CACs and pseudo counselors, and avoid taking multiple responsibilities at a time. It is not how much we have, but how much we enjoy. That makes happiness. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Thank you very much. Don't worry, be happy.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mandas sir. You have made everybody happy, and everybody happy now. So we will not come in between the lunch to reduce the happiness.
I have to go a little bit faster because of the time.
I know, sir. I know. I know, sir. You have covered from all the aspects, from biological aspects to the theoretical aspect to the philosophical aspects. And with this, I think your motivational speech, India will come from 144 to less than 100 in the less than a month of a year. So that definitely we expect from that. And I think there won't be much of questions, and will not come between the lunch and will not keep people unhappy. So thank you very much, organizer, Prasad Rao sir, Dr. Gautam, Dr. Sarmishta Madam, and everybody for giving us this opportunity. And Amrit, you would like to close down?
Yes, yes.
Amrit is just.
I have one question for Dr.
lunch.
Mohandas, sir. So I see a lot of patients who tell that we don't want to be happy today because we know that tomorrow something sad is going to happen. And last slide, you talked about a very, very pertinent thing. And I think in the context of our subcontinent is very important, where people actually think that whenever they have been happy, the next moments have been very, very sad. So they don't want to be happy in life. So, and your last slide actually, stirred up those whole thing. Every day I see 2 or 3 patients who talk about these. So how do we counsel, or how do we talk to, or how do we make such people understand?
Answer is very simple. Yesterday is a cancel check. Tomorrow is a promissory note. Today is a ready cash. Spend it wisely.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Really nice.
Sir, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
We'll
Enjoy your lunch. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm. Malcolm, my regards to Jin Malik.
Sir, kabhi hame bhi thank you.
I will pass those on. All the best.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mohan Isaac. Right.
Thank you, Chairpersons, Dr. K.K. Mishra and Dr. Amit Pattojoshi, and for chairing the session, and Dr. E. Mohandas for such an excellent presentation. Thank you, sir. Now, there is an important
Thank you, Sharmila. Thank you very much.
announcement that due to time constraint, we will not have lunch. And after this panel discussion, there is a panel discussion, and after that, we'll go straight to the next session. So you all take your lunch in between. Okay, and now, now we have a panel discussion. Now we have a panel discussion on mental health policies and services in Asian countries. And here the chairpersons are Dr. R.R. Ghosh Roy and Dr. Lakshmikant Rati from India. And the moderator is Dr. Mohan Isaac from Australia. The speakers are Dr. Winston Sen from Taiwan, who will be speaking on perspective of East Asia, and Dr. Shihan S. William from Sri Lanka. He will be speaking on perspective of Sri Lanka, and Dr. Nasser Khan from Pakistan, and who will be speaking on perspective of Pakistan. So the chairpersons, Dr. R.R. Ghosh Roy, he is the eminent psychiatrist of Bengal. He was the past secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society, and he is interested in organizational and developmental activities. The next chairperson, that is Dr. Lakshmikant Rati. He is the eminent psychiatrist from India, and he is the president of Indian Psychiatric Society, West Zone branch. Yeah. Dr. Mohan Isaac will be moderating this session. He is the clinical professor of psychiatry, the University of Western Australia, Perth, Australia, and he is the consultant psychiatrist, Fremantle Hospital, Australia. Formerly, he is the former professor and head of the Department of Psychiatry in NIMHANS, Bangalore, and he is the professional staff, Division of Mental Health, World Health Organization, Geneva, and he is former president of Medico Pastoral Association, Bangalore. Sir, he will moderate this session, and every panelist have only 10 minutes to speak, and chairpersons are requested to introduce the speakers, that is the panelist, and please start the session.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. My co-chair, Dr. Rati, will introduce the topics of this session, and my duty is to introduce our speaker. Our speaker is Dr. Winston Sen, editor the Bulletin of the Asian Federation of Psychiatric Association, editor-in-chief, Taiwanese Journal of Psychiatry, professor and chairman emeritus, Department of Psychiatry, School of Medicine, and chief emeritus, Department of Psychiatry, TMU Wang Fang Medical Center, Taipei Medical University. Certified by American Board of Neurology and Psychiatry for his medical subspecialty in psychiatry and drug addiction. Begin. Dr. Shihan Williams, professor of psychiatry at the University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, immediate past president of Sri Lankan College of Psychiatrists, research fellow at the Oxford University NHS Trust, UK. Special areas of works in dementia, elder abuse, deliberate self-harm, trauma, and disaster. Thank you. Oh. Dr. Nasser Khan, Dr. Nasser Khan is from Pakistan, past president of Pakistan Psychiatric Society, 2018-2020, retired head of the Department of Mental Health, Behavioral Science and Psychiatry, Service Institute of Medical Sciences, and visiting consultant at Service Hospital, Lahore, Pakistan. Regional Vice President, WAPR, Eastern Mediterranean Region, Secretary, Pakistan World Association of Psychosocial Rehabilitation. Overseas Editor, International Journal of Mental Health, Biomed Central. More than 100 publications in peer-reviewed journals. Welcome all the speakers. Dr. Rathi, please introduce the topic of today's session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I also welcome all the speakers as well as my co-chairperson, Dr. Ghosh Rai. At the outset, I'm thankful to Dr. Gautam Shah, Dr. Rao for giving me opportunity as a chairperson and putting my views. As we all know, the mental health policies and services in Asian countries, especially in East Asia, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan, there is a lot of scope for betterment every time. Mental health policies are quite good at present also. Speakers are going to speak about it in their respective region. But I believe that there is always a scope for betterment. There is always a scope for that. And this panel discussion will definitely let us know about the present situation of these mental health policies and services, as well as this discussion will throw some light on what should be our pathway in future also, so that we can have a better mental health policies and services in Asian countries. As we are going short of time, I will directly say the moderator to start the panel discussion. So over to moderator, Dr. Mohan Isaac, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rathi. Thank you, chairpersons, Dr. Ghosh Roy and Dr. Rathi. The topic has been introduced. The speakers have been introduced. So my job is very easy. I'll just make two comments. One is that I was beginning to get a little bit worried. 1:50, we were supposed to end the session, and it's already 1:50. But the organizers have announced that we are not going to have a lunch break, so we can leisurely listen to all the three speakers. As the organizers have said, each speaker has 10 minutes, and then we have 10 minutes for discussion. The topic has already been highlighted. It's extremely important. And I have great pleasure to moderate this session where three very distinguished speakers are speaking, all of whom I have had the privilege to know for a long time. Winston, Sheehan Williams, and Dr. Nasser Khan. So the first talk is about perspectives from East Asia. Dr. Winston is actually from Taiwan, but he is going to talk largely about East Asia with specific reference to Japan. Over to you, Winston. You are muted. Please unmute. Winston, we can't hear you. Please unmute. We still can't hear you. I think you have to unmute.
Yeah. Okay. You can hear me now.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Now, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Originally, my topic was assigned as perspective of East Asia. But last night, I received this new topic, focus on Japan. And I have been very happy without listening to Mohan Das professor's talk. I have been very happy because I can narrow down to Japan, a country, even I'm not a Japanese. Okay, let's start. Okay, now I can finish in about 10 minutes, no problem. Originally I tried to get all the East Asian country, and let me tell you, the map is on the eastern part of the country here. Okay, and actually East Asia has several psychiatric numbers. The zone 17 is a very big, have more population. And we have two psychiatric societies hosted, AFPA, that we have now, in the past. And this is the country here, Japan here. And now Japan this population, and this Korea, this Taiwan, and listen here, the number of psychiatrists per 100,000 is 20.1. And this number, it surprised me, but please check, in this report, the highest one, Switzerland is 24, and South Korea is 8, and Taiwan is 7. And let me give a couple of good points, about the topic about Japan, and they have been emphasizing on the inpatient psychiatric care, okay, and most of the patients are not medically treated, but they are confined in their home. That was in the past. And then they have been emphasized on the hospitalization care over any other option. And then in 1950, all the beds by the patient with mental illness was decreased to 20 per 100,000 population. And then during the industrialization, in 1951, and it was rapidly increased, inpatient facility. And the number was very high, after one incident, an ambassador, from America to Japan was attacked by a psychiatric patient, and therefore, is out of the so-called, response, over responding. And right now they invited, private sector, to increase the hospital to take care of the psychiatric patient. And that is the reason why, the Japanese, had the highest, number of the inpatients. Now, this is a single picture, from Dr. Shinfuku's article, that's been a home care custody patient, to the hospital care. And this happened in Japan. Now, the stigmatization, this morning, Dr. Akiyama mentioned that already, because the schizophrenia is the mind splitting, according to the word schizophrenia is that way, and it was originally translated into that way. And therefore, all the Asian countries, we use mind splitting disease in our own language, in Japanese, in Korean, or in Taiwanese, But the Japanese, they changed to the integration disorder, and we have this. But after the Japanese taking care of this, all the other countries like Korea and Taiwan or Hong Kong have different kind of name, but they are moving away on mind splitting, but we don't make it a big deal. Now, talking about the extensive inpatient psychiatric care in Japan, and we know that all the manpower, the nurses, psychiatrists, are put into the inpatient care, and it was a site visit, cited by the WHO in 2014, and the number of beds has decreased slightly, only slightly, after the effort to improve. And right now, 90% of psychiatric beds are occupied, and the mean length of hospital stay in a psychiatric admission is 290 days now in Japan. Now, this is the length of stay. Japan is the highest on the right. Is the number one. In the world. This is according to the AFPA country report, and this is again, cited by Dr. Shinfuku, published in my journal, Taiwanese Journal of Psychiatry. Now, and right now, they are asked to get into the community-based psychiatric care, but I don't know. The Taiwanese and Koreans do not have this kind of requirement. Even Taiwan was occupied by Japan for 50 years, and South Korea was occupied by 35 years. But we don't have this kind of problem. But I mean, the Japanese cannot move anymore because I mean, all the private sector, own the hospital, and it's a huge income for that. I don't know, and maybe, I mean, you ask a Japanese psychiatrist, you ask for that, don't ask me today. Now, this is the Japan, is the island country, and they have the membership of the 18,000, maybe, I mean, a little bit less than USA, India, but I mean, it is high. And it hosted, WPA Congress, in year 2000. And their official journal is Psychiatry and Clinical Neurosciences. And they have a big meeting, every year. And they invited, all the president, of the neighboring, countries, to go there. And they also had a very active young psychiatrist program. For example, I was invited there, in the year 2019, and we had a young psychiatrist from Iran and also from Italy, from the other country, Australia, and they have this kind of active program. But this is my last disclaimer. The presenter is from Taiwan. I have never practiced in Japan. Yeah, I want to end my talk here. Any question?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Winston. Thank you for your talk. We'll take the questions at the end, the last 10 minutes after listening to the two speakers. Winston's disclosure was that he is not from Japan, he is from Taiwan. Doesn't matter. Winston is the editor of the Taiwanese journal, which I have the privilege to get a complimentary copy for last several years. A very good journal. And now it just shows that how competent he is about talking about East Asia. He's never practiced in Japan. He's trained in Taiwan and the United States at Washington University School of Medicine, St. Louis. But he is so well versed about Japanese situation. It's a different matter that Taiwan was occupied by Japan for a number of years. So thank you very much for highlighting the similarities and differences between South Asia and East Asia. Japan particularly, very high number of inpatient days, 290, and of course large number in the OECD countries and perhaps all over the world. Japan has the highest number of bed occupancy and highest number of beds per population for chronic severe mental disorders. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you after seeing questions. And from a richer part of Asia, that is Taiwan, Korea, Japan, etc., we are moving to a comparatively poorer part of Asia, that is South Asia. The first one to talk from South Asia is Shian Williams, who is the president of the Sri Lankan Psychiatric Association. Who else to speak about Sri Lanka and all its perspectives about mental health, and Shian Williams. Please welcome Shian Williams. Over to you, Shian.
Thank you, Professor Mohan Isaac. It's a privilege to be able to speak at this distinguished gathering. Thank you for inviting me, and it's lovely to see the South Asian team getting together to conduct this wonderful conference day. I know we are short of time, so I will not take too much of the time, but as you know, in South Asia, we share the common struggles where we have not only the sort of neurobiological determinants of mental illness, the neuropsychiatric overplay that comes in due to infectious diseases, and even now in the midst of the COVID pandemic, the post-COVID syndromes, we see a surge in depression, in anxiety, and furthermore, also various other neuropsychiatric conditions, including psychotic disorders and other long COVID effects. In addition, we also have the non-communicable diseases, which are becoming an epidemic, and they too have a huge impact because, as we know, physical and mental illnesses are interconnected. And finally, I must say that the social determinants of mental health too need a lot of focus. As you know, it's a sort of emerging science looking at poverty and mental illness and also the social struggles of people in developing countries. And finally, perhaps the role of spirituality, of culture and religion and its impact on both mental illness as well as service delivery when we provide services. From a Sri Lankan perspective, we have systematically worked on developing our services, and I'm happy with the progress we have made over the 10 to 15 years, where we had gradually increasing number of psychiatrists staying back in Sri Lanka. So we have 2 levels of psychiatrists, both at the university level. We have a group of academic psychiatrists, and we also have a very academic group in the health ministry too, who play a big service role while also supporting the academic development of psychiatry in Sri Lanka. So we all have a very close, cohesive unit where around 150 psychiatrists work together, and we have systematically developed psychiatric services all over the country. And our mental health policy looks at the lowest level of mental health care. So we go from provincial level down to the district level, right down to what we call the smallest mental health unit, which is called the mental MOH area or medical officer of health areas. And we appoint right down the line a medical officer of mental health, who is a doctor who is given brief training, who works under the supervision of possibly a district psychiatrist. So we are working on, we already have a district psychiatrist in all the 23 districts that we have in Sri Lanka. And these psychiatrists have a range of services. And in terms of the new policy, we have an existing policy which ends in 2020. And we now have a policy which is going on for 2020 to 2030, which has been ratified by the Cabinet of Ministers. And in terms of this, we will have the services going down, right down from the province to the district, to the medical officer of health level. And we also have in addition to consultant psychiatrists, we have a second level of psychiatrists who are diplomates in psychiatrists who have a 1-year postgraduate training.
Mohan sir, I think Shihan got disconnected.
Shihan, we are not able to hear you. Are you around? Is there any problem? Do the organizers have any information?
No, it seems that he's disconnected, sir.
Okay. In which case, I think we will move on to the next presentation. You could probably inform Shihan that, as soon as he is able to come back online, he can present the remaining part of his presentation.
So Isaac, I'm back.
Oh, okay. So sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Please come on. Please come on and continue the presentation.
Yes.
You suddenly became silent and we couldn't either see you or see your slides. So we were wondering what happened.
Okay, so just to recap, so we have a district level to a medical officer mental health level. We are training community teams, so community psychiatrists, psychiatry nurses, and we are hoping that we will have clinical psychologists also joining our teams very soon. And we also have at the primary care level in some districts what we call community support officers who visit homes and support people at a community level, in addition to all the other community officers that we are working. And we collaborate intersectorally with other sectors and in suicide prevention, in drugs and alcohol, rehabilitation and support services. And now we have old age services that are coming up. We have specialization in child and adolescent psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and old age psychiatry. So we are working on a comprehensive plan, and the policy supports equitable distribution of mental health services, which is delivered at primary care. And we are training all primary care doctors and even all medical schools have psychiatry in the final year level, where in addition to medicine, surgery, gynecops, and pediatrics, they have to sit the final exam in psychiatry where they present a long case and they discuss the management. So these factors help primary care delivery of mental health services, and the psychiatrists play a leadership role in research, in teaching and training, in service development, and finally giving specialized clinical input. So we are happy with our models, and we hope that we could replicate this and advance this further in our attempts in terms of the policy framework. Thank you, Professor Mohan Isaac. I'm sorry to have suddenly, because of the technical issue, gone out.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you very much. So we just heard that we have an example, a very good example of primary care psychiatry taking off, perhaps much better than in most other places, most other Asian countries. Sri Lanka, as Sheehan said, has a very good undergraduate training in psychiatry and the primary care doctors. Sri Lanka also in South Asia is known as a country with much better primary care and public health infrastructure. So we are happy that in your country, you have been able to integrate psychiatry to a greater extent than most of the South Asian countries. Thank you very much. Questions have not come, but we will take up all the questions or when we have 10 minutes for discussion. So I will now move over to Pakistan. Again, we have a past president of the Pakistani Psychiatric Association, Professor Nasir Khan, who will talk about the perspectives from Pakistan. Please welcome Professor Nasir Khan. Over to you, Dr. Khan.
Sir, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly. It's so nice, and I'm full of emotions to see so many familiar faces and good memories with these faces. Professor Gambhira and Sheehan Williams came to Pakistan a long time back. I still remember, that is in my memory. Dr. Mohan Isaac is known to me for a long time, and I always share good memories with you, sir, and Gautam and all those people. So I'm very grateful.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. We could not see your presentation.
Okay. Can I
Can
share
we
it?
share from our side?
Okay, yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
We can see you, but your slides are not come. So I think the organizers will put on the slides for you.
That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. So are the slides on? So I will just talk about a few things. Although all the situations in all of our countries are practically the same, with a little bit of difference here and there, but of course, people are working to make sure that the things are okay. I have a dream, and I want to share this dream with you people, which I believe, and I want collaboration and help from anybody who would be able to go along with us. So in Pakistan, we have started a few things, and I am trying to work on it. Whenever I see other specialities, they have common, again, themes, they work commonly. So if some cardiac surgery is done in US, it is done in India and Pakistan as well. But in psychiatry, there is always a disparity. And we are still not able to reach the people who actually need the mental health services in these countries. So just few slides just to break the ice, that when we talk about mental health index, most of the countries fall in the same line. Mental health services utilize approximately 20 to 30% people get access to mental health services. 70% are unfortunately still without any services. I was just looking at 6 years back when I went on a sabbatical, I started doing clinics online. in Pakistan. And then I continued that process and tried to broaden the aspect as well. I was looking at the data, just the cellular data subscribers in Pakistan, and I was amazed to see that more than 183 million people out of 22 million use the cell phone, which was amazingly nice to me. And social networking is used across the globe now. So you can see the TikTok and the Facebook and the Instagram and all chatting processes happening across the globe. And 61% of the cellular phone companies, they use data for these purposes. And if you had access to virtual services, then this is the dream that I want to talk about, the virtual services. So initially it was just virtual clinics. So we suffered from COVID, we started doing virtual clinics, we were not getting ourselves exposed to the patients, and then we tried to do that. But building on it, I believe that whatever the situation is, there should be a way forward. And to me, the way forward is that we should develop some kind of a cellular or internet or virtual based assessment and intervention methodologies. These days I'm working because most of the people are not literate, so they cannot again read or write, but they can use the social media, Facebook, Instagram, on all that stuff. So I was just curious about this. Can we make something where a package of assessment tools can be sent to the patient? The patient should be able to listen to them, respond to the question. That package should come back to the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist should be able to see the data, which is converted from the verbal to the written format. And then the written format, psychiatrist can assess, okay, this person seems to be suffering from, say, major depressive disorder. Send another package to the patient. Again, verbal audio converted into the word format. So patient can listen, talk, and then the recorded version converted into the word format, come back to the psychiatrist. He would be able to see, okay, fine, this person is suffering from major depressive disorder. This is the treatment record. This is the treatment strategy. And then we can prescribe him this. Now, whole of this thing that I'm talking about seems to be, again, strange generally. But if you talk about reality, I still remember the days when I was in school and I was using a big phone on which we were used to pick up the phone and dial the number and talk to the other person. And long distance calls used to cost huge amount of money. Now I was sitting here and Gautam is sitting there, and Gautam texted me, your video is not there. And I responded, okay, fine, I'll switch it on. So that things are quicker. Why can't we as a psychiatrist think beyond those things? And this is my dream, that I should be able to do something related to this situation where I would be able to convert the audio into the word format and then assess the patient. So ADHD, people who are suffering from ADHD, long time, long distance, periphery, suburbs, and they are not able to have an access for their child to the child psychiatrist, why can't they have something like this? I hope I haven't taken much of the time, but this is what my dream is. And I hope I can build on it. I can discuss more. I can talk about the other parameters related to it. So in Pakistan, situation is not very different, but we have to look beyond the barriers and break the barriers and look beyond this current situation. Thank you very much, Mohan. It was nice seeing you with the beard.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the three speakers. We have heard perspectives from East Asia and then South Asia, notably Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Of course, as I was listening to Dr. Nasser Khan, when he spoke about I have a dream, I was reminded very quickly, briefly about Martin Luther King Jr., who talked about, I mean, that is a world famous speech about I have a dream. But he talked with that kind of confidence, that kind of dreaming face, and he is actually talking about the virtual, possibility of virtual intervention methods, which can, in a cost-effective way, take all the things that we have failed in the last 40, 50 years. We might be able to take all these interventions to a large number of people. There's certainly a possibility, going by the number of the kind of rapidity of increase in the number of smartphones in India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, etc., etc. I think it is definitely possible. Now, I don't see many questions in the chat box, but I have a question to Dr. Winston Shen. He did talk about Japan. He did talk about yes, he did talk about Japan, but one of the points he made was about the change in name of schizophrenia in the three countries, Sri Lanka, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. He also told us what is the new meaning of the word, etc., etc. But something that I still remember from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet is a rose by any name is still a rose. In fact, Shakespeare said, a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So my question to Dr. Shen is, has the stigma of schizophrenia reduced after the name change? Although the name change has been talked about in other parts of the world, it has not really occurred in most other parts. I mean, it might be in journals, it might be there, of course, but at least in India and South Asia, I don't think there has been any name change. So what is your personal experience? We have read some papers about this consequences. Dr. Shen, can you give us a personal perspective of what is the effect and impact of the name change of schizophrenia? Dr. Shen, please.
Let me try to answer.
Dr. Gambira, can you please stop your sharing your slides? Dr. Gambira?
Sorry.
It's actually shared from your side.
Dr. Harish Gambira, can you stop sharing your slides? Since the organizers said that the lunch break is not there, and since all the three speakers in this panel took less than 10 minutes, very admirably, very ably, and have conveyed the points that they wanted to mention, I thought we could have some discussion. But I think the discussion is being blocked by the slide which is there, legal issues in mental health care in Sri Lanka, which is by Professor Gambira, I think, which is the next panel discussion. So as we listen to Winston Shen about reduction of stigma, can we take out the slides, please, so that we can see Winston when he talks very clearly?
Okay, yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay,
now,
that's good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go on, Winston.
Yeah, the Japanese language and the Chinese and the Korean are all different, but they learn the calligraphy, the written language from China, 1,000 years ago, they sent a student there to borrow the character, for Japanese language, and the Korean did the same thing, But the problem is that, they have their own grammar, they have their own rule in speaking, it doesn't change much. But the problem is that, the Japanese was more advanced, and they translated all the literature from Germany, and they learned it, from neuropsychiatric, and it's a very big word. And the problem is that the big words translated back to China, to Hong Kong, to Taiwan, to Korea, and they got confused, But we don't make a big deal out of this name change because we just use English. Schizophrenia is schizophrenia, I don't see any big differences. But only the name in the local language is pronounced different today. We don't get any kind of splitting concept in the new name. But actually, all the psychiatrists in Taiwan, they don't get quite a big hit out of this name change. but maybe the patient's family, the name is changed, but you still have to take medication.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a couple of more minutes since no questions have come. Anybody from the audience who are on the, the panelists, I can see many faces. If anybody has a question or a comment, because mental health policies and practices in Asia is a very important topic for AFPA. This is a second panel discussion. We have had from 3 very experienced speakers who can very confidently talk about their regions. If there is just one question by anybody, please raise your hands.
Mohan, sir.
Yes,
Mohan, sir.
please.
I just want to know, I think the East Asia side, it looks slightly different, and the South Asian side looks slightly different in terms of the mental health as elucidated by the speakers. I want a quick comment among the three of the panel members, and especially you as an expert who has been there. Did it change over the 2 decades period about the mental health services across the AFPA?
Okay. The questioner was Dr. Prasad Rao, the president-elect of AFPA. If 3 of the speakers could quickly respond, the question to clarify is there are some definite differences between East Asia and South Asia. Have these differences come about in the last 2 decades, or what are your impressions? Very quick responses, and then we can, wind up our session. Winston first, Sheehan second, and Professor Nasir Khan third.
Sir, we can't hear. Please unmute.
Yeah. Unmute.
Dr. Winston?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Continue, sir.
Yeah, I can hear, but please give the question.
Oh, Winston, the question is, there appears to be from the 3 presentation, the way psychiatry is practiced in East Asia and South Asia is different. For example, Japan has large number of inpatient beds, etc. So has this change come about in the past 2 decades, or has it been there for a longer period of time? Your perspective, you also have been editing the AFPA bulletin, putting up beautiful pictures about various countries from South Asia. What is your personal perspective about mental health service practice in East Asia and South Asia?
I think, Japanese waste all their energy, their money on the inpatient service. That was my point.
Okay.
Yeah, and in America, they turn all these patients to the street. We call that therapeutic community.
That is good. I mean, in USA, they have closed all the mental hospitals, driven out all the patients to the streets. That's what Winston says. But in Japan, they are taking good care. They have invested all their money on inpatient beds. Now, Dr. Sheehan, any other comments? Any comments on Sadrao's questions?
Yeah, thank you. I think there are more commonalities than differences, even if we have this sort of artificial divide between South Asia and Southeast Asia. But if at all, if I may say, it's probably in terms of religiosity, and I don't know whether South Asia has more spirituality, religiosity, which is sort of externally displayed, and whether Southeast Asia sort of has practices religion in a more personal way, and whether that in fact in many ways in a philosophical sense impacts on the presentation of mental illness and the services and the development of service provision. That's sort of my observation. I don't know whether others agree with me on this.
Thank you. Dr. Nasir Khan?
So I believe that the disparities were there right from the beginning. So when the mental health services started in these countries, so there is a difference. The differences of the policies, differences what Professor Winston was saying. The concepts. So Japan spends lots of money on inpatient psychiatry. They take good care of their patients, and the rest of the world is moving towards more community-oriented thing. And the disparities are still existing. They haven't gone, right? So in Pakistan, if I talk about Pakistan, although the services are much better than what they were 20 years ago, there is no doubt about it, but they're still, again, much way behind what Japan is doing. There's much less amount of money spent even now as Japan is spending. So those things never change. The policymakers, the bureaucracy, the politicians, they play their role. They grip their money. They don't want to spend on mental health because they feel it's a useless thing. Or although, well, off the record, half of the politicians probably need mental health services, maybe more than that, but they don't want to accept it. So the acceptance is still not there. The disparities are still existing. There is not much of the difference, although they are improved, but not up to the mark.
Okay, thank you very much. I will also just make one comment because Prasad Rao asked me also to comment. My own comment is that the similarities are much more striking than the differences. Of course, there are lots of differences. I worked for 35 plus years in India. Last 15 years, I'm in Australia. There are two, the distinguished past president and the current president of the Royal College of Australian Psychiatrists are there. The more I think about psychiatry practice in Australia, 100 times more resource than India. But the similarities, what I'm talking about is the stigma, the negligence of psychiatry. Other medical colleagues, I mean, Dr. Sartori has talked about that, and most other speakers talked about that. If you are amongst a group of medical specialists, neurosurgeons, cardiac surgeons, etc., you are, of course, the the person who is made fun of because you're a head shrinker. You also sometimes join them to make fun of your own patients. The stigma is universal. Psychiatrists contribute to stigma all over the world. So the similarities are much more striking than the differences. Governments don't want to give adequate funds proportionately. Of course, I told you already, Australia has probably 100 to 150 times more resources than India or Sri Lanka or Pakistan can put for mental health. But still, the problem of mental health is there. We don't want to start the afternoon late. It is 2:30 now. I know the audience are all waiting to listen to Professor Harish Chandra Gambhira. He's already ready with his slides. I can see him eager to start the thing. Back to you, organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan Isaac. It is a really great privilege to have with us today. And Dr. Winston, Dr. Shehan, Dr. Nasser Khan, my dear friend. And I'm really happy to be that all the galaxies are with us, especially Dr. Mohan Isaac, one of the most knowledgeable and most respectable personalities in the fraternity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for with us. Over to Sharmila, please.
Thank you all the eminent speaker, Dr. Winston, Dr. Shehan and Dr. Nasser Khan for sharing your experience, and Professor Mohan Isaac sir for organizing or for conducting the session and moderating the session so beautifully. And now I request Chairperson Dr. R.R. Ghoshroy and Dr. Lakshmikant Rati to conclude the session.
Yes, it was an excellent talk by all the three speakers. They spoke very well. It could not be better than this in such a short time. Moderation by Mohan Isaac was flawless, perfectionist, and it was a very smooth flow and very nice discussion on the policies in all the three countries. And I think with this, I will request my co-chairperson, Dr. R.R. Ghoshroy, to go ahead and conclude this session. So,
Thank you, Dr. Rati. Excellent session organized by our beloved Mohan with the help of Winston, Shehan and Dr. Nasser Khan. Thanks to all. My love to all of you.
Thank you, sir. We will send the mementos to your address as soon as possible, sir. Now we conclude this session. Next session, for the next session, I would request Dr. Naresh Baldamani to conduct or to anchor the session. Next. Over to you, Dr. Naresh.
Thank you, Dr. Sharmila, for introducing me to the panel. Now,
we have the next session, which is mental health delivery across Asian Federation of Psychiatric Association. Now, in this session, we have speakers from various countries, the South Asian countries, and it is a very apt topic. The topic is mental health delivery across the AFPA. And according to the World Mental Health Organization Association, the theme for this year is mental health services in an unequal world. So we would like and we would love to hear from various countries, the representatives from speakers from various countries, how they have delivered the mental health services in their countries and their experiences. I think it will give us a lot of insight into their delivery services. And in this session, we have the chairpersons. The first chairperson is Dr. Savita Malhotra. She is professor and head. Can we have Dr. Savita Malhotra's slide, please? And I would request Dr. Savita Malhotra is here in person at this venue. And I would request Dr. Savita Malhotra to please come onto the dais. Please, madam. You can sit down there. Right. Dr. Savita Malhotra is a retired from PGI, Chandigarh as a dean, and she was a professor and head Department of Psychiatry for 42 years of continuous service. She is known internationally and nationally for academic excellence in psychiatry and child adolescent psychiatry. She has served on many national committees and bodies involved in planning and policy making in the country, and she is an apt leader to lead the psychiatric services in India as well. And we are sure to hear a lot of comments from her and benefit from them. The second chairperson which we have in the panel is Dr. Tufan Pati ji. He is an eminent psychiatrist in Orissa. He is the chairperson membership subcommittee of Indian Psychiatric Society, and is a program director of a hugely popular academic web series, the Thursday Musings, and the attendance for this Thursday Musings is on average about 200. So that shows the popularity of him as well. Welcome, Dr. Tufan Pati ji. Online, I think he'll be joining us online. And the moderator for this session, we have the senior most psychiatrist of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Vidyadhar Vatve. He's a consultant psychiatrist at Pune Hospital and Research Center, and he's the past president of Indian Psychiatric Society. So I welcome Dr. Savita Malhotra, Dr. Tufan Pati ji, and Dr. Vidyadhar Vatve to the panel. And we have the speakers, Dr. Harish Gambhira from Sri Lanka, and I have personally acquainted with him for the past couple of years. He is an excellent person, very gentle, very kind, and very knowledgeable. And the second person is we have from Ghulam Rabbani from Bangladesh, and Dr. Reni Samaniago from Philippines. I welcome all the three speakers to the panel. Now I would hand over the proceedings to the chairpersons, Dr. Savita Malhotra and Dr. Tufan Pati ji. And I would request Dr. Savita Malhotra to give her comments and introduce the topic, and Dr. Tufan Pati ji to introduce the speakers as well as they come on. Thank you very much. Madam Savita Malhotra.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Naresh, for this kind introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the middle of our this conference of Asian Federation for Psychiatric Associations. And we've already heard in the previous panel discussion, a discussion on the services and the in the Asian countries. Now, when we talk of Asia as a continent, it spans over a very large area. I mean, we have West Asia, we have Central Asia, we have East Asia, we have South Asia. And in all these different parts of Asian continent, the level and the development of services and legislations, they are quite widely varied. And also this part of the world, houses is highly populated. I mean, has a very large segment of population of the world lives in this part of the continent, in this continent. And today we have in this session, the discussion is primarily going to be on legal issues. What is the state of legislation and legal issues relating to mental health in different countries? And we have 4 speakers here today. We have representation from Sri Lanka, from India, from Bangladesh, and from Philippines. And I have also my pleasure to welcome Dr. Tufan Pati, my co-chairperson. He's joining us online. He's already there, Dr. Tufan Pati. And I would like to request him to kind of introduce the first speaker and call upon, first speaker is Dr. Harish Gambhira, and he will introduce the speaker and call upon Dr. Gambhira to start his talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Savita Madam. So our first speaker is Dr. Harish Gambhira. She is going to speak on legal issues in mental health care in Sri Lanka. The slide projected is a bit unclear. So can you ping on the slide, please?
Yeah, the slide is projected, sir.
Slide is projected, but it's half. You make it full screen, make me aside.
Are you able to see the slide, sir?
No, not clearly.
Okay.
He is retired from the National Institute of Mental Health, Angola, Sri Lanka, and he retired from the Ministry of Health in 2006 as a consultant psychiatrist. He is past president of the Sri Lanka College of Psychiatrists, past president of SARC Psychiatric Federation, and the head of the UNESCO Bioethics Committee of Sri Lanka. He has written chapters in several textbooks and published several papers in international journals and conducted presentations in many local and international conferences. He is head of Bioethics Nodal Center, UNESCO Chair of Bioethics, Colombo, Sri Lanka. And welcome, Dr. Gambhira. Maybe the last AFPA was scheduled in Sri Lanka, we missed it. Now we have the second speaker. He is none other than Brigadier MS P.K. Raju, past president of Indian Psychiatric Society and Association of Industrial Psychiatry of India. He has wide research experience in neurochemistry, imaging, drug abuse, genetics, neuroendocrinology, sleep disorders, schizophrenia, mood and anxiety disorders. Published 40 papers in national and international journals, more than 150 presentations in national and international conferences. And other two chairpersons will be introducing when they come.
Before they speak,
now,
yes, that's fine.
Yeah, now and I request Dr. Harish Chandra Gambhira to please kindly.
Thank you for introduction. First, I want to apologize for my mistake earlier. And also, I would like to thank organizers, especially Professor Prasad Rao for inviting me for this lecture. I have been requested to discuss about the legal issues in mental health in Sri Lanka.
May I just reiterate that all the speakers have to speak for 10 minutes and henceforth the moderation will be carried out by Dr. Vidyadhara Vatve, our past president.
The mental health issues in Sri Lanka is very critical. In fact, what I say like that is that the mental disease ordinance established in Sri Lanka in 1873 as features more close to Madhouse Act in England. The provisions for lunacy commissions to monitor the act granted in British Lunacy Act has not been granted in mental disease ordinance and enacted in Sri Lanka in 1873. Therefore, we don't have anybody to monitor the act. The act has been enacted long before the antipsychotics were introduced. Therefore, you can imagine the situation of the act. The current mental health ordinance is enacted in 9th January 1873, and unfortunately, same act remains with us. The act is named as the ordinance to make further and better provisions relating to the care and custody of persons of unsound mind and their status. You can see the custody of unsound mind, people with unsound mind. The act enacted 140 years ago remains same today with the main objective of keeping mentally ill people in custody, not to treat because there were no antipsychotic and no effective treatment method, but to incarcerate people for the benefit of society. In fact, the current act does not face with advancement of the management of mental illness, change in attitude towards the mental illness, growing concern towards rights of mentally ill, the view to reduction of stigma and discrimination, the gradual decentralization of services throughout the country, and it has limited provisions for archaic regulations for admissions. Act does not provide provisions for any structure to monitor the act of mental health services. No provisions for appeals, hearing and reviews against compulsory admissions and detention. In fact, the admissions, the basic way of admitting compulsory patient is through the district court. It's a long drawn procedure. Patient has to be arrested and produced before the court and then admitted. And emergency admissions also same, and temporary voluntary are a little easier, but most of the admissions to mental hospital Angoda is by district court. Therefore, it is a big hazard for the patients. And admissions by provision of the ordinance is limited to one large mental hospital built in asylum style. In fact, as Professor Shehan William described, our mental health services developed very far throughout the country, leaving the Act behind. The Act limits the admissions to one central mental hospital, and almost every district general hospital has an acute psychiatry unit, and mentally ill patients are forced to get admitted to those units other than Angoda illegally on voluntary basis. There is no legality on compulsory admissions for the rest of the country other than the big major mental hospital situated in Angoda. In fact, there is no system of appeals for current compulsory admissions and detention in indefinite detention. Appeals are possible only against district court admission, but that is a very difficult case against Supreme Court. Therefore, it is exhausting appeal procedure. No other appeals against emergency and temporary admission. Therefore, most of the relatives or the patient do not ready to get asked for appeals. The involuntary detentions, patients so admitted can be kept for indefinite period of time without undergoing any review, any hearing by review tribunal. Perhaps in the past, as 148 years ago, where there were no definite treatment, most of the patients died in the mental hospital. There was no cure, and most of the patients died there. And the disadvantages of the current act is that implementation of the act and the legislation is centralized, and it definitely enhanced stigma and discrimination. There is no respect for human dignity and privacy, and it denies access to medication in locality because it is central in one place. Throughout the country, the patients has to come there. The patient's autonomy is not respected at all. Patients are just treated as just because they are compulsory admission, even including ECTs, were given without patient consent. Facilitate exploitation and abuse. Patients are abused and exploited by the staff. No provisions for treatment in the locality. No right for equal treatment. No provisions for treatment in the community. In fact, treating the difficult patient or mentally ill offenders, the community treatment order facilities are not there. And the consent for second opinion from another psychiatrist in voluntary state is not necessary even for the ECT. Rehabilitation has not been recognized at all, and the current act hinders the development of community mental health services. And the issue of covered medication is not addressed because many patients are given treatment without their knowledge. But the act is like that because it's so old and has not been renewed. The services are developed throughout the country with the act. Despite the archaic act, mental health services have developed throughout the country. Every district has got one or more psychiatric inpatient units attached to general hospital. Compulsory admissions and detentions occurs as if there is no act in force. There is a little controversy about having act and not having act in this country, having the old act. But However, there are no legal issues arising against such admissions and detention. Therefore, the College of Psychiatrists and most of the psychiatrists, we have requested to prepare an act, and we want these modern features in the act. The act should apply to entire country for all the district general hospitals and the acute psychiatric inpatient units. And act should be enacted in a way that they should protect the rights of mentally ill and to establish services for the treatment and rehabilitation in the community. There should be a mechanism for early detection of cases and treatment because the prevention of deterioration, and should provide equal access to mental health services at their closer to their homes, and provide treatment in least restrictive environment as everybody wants current days. And it should reduce stigma and discrimination. In fact, the current system, if somebody is admitted to mental hospital, that stigma remains there for throughout the life. Unlike in psychiatric inpatient unit in a district hospital, district general hospital, therefore the current system increased the stigma and discrimination. It abuses, therefore the current modern act should minimize abuse and exploitation. It should definitely respect human dignity and privacy, which is not in the current act addressed, and care of property of mentally ill people. There are many legal issues with regard to property when the patients were admitted to mental hospital Angoda. Establishment of monitoring, regulating body to regulate mental health act, how the legality is enacted or not, whether the implementation must be monitored by mental health, the legal authority, and should be established a review board to review patients, the admissions and appeals. And the modern act should decentralize services in the community. It should promote the community services, and acute inpatient care should be in the regions throughout the country, and development of infrastructure as well as the human resources should be encouraged by a modern act. An admission procedure must be simple without going through the legal system like district court admissions and other ways of difficult procedures which wait 2 weeks to get into the hospital. Once the patient is arrested by police, it took 2 weeks or more to go to a mental hospital without any treatment. And voluntary admission need to be encouraged, and admission should be decentralized obviously throughout the country. Then appeals against detention and the compulsory admission must be there. It should be simple procedure without going through the legal system. And patient himself, next of kin or guardian must have the right of appeal against compulsory admission and indefinite detention. An appeal is made to review committee. Therefore, review committees must be established throughout the country in different provinces for patients and relatives to appeal for. And in the current system, there are many patients in prisons without any treatment and without recognition. Therefore, facilities must need to be arranged.
Sir, और 1 minute है डॉक्टर. Sir, you have only 1 minute now.
Yes, our patient should be transferred to a hospital from the. And there must obviously be considered that there must be community treatment order for the patients who are with poor compliance and high risk of relapse with poor social support system. And mentally ill offenders should be discharged on community treatment order to prevent repetition of offences. And there must be provisions for secure units to detain high risk offenders. And also we propose, we don't have at the moment, there must be a mental health monitoring authority with multi-sectorial representation that includes health, justice, education, social services, and other professional bodies to monitor the implementation of the Act for achieving the object, and also establish and maintenance, supervision, and standard of mental health services. And also there must be review committees that members comprising of attorney at law, consultant psychiatrist, and a lay person with high morals and good ethical standing, basically for the purposes of hearing appeals and supervision of mental health services and facilities in prisons, and make recommendations for improvement of conditions in such facility. The basic problem in this country is that incompatibility and also the standard of the services, which is not closely incompatible with the terms and conditions of the Act. Therefore, we are in the process of reviewing Act, but it is a very difficult condition with the current situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So our next speaker was Dr. M.S. V.K. Raju. And I have learned that he is not able to be here. So it is planned that our moderator, Dr. Vidyadhar Atvai, past president of Indian Psychiatric Society and chairperson of the Mental Health Care Act Subcommittee of Indian Psychiatric Society. I think he will speak a few hours on that topic, legal issues in mental health care, critique of Mental Health Care Act of 2017 in India. Dr. Wadhvi, will you speak, please?
Thank you, sir. First, thanks the organizer for asking me to moderate the session. And number two, now I am replacing MSV Brigadier Raju because he has to attend a court call. Now, since myself and Brigadier Raju were involved in working on these issues of Mental Care Act and the implementation, we all know, or rather you all know now, that we have moved the court, High Court of Bombay, to consider certain amendments. Our main issues, as the topic of the presentation is critique of the Mental Health Care Act 2017. So what are our objections? We cannot just say through the complete act. So we have suggested certain amendments, and in a writ petition, we have filed somewhere in 2018. Now still we are waiting for some action on the Bombay High Court to start. Our four objections were, firstly, right from the definition of Mental Health Act in this law, this Mental Health Care Act, if you read the definition, it is only to involve the severe mentally ill patients, because the definition says the person is unable to look after himself, unable to take care for daily activities, he has to be dependent on somebody. All these are suggestive of a severe mental illness. And honestly, this is a verbatim copy paste of one of the state in Canada that our our Mental Care Act people have used it. And even in Canada, their psychiatric society also objected to this, and it was subsequently changed. Now, next issue, if it is for severely mentally ill, what about our patients like obsessive compulsive disorder, like depression? So they will not have the problems with activities of daily living. So they will not be considered as a patient suffering and coming under the ambit of Mental Health Care Act of 2017. So they will have no chance of getting insurance related issues corrected for them. Second objection is the mental health establishment. Previously, the first act was there in 1987. So they had excluded general hospital psychiatric units from the ambit of Mental Health Act of 1987. So everywhere it's a consultation labs on psychiatry, general hospital psychiatry units are there all over the world. And to avoid the stigma, because the patient should be commonly admitted in any other ward where the other patient in the other bed, rotating bed, his anxiety patient, depression patient, whatever medical illness, they are together. These general hospital units, psychiatric units were exempted from the ambit of the act. But this current act includes them, and it's more stigmatizing. All the general hospitals, private or trust hospitals or whatever, they have to get registration under this act, and they have to say that this is covered under the Mental Health Registration Act. That will increase the stigma. That will increase the stigma. The whole purpose of destigmatization movement will be lost. This is our second objection. We are appealing the court that they should be, general hospital unit should be removed from the ambit of this act. The third issue is the advance directive and nominated representative. This advance directive business, even in general medicine, have failed all over the world. Here, the advance directive, according to this act, the moment the patient comes to you, the doctor, the psychiatrist has to ask whether he has prepared an advance directive. If not, is he ready to prepare? He can take a piece of paper and write down advance directive in which he can say, I don't want to be treated by such and such medicines. I don't want ECT, and I don't want my next episode, if I get the relapse, I don't want to be treated for the episode. This is the advance directive which he can write. The doctor has to give him number of chances to correct it. And if not, then the doctor has to prove, the psychiatrist has to prove that he's incompetent of making an advance directive, and then take help of the mental health review board, which is another entity. Nominated representative, according to this act, the patient can say, I don't want my father and mother to be my caregivers. I want XYZ, my friend's best friend will be my nominated representative, and he will take all the decisions on my behalf. Friends, what we have appealed, that primary care takers in our country are family members, father, mother, uncle, aunt. They are looking after, and that family person's role is completely removed if the patient denies to have a family member as his nominated representative. If he doesn't get any nomination, and the only nominated representative, again, the psychiatrist has to approach the board and take their opinion and appoint someone from a peculiar board. So that is third thing. And lastly, our main objection is use of electroconvulsive treatment in emergency. In fact, friends, we all know that ECT is the treatment which should be used in emergency. Suicidally ill patient, severe catatonia. If the patient is dying of exhaustion, we have to help him by giving ECT. But this does not allow us to give ECT in emergency situation. All these objections we have raised, and we are just waiting for Bombay High Court to think about this appeal, the writ petition, and they want to do argument and admission together and thrash out the thing. Because of the COVID, things have delayed a bit, in fact, quite a bit, but we are waiting, and we hope that some amendments will be heard on will be taken on as we have suggested. And I think we all be happy if such amendments are done. Thank you very much. Tufanpati, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, sir, and for giving a outline of what is happening in India in view of Mental Health Care Act. Can I have the CV of the next speaker presented, Dr. Ghulam Rabbani?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My topic is mental health services in Bangladesh.
I would like the support staff to display the CV of Dr. Rabbani.
Yeah,
so
CDV, I cannot provide you now.
The support LTS group, can you provide?
Yes, I can tell you.
He's an eminent psychiatrist from.
Yes, I'm
Bangladesh.
Professor Muhammad Ghulam Rabbani. I retired from National Institute of Mental Health and
yes, it is there.
Dhaka, and currently I'm working as Chairperson Neurodevelopmental Disability Protection Trustee Board, Ministry of Social Welfare, Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. I want to discuss on the mental health services in Bangladesh. You know, my country is a new one, independent in 1971, with a fight for the 9 months, and we obtained the freedom of Bangladesh. And currently, the Bangladesh has been achieved a very high functioning mental health legislation, strategies, and mental health policy. All these are with our hand with the sufficient data and Bangladesh is quite efficiently equipped with the community mental health services in Bangladesh. You know, we have our 64 districts and 8 divisional cities, and yes, and we have our hand in surveys of 2 national surveys. Very recently, the surveys done on 2018, and our prevalence of psychiatric illness 18.7 in adult and 13% in child and adolescent psychiatry. Yes, so you know, we have our one medical university, that is the Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib Medical University, and one 500-bedded mental hospital in northern part of Bangladesh. And we have more than 100 medical colleges, both private and public. And we have our full-fledged psychiatric unit over there. And we have our support in around 595 upazila, that is sub-district centers all over the Bangladesh. And primary mental health care is integrated with the primary health care facilities, and the medicines used for the anxiety disorder, depression, substance abuse, and psychosis is available in our hand. And very recently, our Prime Minister has given us a facility in secondary care facilities of Bangladesh. Here, we are delivering these services with the help of training 85 days with the general physicians to help the development of community psychiatry. You know, we have our community mental health setup. This is a collaboration, cooperation with the public and private. And we had around 1,600 community clinics all over Bangladesh. And we are training the SACMO, that is the medical specialties who are working in the front port. And in this COVID situation, we are rendering the service with the that is telepsychiatry. So this COVID-19 situation didn't hinder our mental health services to the common people of Bangladesh. We have our very well established Upazila health complexes, and there we are providing services to the acute medical conditions and the acute need for the persons who are doing the attempted deliberate self-harm or suicide. And our youth mental health services have been delivered by the digital services. That is, we are communicating with the persons with need-based. We have our telepsychiatric services attached with the Upazila health services. And you know, we have our mental health legislation, old, ancient, 100 years old Lunacy Act 1912. And we have our this mental health strategic plan of action, and we have our policy for the policy legislation for the mental health, and it is on the table of the Cabinet Ministry for the formulation. And very recently, the WHO has taken up a special initiative for mental health services in Bangladesh, and our costing has been done, and very quickly we'll be going into the program for mental health services in the community. Our next agenda is the community services of the disabilities. That is, we have our mental health, we have our strategic plan for autism and neurodevelopmental disorders. So we are with the full swing inclusive services, both for the common people and for the disabled persons in the very remote area. And we have our remote methodology to serve the common people in this COVID-19 situation where face-to-face service delivery is very difficult. And you will be very happy to know that our government has built up the secondary level services of the mental health, where the mental health professionals are a bit short. So what we are doing, we're giving 85 days training to the general physicians for filling the gap. And we are trying to reduce the mental health gap services by providing these mental health services to district level and sub-district level. So, yes, and you will be happy to know that our Prime Minister has done a wonderful job, and she has obtained a reward in the very recent United Nations meeting in New York because of his near achievement of the SDG goal. So mental health services in Bangladesh is very efficiently serving for the common people. Hopefully, we'll be able to render this service, and we are gradually progressing for undergraduate curriculum. You know, we have established a second board for the psychiatric examination in fifth year medical examination, that is final year MBBS course. We are now in a good position to serve for the common people of Bangladesh with mental health services. And we have done this very high level meetings to the policy makers, and we are very efficiently able to make understand the bureaucrats for the necessity of the mental health services for the common people. And these years, mental health day slogan is the mental health services in unequal world. And we are trying to remove this inequality by providing the services both in primary, secondary, and tertiary care level. And we are improving these mental health services in district hospital level. And we are now very happy that our medication or this pharmaceutical industry of Bangladesh, most of the pharmaceutical company has ample number of psychiatric medicines. So pharmaceutically, we are full-fledged, we have in our hand for the medicine, both neurosis, psychosis, and other acute disease management. So thank you very much for your patient hearing regarding the mental health services of Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ravani. And now I request to kindly display the CV of our fourth speaker, Dr. Rene Samanigo. And at the end, we'll be having the discussion moderated by Dr. Watway. Can you display the CV of Dr. Rene? Well, the next speaker.
Can we have the next speaker slide, please? From Philippines, Dr. Rene Samiog.
Now invite Dr. Rene Samiego from Philippines.
The CV of Dr. Rene, the CV slide. Can we have the introductory slide of can we have the speaker slide of?
I would be happy to introduce myself just quickly.
Oh, so we'll save time.
Yes.
Okay, we're sorry.
So I'm
the slide is facing somewhere.
Oh, there you go.
Welcome,
Yes, sir.
Dr.
There we go.
Samanigo.
We have it, sir.
There you go.
Slight delay. Yes,
No
Dr.
problem.
Tufan Pati, sir. You can introduce the speaker.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Yes, slide, please.
Are you able to see the slides, sir, now?
No, I am viewing the screen of Dr. Rene.
Yes, you need to introduce the speaker, sir.
No, his slide is not screen. Yes, he is the former president of the Carl Jung Circle from 2015 to 2017. Is secretary from the Education and Training Arsis Foundation for Psychiatric Association 2019 to 2021. Is the past president of Philippine Psychiatric Association and is practicing psychiatrist at Manila. Welcome, Dr. Rene, and over to Dr. Rene.
So thank you very much for that introduction. Hello and good, pleasant weekend to everyone. Just before I begin my presentation, I want to quickly thank Professors Prasad Rao, Gautam Saha, and Rajashri Ray, who heads the organizing committee. Thank you for inviting me as one of your resource presenters for this event. And as for my part, in this panel discussion, I will be focusing on the mental health legislation in the Philippines. So I have no financial interest or relationships to disclose. So one of the enduring challenges that we have had to deal with for decades as regards the burden of mental health issues in the Philippines is really the absence of a national mental health law. And therefore, the development and passage of the Philippine Mental Health Act is perhaps what we might really consider to be one of the greater achievements, if not the greatest achievement in Philippine psychiatry in the most recent years. And so through the initiative of the Philippine Psychiatric Association, in coordination with our local Department of Health, what we did was we embarked on broad multi-sectoral consultations with various public and private stakeholders in 2014, starting with small technical working groups, after which we transitioned to the major conferences, where all of these stakeholders were consulted and asked to provide their inputs. So this is the timeline that it took before it was finally signed into a law in the middle of 2018. So this is our Philippine Mental Health Act, also known as the Republic Act number 11036. It is a 26-page document comprising 49 sections, which is grouped into 10 main divisions. And for today, I will just be giving you a brief highlights of the 10 main divisions, starting with the first division entitled General Provisions. So it basically just includes a title, policy declaration, objectives, and some important definitions. The second division encompasses the rights of service users and other stakeholders. So this includes not only the rights of our patients, but it also includes the rights of our patients' family members, carers, and legal representatives, such as receiving the appropriate psychosocial support from relevant government agencies, or even participating in the development and implementation of the patient's individualized treatment plan. And another important aspect of this division is also our rights as mental health professionals, which includes having a safe working environment, ensuring our continuous professional development, having a say in the development of our local mental health services and its review of standards, and participating in the development of mental health policies and guidelines. We also have the division on treatment and consent, and this expounds on matters such as informed consent to treatment, advanced directives, the functions of a legal representative, or what happens when the patient fails to appoint one, the mandate on health facilities to create their internal review boards, the exceptions to informed consent. So under what circumstances can involuntary psychiatric interventions be carried out or conducted? The next division touches on mental health services, specifically the standards for the quality of services delivered, as well as the duties and responsibilities of the community-based mental health care facilities, such as drug screening, protocols for suicidality, as well as public awareness. The fifth division covers education, specifically the promotion of mental health in educational institutions and in the workplace. And I will be elaborating on this later on when I talk about the updates on how the law has begun to be implemented. So this law also has a division on capacity building, research and development, which expounds on the need for training in order to deliver evidence-based, gender-sensitive, culturally appropriate, and human rights-oriented mental health services. And this training is to be cascaded down to the barangay health workers. So a barangay is considered to be the most basic unit in the Philippine government. So that is for the capacity building part. Now, with regard to the research and development, even as we speak, there remains to be a dearth of epidemiological data on the various mental disorders in the Philippines. And our mental health law mandates that all academic institutions and specialty societies come up with evidence-based data from which we can develop a national mental health program that would be more relevant to our local culture. So the 7th division elaborates on the duties and responsibilities of the different government agencies geared towards the formulation and effective implementation of the National Mental Health Program. So such agencies include, of course, our local Department of Health. There's also the Commission on Human Rights to address issues of impropriety and abuse in treatment of patients. We also have the Department of Education, who is to integrate age-appropriate mental health topics into the school curriculum. There's our Department of Labor and Employment, who, just like our Department of Education, is to develop mental health programs in the workplace, and specifically geared towards addressing stigma and discrimination against those with identified health conditions, mental health conditions. And lastly, we have our Department of Social Welfare and Development, who shall make necessary referrals to mental health facilities. And they may also facilitate access to livelihood trainings or even psychosocial skills training, like community resilience during and after natural disasters and calamities. Next is the division on the Philippine Council for Mental Health. I'll also touch on that later on when I talk about the updates. The second to the last division is that of the mental health for drug dependents, which is actually an offshoot of an earlier Republic Act called the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002. So this states that persons who have substance-related issues who voluntarily undergo the proper assessment shall be covered by the provisions of both acts, the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act, as well as the Philippine Mental Health Act. And lastly, we have the division on miscellaneous provisions, which touches on penalty clauses. So for those who violate the law, it also states the government appropriations for the initial execution of the law, the issuance of the implementing rules and regulations, and finally, the effectivity of the law, which is supposed to ensure to ensue 15 days after its official publication. So this all happened in 2018. So that was the Philippine Mental Health Law. And now I'd like to shift gears a bit and give you a brief summary of the most recent updates on the implementation of the specific rules and regulations of the law. So this is to be overseen by the Philippine Council of Mental Health, which was also established as part of the mandate of the law. And this council is a policy-making, planning, coordinating, and advisory body that is to ensure the delivery of integrated mental health services. And in relation to this, a 3-year strategic plan has been established, which will be ending in 2023. So first, we have capacity building, reorientation, and training of mental health professionals, as well as allied mental health workers, which I've already elaborated on earlier. Another is the upgrading and enhancement of our existing mental health facilities, which includes all regional, provincial, and tertiary hospitals. So aside from our main National Center for Mental Health, there's currently work towards upgrading 5 government hospitals to becoming national specialty centers for mental health. So in total, we will have 6. Whereas another 16 hospitals will be upgraded to becoming basic comprehensive centers for mental health, all of which
2
will be
minutes more,
equally
Dr. Rene.
distributed among the 3 main geographical divisions in the country. So we also have development of standards and guidelines of a community-based mental health program. There's development of a national suicide prevention strategy. There's also an integration of mental health into the educational system and the workplace. So I also mentioned that earlier. And We also have the collaboration of our local Department of Health with the WHO in connection with the latter Special Initiative for Mental Health, which was established because of the challenge among low and middle income countries, having more than 75% of its people with mental disorders receiving no treatment at all. So we also have the Philippine National Survey for Mental Health and Well-Being. So ever since, we always depended on international figures in estimating the prevalence, disability, and treatment rates. So in response to this, the National Survey on Mental Health and Well-Being was initiated, which was in fact our first ever baseline nationwide survey on mental health. And lastly, there is also the much augmented practice of telepsychiatry, which came about as an after effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. So its rapid emergence is one clear silver lining of the pandemic, not only in the Philippines, but globally as well. Specifically, though, in our local setting, aside from the practical benefits of safety and convenience, some of the long-standing challenges we have had to face were the lack of efficiency and equality in the delivery of our mental health services, more so to the geographically isolated Filipinos. And telepsychiatry most definitely extended the reach of such services. So that is the overview as regards our Philippine mental health legislation. So in summary, again, this is the snapshot of the 10 main divisions of the Philippine Mental Health Act, vis-a-vis the achievements made and opportunities identified in the most recent years since the passage of the Philippine Mental Health Law. And on a last note, even if our mental health law has provided the much needed legislative framework for the formal delivery of comprehensive mental health care, moving forward, there still needs to be a cognizance of the continued challenge and close monitoring regarding consistency of high quality and affordable mental health care services. We also need to maintain a mental health policy that continues to identify ongoing significant issues, highlighting the vulnerable groups as children, elderly, women, displaced Filipinos, giving special attention to those at risk who are the individuals with pre-existing psychiatric conditions, and bringing forth drug and alcohol policies. And last but not the least, ensuring the involvement of both private and public stakeholders. So with that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rene. Now over to Dr. Wadfe for moderation.
Yeah.
Thank you,
please. Yeah, thank you, sir. I think all the three speakers have done an excellent job, and all of them have said what are the problems in delivering mental health across these three countries. I have, of course, on behalf of MSVK Raju, discussed about our issues or a critic on this Mental Health Care Act. I was really surprised to know that Sri Lanka has not yet started changing this, and it's still 148 years ago, the act which was there, they're still using it. But I think if they're the signatories of UNCRPD, then I think sooner or later they will have to come with changes and modification in law. Coming to Bangladesh, they are doing an excellent work, and all their committees are there. Dr. Rabbani is there, and 2019 they have really started moving up. And lastly, for Dr. Rene, excellent presentation, and we came across the many similarities between your act and the Mental Health Care Act of our country, in which the issue like nominated representative, advance directive, and instead of nominated representative, you have got a legal representative. One step more towards the human rights. And I think if that comes in our act, so we'll really have, the doctors will have a problem. So I think all in all, things are moving towards the better delivery, better protection of human rights, and better delivery of mental care to needy and most people who are generally ignored by the society. So thank you very much, all the three speakers, and hand over back to Chairperson Savitaji and to Fanfati to take.
There had been one question by Dr. Mohan Isaac, which is there in the chat box. It is to Dr. Rene. Is this act of Philippines in public domain? And if it is, What is the link? That is what I was wanted by Dr. Mohan Aisha.
Yes, for easy access, you can try reaching the Philippine Department of Health, and it's also up on our website, the Philippine Psychiatric Association website.
Thank you. I shall hand over to Dr. Sabita Malhotra for conclusion of this session, but I will raise some issues, very few issues. In 2013 to 2020, targets of WHO. Objective number 1 was to strengthen effective leadership and governance for mental health. And target number 1.1 was 80% of the countries will have developed or updated their policy or plan for mental health in line with international and regional human rights instruments by 2020. Target number 1.2 was 80% of the countries will have developed or updated their laws for mental health in line with international and regional human rights instruments by 2020. This was in respect of the 171 member states of WHO. But what has happened, as evident from the Mental Health Atlas of 2020, only 51% of the WHO member states have been able to show some strengthening of the effective leaders of having developed, updated their policy. Only 51%. And as far as the legislation is concerned, 39% of the WHO member states have updated their laws for mental health in line with the international and regional human rights instruments. So we have a lot of ways to go. The experiences of Philippines and the problems of Sri Lanka and our problems as elaborated by Dr. Mohan. I do believe it will help all other member states to proceed forward. And there is a lot to be done in the world. And I thank all the speakers, profusely thank on behalf of our organizing committee, and thank the organizing committee for giving me the scope to chair. And finally, I hand over the meeting to Dr. Sabita Malhotra, the chairperson, along with me, to please give her remarks and conclusions. Dr. Malhotra.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tufan Pati, my co-chairperson, and Dr. Watpe sir, the coordinator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, you must all agree that this was an excellent session where 3 presentations from the 3 different countries from South Asia, they presented their state of legislation and related state of mental health care in their own respective countries. We didn't have Dr. MSVK Raju talk about Indian situation. That would have added another dimension to the whole symposium. It is evident that mental health legislation is an extremely important necessity and a step towards ensuring equitable and high quality mental health care to people, the patients. And in any country, I mean, it's as the WHO also has mandated that all countries must have a policy and must have Mental Health Care Act. And we have seen in the 3 presentations today that the disparity and the differences between the level of service and care and development exhibited in the mental health legislation in the 3 countries. For example, in Sri Lanka, it's still the old, earlier, like equivalent of what we had in 1912 Indian Lunacy Act. They have their old act going back to 1830s somewhere, and and if you go through the provisions and see that it seems like in the today's time and era, a very draconian kind of a law where patients and families have no cause for appeal and no provision for any kind of appeal or demand. And whereas Philippines, the act that they have, mental health legislation, is something like quite similar to what we have, our new Mental Health Care Act 2017. So it's an eye opener. It's a highly educative. It's really gives us a food for thought that mental health legislation in each country should be at par with the current socio-political system and the movement of rights that the people have at this time. So with this, I would like to congratulate all the 3 speakers for their excellent presentation, and also all the my co-chairperson and Dr. Watwe, the coordinator. And I would like to thank all the organizers for having me over and for giving me this opportunity. Before we close the session, Dr. Gautam Shah will say a few words.
Thank you, everybody, to be here. It is a really proud privilege, Dr. Rene Samanigo. I'm happy and we are really proud that he'll be with us today. Definitely, Dr. Vadve, our past president of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Tufan Poti, one of the active member, and also the president of the Eastern Zone, past president of the Eastern Zone. Dr. M.S.P.K. Raju, the past president of Indian Psychiatric Society, is not there, but still it is a very good that from India, at least 2017, we are having right now the new Mental Health Act, and there are so many things added here. Still, there are some lacunas, and we are working on that. We are negotiating with the government, and we definitely will do something for that. But still, we have a very good weapon in our hand. Right now, we are working on that. If implementation we have done very wisely, then it will be a very good thing for the people of India. It is not because of for the psychiatrists, it is for the people who are really suffer with mental illness and the people with mental health as a whole. Thank you so much, all of you. I'm really glad to be here today that you people all are there. Over to Dr. Vadve. Please conclude this session. And Dr. Tupanpati is there. Thank you so much.
I think Dr. Tufanpati, you can conclude the thing. I've said as a moderator a few things.
Okay, I first of all thank all the speakers for the excellent deliberations and giving us more insight into the problems in our area. And as it has been summarized by Dr. Malhotra, I don't want to repeat. I have a special note of thanks to Dr. Watve for having a dual role, representing Dr. M.S.P.K. Raju's speech and being the moderator. And this is eye-opening, and this is a call of the day. This is a global challenge. We have to increase our mental health services and have legislation that are appropriate. Once we have the legislation charge we are seeing in India, maybe we'll have the scope to implement it and see that if it really works. And that is also a challenge. With this, I thank everybody and close the session. We are 3 to 4 minutes ahead. And
right. Thank you, Dr. Tufanpati ji, for concluding the session, and vote of thanks as well. I would like to thank all the 3 speakers, Dr. Harish Gambira, Dr. Gulab Rabbani, and Dr. Rene Samaniego of Philippines, and the chairpersons, the experienced chairpersons, Dr. Savita Malhotra, Dr. Tufanpati, and the moderator was Dr. Vidyadhar Vatvaji. Thank you very much. And as a token of appreciation, we would be giving you mementos, but it will be reaching you shortly. That's all I can say. Now we'll conclude this session and we'll continue with the next session. The next session we have is a panel discussion again. The topic is psychosexual health during the post-COVID, innovations and challenges across the globe. The chairpersons are Dr. Murugesh Vaishnav. He is the past president of Indian Psychiatric Society. Dr. Vinay Kumar ji, he is the past honorary general secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society. The moderator is Dr. T.S.S. Rao. He is the current honorary general secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society. And the speakers, we have the eminent speakers from across the world. We have Dr. Radwa Abdelam Lazim from Egypt, Dr. Muhammad Shamsul Hassan from Bangladesh, and Dr. Debanjan Banerjee from India. I will introduce the chairpersons. Can we have the chairperson slides, please? Dr. Murugesh Vaishnav. Yes. Dr. Murugesh Vaishnav is a very dynamic and active president. He's the director of Samvedana Happiness Hospital, the first private psychiatric setup in the Western India, accredited by the NABH. He's the immediate past president of Indian Psychiatric Society from 2019 to 2020. He is the advisor of SARC Psychiatric Federation, EC member of IASP as well. Welcome, Dr. Murugesh Vaishnav ji. And thank you for agreeing to be the chairperson for this session. And a very interesting session. The second chairperson is Dr. Vinay Kumar ji. He's a consultant psychiatrist of Manoved Mind Hospital and Research Center, Patna. He's the president of Indian Psychiatric Society East Zonal Branch. He's the Secretary, Suicidology, Specialty Section. He is a member, Specialty Board of NBE and World Association of Social Psychiatry. He's a coordinator of Publication Committee, Indian Psychiatric Society, immediate past Honorary General Secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society, and above all the literary works or academic works which he has contributed to the Indian Psychiatric Society. Above all, he's a poet as well, poet by heart. So those are the two chairpersons we have. Can we have the moderator session slide, please? Thank you. The moderator is Dr. TSS Raoji. The slide. Yeah. He's the professor and head, Department of Psychiatry, JSS Academic and Higher Education and Research. He's the Honorary General Secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society. He's the Secretary of Psychiatry and Human Sexuality Section, World Psychiatric Association from 2015 to 2021. He is the EC member and Asian Zone Representative of Sexuality Specialty Section of World Psychiatric Association. Welcome, Dr. TSS Rao, sir. Now I would request Dr. Murugesh Vaishnav to, I would request Dr. Vinay Kumarji to kindly come on to the dais. And I would request Dr. Murugesh Vaishnav to kindly introduce the topic and Dr. Vinay Kumar later to introduce the speakers. Thank you very much. So you have to unmute, sir. Dr. Murugesh Vaishnav ji.
Thank you, Naresh ji. At the outset, I'll thank the organizers for inviting me, and I welcome all the panelists, my co-chairperson and the moderator. Well, today's topic is psychosexual health during the post-COVID innovations and challenges across the globe. Well, there is a literature available and researchers have done a lot of research so far as the psychological offshoots of COVID-19, that is anxiety, depression, insomnia. But there is a dearth of literature so far as the sexuality is concerned. So far as the love, intimacy, sexuality, safe sexual practices and relationships have increased the concern significantly in the post-COVID era. Mainly because of the lockdown, social distancing, fear of contracting infection, quarantine, and many containment measures and home confinement, which has increased several issues, and it has also implications on the sexual health, particularly impact on the relationship, impact on the intimacy, high-risk sexual behavior, sexually transmitted diseases, physical and psychological benefits, and during the pandemic, impact of the pandemic on sexual dysfunction and genitopelvic penetration and other disorders. People were asking several questions that can I perform sex with the mask or 6 feet distance? Or what about the partner living away from me? Whether I can kiss and how I can do the sexual act. There are several dilemmas during and even today in the lockdown period and in the post-lockdown period. So COVID had both the negative and the positive impact on the sexual functioning. We also had Indian Psychiatric Society had also one research on this. Another research which we are conducting at our foundation is on link between COVID-19 and erectile dysfunctions because of the vascular effect, psychological impact, and overall health deterioration occurring because of the COVID-19 can also increase the sexual dysfunction. Well, COVID behavior message is that say no to say no to sex if the COVID symptoms are there. You are your own best sex partner. Always have the sex with someone you live with, and limit the spread by a proper sexual behavior. And the first and the foremost message is don't say no to sex, but try to explore the sex and sexuality in different way so that in the post-COVID period, we come out with lesser dysfunctions and more satisfaction with sex and sexuality is concerned. Thank you. Now I hand over the mic to the moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Vaishnav, for introducing the topic so nicely. There are a few things which must be added, like rise in E6. That is important. Being in clinic, we have experienced that people coming to us and sharing their problem related to sexual orientation and other things. Coupled with that, many of them have shared that rise in E6. Lockdown compelled them to be inside home. Partners were separated. So that kind of things happened during that. So lockdown, physical distancing, social distancing, lots of fears. Route of transmission is still in question. People are a little bit cautious regarding that also. So there are many issues which why I should have to chair the session, and we have very good panelists with us. So I request the organizers to show the slides of our panelists, please, so that I can introduce. May I have the introduction of Dr. Radba Abdelazim from Egypt. He is representing World Psychiatric Association, Psychiatry and Human Sexuality Section. So with us, now we can see the slide of Dr. Radba Said Abdelazim El-Feki from Egypt. She is MSc and MD. She is in WPA section on psychiatry and human sexuality as co-chair. She is psychiatric consultant and dance movement therapist. Excellent. In India too, we have 2 psychiatrists who are working on this. She is in Cairo Hospital, Psychiatry Department, Faculty of Medicine, Cairo, Egypt. Psychiatry and Creative Art Therapist Unit, founder and chair, Dar Al Salam Cancer Hospital, Expressive Art Therapy, CAGS program, Lesley University, Cambridge. She has special interest in primary care training in sexual medicine, female sexuality and sexual dysfunctions, lifestyle and prevention psychiatry, sexual health course designing. So with this introduction, I invite, should we invite Dajshri? What's the? Okay. Oh, so now with this, I hand over to our moderator, Dr. T.S.S. Rao, one and only T.S.S. Rao, expert in sexuality and sexual medicine from India, and I think probably in the world. Dr. T.S.S. Rao, sir, now I hand over to you. Please take avatar, sir. Please be visible.
Cannot hear you.
And please unmute yourself.
At the outset, I'm extremely happy that this program fructified because of 2 people. One, Dr. Prasad Rao and Dr. Gautam Saha, who have taken the great interest to see that sexual medicine has a due place and needs attention. I'm also very happy that we have 3 speakers, one covering the global perspectives, the other one on SASAM area, the third one covering the Indian aspects. Rather than taking the time, I'll come back again later. I'm really very happy that you are here.
Thank you. Thank you for your very kind invite and for all the efforts of Dr. Debanji. Actually, I have no enough word to thank him. He's the one who prepared the slide of introduction because I had an emergency yesterday. He is a key player. He's able to do everything and anything in no time. You're very lucky, Dr. Rao, to have Dr. Debanji in India and working with you. He's always saving your back, I am sure, as he did with me. And I think it is so wonderful and inspiring that you guys are holding this meeting, which is a hybrid webinar under the current circumstances. We're trying to move things forward. And also, I truly appreciate the importance you gave to assessing sexual health problems with the latest survey that you conducted in India. I just need to make sure from everyone if I am speaking clear enough and slow enough, if I'm not speaking so quickly. I can see there are attendees. Okay, wonderful.
Madam, you are very
clear
clear,
and
ma'am. You are very clear, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So I am here today to give you some updates about our activities in the WPA Psychiatry and Human Sexuality section. And I was invited to do so by our very distinguished professor, Dr. T.S. Rao. And we are trying to get more involvement into the section from all over the world. Lately, we have been collaborating with several associations and taking some initiatives with the help of Professor Afzal Javed, who is the current president of the World Psychiatric Association. Actually, he's the one who is taking this initiative. As you all may know, that a big problem for all mental health professionals is to access the public, to make the population aware that mental health is important. It's as important as other physical ailments. So it is not just if you have an appendicitis or if you have diarrhea. No, also when you're having palpitations or you're not able to go to work or you're not able to maintain social activities. And the challenge is to reach out to the public. And the shortest and closest window usually are not the special, are the nurse, Dr. I have been very much interested to promote the access of information to general practitioners, more onto it also to help increase the logistics of universities in order to include mental health in the basic curriculum of medical students. The initiative WPA, led by Professor Afzal Javed, actually joined the American Cardiology Society in their academy, which is a platform reached out by thousands of people. It is for free, and it comes in different languages. Thankfully, to him and to a very distinguished team, we were able to develop with Dr. Adarsh Tripathi, who happens to be an Indian as well and a member of our section, the program, the first online program for training general practitioners on sexual disorders. And the program will be soon available online. It's currently going from its alpha version to its beta version. So this is a very humongous initiative that we are very proud of. Before that, if we go back a little bit in time, we cannot undermine the initiatives of Dr. Rao locally in India to promote the publication of the different research in sexual medicine, and being very open and inviting to everyone to actually publish their own research in the journal. So this is also a very, very important achievement. Before that, if we go back in time, the current chair, Antonio Paglia, and our major loss professor, Saeed Abdelazim, who just left us 10 months ago after a very tough battle with COVID, they both had sustained sexual health publications in the form of books addressing all comorbidities and human sexuality. Currently, we actually publishing with Professor Rao and Dr. Debanji details of the program for sexual disorders addressing general practitioners and the public. So if you're interested to learn more, you will find it in the upcoming edition of October. I am very, very happy to welcome everyone to join us if they are interested and working in human sexuality on the behalf of the section. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Radba. You will be there online. We'll next invite the second speaker. Afterwards, we'll try to take the questions.
Kindly show the slide of second speaker, please.
Dr. Shamsul Hassan is earlier was treasurer of SASAM, South Asian Society for Sexual Medicine, then has taken over as the president-elect of SASAM, has been working quite effectively in Bangladesh, and possibly at one particular time, the highest number of membership came from Bangladesh. Has been very active in both surveys, research, and the varied activities related to the enhancement and reaching the people in the field of psychosexual medicine. I request Dr. Mohammed Shamsul Hassan to make the presentation into the SASAM perspective in sexual medicine training.
I just have to excuse myself for an emergency, and I'm truly sorry. I wanted to attend this presentation, and I look forward to join you in a different meeting.
Welcome, Dr. Radba.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor T.S. Rao. May I start? Am I audible?
You are audible.
Okay. Thanks all the dignitaries of AFPA for having me here. Special thanks to Professor T.S. Rao for introducing me to the AFPA. But Professor T.S. Rao and we are working together for, I guess, at least 10 years, at least 8 years, since 2013. And last but not the least, Dr. Debanjan for communicating with me. It's my privilege to be here in the AFPA because I'm a psychiatrist and I belong to this region. What we say, philosophy of science without of history of science is empty, and history of science without philosophy is blind. So that's why I just want to highlight few points about the sexual medicine in this region, and our what we understand by sexology and sexual medicine. Some we call it South Asian Society for Sexual Medicine, some initiatives, and what we do here in this region. See, sexuality is a lifestyle, is not a lifestyle issue. It's more like a quality of life issue. The goal is to maintain, restore, and improve a patient's quality of life. As we know that sexuality hampers all phases of sexual response cycle, desire, arousal, orgasm. Initially, at the very ancient time, the religious people used to define the health and sexuality. But since the inception of Freud's psychodynamic aspect, we learned a lot about the the psychiatric aspects of sexual medicine. And Simon Freud and Magnus Hirschfeld have. Am I audible? And we know that Alfred Kinsey and Harry Benjamin and Marston Johnson, they have given a lot of data about the human sexual response cycle. And since the dawn of 21st century, we know that after the inception of Viagra, a lot of researches and pharmaceutical industry has been generated and a lot of researches has been done. So we know all about the holistic perspective. So why, as a psychiatrist, we need to know about sexuality? Because it may be up to 75% of anxiety disorder patients who may have sexual disorder. Up to 50% of the depressive patients may have sexual disorder, and both the psychiatric illness and also the medication we provide both can hamper the different stages of sexual issues. In a study done among the schizophrenic patients, 58% patients responded that they have got sexual problem only when asked, and 14% spontaneously said they have got sexual problems. So me being a physician asking about sexuality makes a lot difference among our patients. So all the physicians should directly ask questions on sexuality. And many times patients think that it is part of the physician's responsibility to ask about sexuality. And sometimes we feel it is the client who should bring out the issue because we feel embarrassed, we feel lack of proper education, we feel to ask about sexuality among the extreme population like children and very adult. So for a physician, it is very difficult for us to ask about the sexuality in certain situation. And as a psychiatrist, we share the common neurotransmitters, as we know that it causes our higher center in our brain, serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine, all can hamper desire, excitement, and orgasm. And also in our periphery, where gonads and clitoral sensation and vasoconstriction all are being, affected by the serotonin and neurotransmitter, which are our main, neurotransmitters for causing different psychiatric disorder. So in the Indian subcontinent, the sexuality has been practiced since the day of Vatsayana, and during the time of Adam and Eve, we know about sexuality. So it's not something new. We knew it from the long back, but still, as a psychiatric resident, we didn't have a proper knowledge on sexuology because it was not being incorporated in our syllabus. But lately in Bangladesh, and so far I know in India, some part of syllabus is incorporating the sexual aspects, and many doctors of different disciplines like dermatology, psychiatry, endocrine, gynecology, all of them practice to some extent sexuology and sexual medicine. But as of now, as I understand, Bangladesh, India, in this South Asian region, we don't have a proper sexuology diploma or degree. So far I know Professor T.S. Rao has started an initiative, 1 year master's and 1 year 6 months diploma. I don't know about the detail of its fate, but from the state level, it is not being recognized as a separate degree or diploma, maybe a certification course. Professor T.S. Rao may enlighten us more about this topic. So in that context, we have started our journey, and we in Bangladesh, we have seen in 2013, when the South Asian Society for Sexual Medicine has initiated, we found that many doctors were interested to know about sexual medicine. And in second biennial conference we held in Dhaka, we have got 650, good number of participants. And our membership, like Professor T.S. Rao has said, has gone up to 116. So it was a huge number of doctors who were interested to be in this part. But the very next year, our membership has dropped because the specialists, the doctors have seen that this renewal of the membership is not worth it, because they wanted a very state-of-art training. So based on our experience and running the South Asian Society for Sexual Medicine from Bangladeshi perspective, we thought of initiating a 3 days training course in South Asian region, and we have negotiated with our Indian colleagues. Professor T.S. Rao and other urologists were actively participated from the very beginning. Our vision was to make an effective change of knowledge and attitude and skill, which is culturally appropriate, scientifically sound among the clinicians in South Asian region. Also, our mission was to set up a South Asian Society for Sexual Medicine school. And it was to create a transfer of knowledge and skills from expert to the specialist and already practicing in this region, thereby improvising the standard of care and eventually increasing the ISSM members in this region. So we found that making a proper state-of-art course, and also we had it in our mind that if we make an exhaustive course for the specialist, it will be very difficult for us to retain, because the busy clinicians will not be interested to be in a program for more than 3 or 4 days. So we designed the program in a way for 3 days state-of-art course, where we have got the course content. You can see the dignitaries who have come to a meeting, and after exhaustive interaction, we have come up with the decision that our course content will be following: DSM-5 classification of sexual disorders, human sexual response cycle, sexual physiology, neurophysiology, and endocrine aspects of sexuality, iatrogenic sexual disorder in psychiatric practice, male and female sexual disorders and its treatment like premature ejaculation, erectile dysfunction, hyperactive sexual desire disorder, vaginismus, which is now called genitopelvic pain and penetration disorder, hyperactive sexual desire disorder, marital and couple therapy, andrological emergency, cardiac, and other cancer conditions. So we try to see it in a 365-degree angle. We try to see it as a biopsychosocial phenomena, incorporating faculties by incorporating from the Indian, Bangladeshi, and European top-notch experts who will deliver their presentation to our country. In 2017, 2018, and 2019, the participants were as follows. We tried to accommodate the number of participants around 50. In the first year, we have got more participants because we need to introduce the faculties and they were trained first, Bangladeshi faculties. We have got 20 psychiatrists in 2017, 28 in 2008 it was 12, and 2019 it was 11. Dermatologists were highest in number, and also endocrine and gynecologists, but mostly we lacked some gynecologists. And in 2018 and 2019 we also continued the same program. You can see among the dignitaries, Professor T.S. Rao were there in 2019, and also in 17, Professor Rabbani was there. So this is our Sasam school we talked about, and also Professor T.S. Rao, like I said, he is conducting a diploma course in JSS Medical University, also a one-year master degree, and some training initiative there in some parts of South Asia. During the pandemic in 2020, we got stuck. We were not sure at what point of time we'll get out of this danger. So initially, after a stuttering response, we were trying to start it, but the new wave hold us back. And eventually, we plan to do some webinars covering different aspects of sexuality in covering different parts. In the slide, you can see Professor Anna Maria Giraldi. She is the president of ISSM, International Society for Sexual Medicine. She is a psychiatrist, and also there are other dignitaries. They have conducted different male and female sexual disorder and their treatment. So in summary, sexuality, like I say, is not a lifestyle issue. It's a quality of life issue. Psychiatry and sexual disorder frequently overlaps as they share the common neurotransmitters. Psychiatrists should have a comprehensive knowledge about the biopsychosocial aspects of sexuality. Psychiatric societies like WPA, AFPA should emphasize more on knowledge sharing and education, especially for the young psychiatrists, to provide better care to their patients. Thanks for having me in AFPA, and we would like to invite you to our next biennial conference to be held in Dhaka. Probably in the first of 2022, we'll just try to hold it, depends on the COVID situation. Maybe it's a webinar of, it may be hybrid. Thank you all, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Hassan, for taking your time off and bringing to focus the various aspects actually. Of course, the terminology used regarding the courses what we are conducting, one is called certificate course of 6 months duration, open to all, and fellowship program of 1 year duration, 40 modules, and in fact, at present we have around 25 fellows in fellowship program and 22 in the certificate course program. Later, I have to conclude. In fact, I will come back again. Thank you very, very much. And later, once the presentation is over, we'll try to look forward to the questions that come up. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Debanjan. In fact, I was very lucky to work with him on various aspects. He's a geriatric psychiatrist from National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences. Has been very actively involved with publications, in particular, in fact, the varied aspects, more emphasis on psychosexual medicine. And I request Dr. Debanjan to make his presentation. Dr. Debanjan? Dr. Asan will be online now for a little while. We'll take the questions in the last.
Sure, sure.
Hello. Yeah. I guess my presentation is what stays between the conference and its ending, so I'll keep it brief. Now, this has been the pretty much scene of the last almost 2 years. I thank AFPA for having me here and my co-presenters for bringing brilliant perspectives. This is what I wanted to start with, one of my favorite quotes, that sexuality ideally, defines your identity. Now, what I'll be going to do in the next 10 minutes is kind of, summarizing the perspectives of sexuality and how sexuality and relationships have got affected in India, per se. Now, these are the dimensions how the pandemic has affected our daily routine, our lives and lifestyle. Out of so many losses, one loss has been our schedule. And that is how sexuality has got affected much. Because beyond the sexual relationships, what really gets affected is the dynamics between a couple, the dynamics in a family, and of course, how people interact with each other. I deliberately put this slide to bring our attention back to long time back when Harlow first spoke about social touch. And this social touch has got deprived of, especially during the pandemic, with lockdown, with masks, with social distancing, and so on. This was another interesting study which was done by a group in Germany and US, which showed that when we touch ourselves versus when we receive any form of affective, affectionate touch, the brain regions affected are very different. While self-touch activates brain areas related to the parietal lobe and the sensation, social touch affects the theory of mind regions or areas related to social cognition. Right in the beginning of 2020, when all this started, there was several literature that came up which spoke about how safe sexual practices can be done in the time of COVID, which many of my co-presenters and moderators were referring to. What followed next were a series of online surveys throughout the globe that spoke about the impact of COVID on different sexual relationships, how sexuality changed, how the innovations and practices in sexuality were different, how couples communicated. What they really didn't capture was what many of the low and middle income countries reported: intimate partner violence, coercive sex, and coercive sexual practices. If you make a summary of all that followed, was fear of infection, the frontliners having much of guilt to be involved in sexual practices, virtual sexuality, online consumption of pornography as the new normal, work from home, overcrowding, a lot of couples staying together, which was not the norm before because they were not able to travel during the COVID, and lack of privacy, which led to difference in communication patterns. These were the major surveys conducted by Dr. Grover, the IPS, and other groups which spoke about how the sexual practices were relatively retained, though the quality of sexual satisfaction diminished during the lockdown period. For the first time towards the end of 2020, this formed the basis to understand how India, with such an ethnic diverse state, had differences in sexual practice. Myself and Dr. Rao, we had made a special themed paper in the IJP about how we could advocate safe sexual practices and what should be the criteria of safe sexual practices, which combine the CDC, WHO, the SSHM, and WSA guidelines. Followed by, I was lucky to be a part of this systematic review by the IPS where many of the dignitaries today are involved, which came out again in the special international thematic issue of IJP, where when we did a review of the studies, sexual satisfaction, sexual difficulties, and psychosexual health emerged as a very important component. Now, these were the proposed guidelines that we came across, and we are happy to say that this, as Dr. Radwa was mentioning, this will be taken up in the subsequent document by the World Psychiatric Association Sexuality section as well. That digital sexuality should be done with caution because of the risks of online extortion. As Dr. Mukesh Vaishnav was mentioning, that sex with a self-quarantined partner or with whom is the best bet. And of course, abstinence, though ideal, cannot be practiced in all scenarios. So the concept is to explore sexuality, to understand the couple dynamics and explore alternative forms of sexuality is just not about intercourse. This is again a study that is in the process. We were lucky to collaborate with the WPA and the IPS again. And the papers will hopefully be released within the next WPA conference. So what came out was both in a mixed method study, there were fear of infection, performance anxiety, anorgasmia, and erectile problems among the couple. And when we did the qualitative analysis, they missed the social touch of it, the social component of it. So this social touch became a very, very important theme. Also, there were innovations in sexuality, high-risk behavior, marital disharmony, and intimate partner violence. This brought us to collaborate with other researchers from Panama and US about the different aspects of social touch, which probably could involve the immune system and also lead to stress and involve the HPS system as well, because of distancing, because of stigma, because of impaired emotional communication between the couples, which had linkage with both biological, psychological, and the social streams. So these are the possible consequences of touch hunger: loneliness, depression, burnout, unhealthy use of technology, and high-risk sexual behavior. Now let's summarize. Sexual health has, of course, to do with your affect regulation, your social modulation, social cognition. And in a country like India, it's very important to understand that safety should not be compromised with altering family dynamics, because when we talk about sexuality and relationships, we also talk about couple communication, and this can have potential effect on our resilience and immunity as well. This was the very recently released World Federation for Mental Health Day Asia Pacific Position Statement, led by Dr. Roy Abraham. And we strongly spoke about the RSR, the reproductive and sexual rights. So besides, when we talk about sexual health, we should also remember that reproductive rights form a very important component. The right to consent, the right for safe sexual experiences, and the right to have safe reproductive abilities. What would be the way forward to explore digital intimacy, alternative forms of sexuality, preventive psychiatry that Dr. Radwa was mentioning, incorporate touch hunger in mental health assessments and understanding? And in a country like India, it will be best that all the organizations, including IPS and AFPA with WPA, come together for further research on psychosexual health. This is a landmark statement by the Lancet Commission that the future of sexual health stays in reproductive and sexual rights. I will end by inviting all of you to the International Psychogeriatric Association Congress, which is likely to be held within a month, and it's virtual with a lot to offer. So on the behalf of IPA, let me welcome you all, because I thought this will be an apt platform to do so. Thank you once again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Debanjan. Do we have any occasion for asking questions?
Vinayji, do we have time for the questions, or we'll sum up, because it's already, we are running short of time.
Okay, okay. I request
we are having 10 minutes for discussion.
Okay.
To make the comment, then Dr. Vinay and for your comments.
Dr. Rao, you are not audible.
Dr. Mrugesh, I request you to make the comments.
Yeah, thank you. All the speakers have given very good justification to their presentations. First of all, Dr. Radva talks about the activities carried out by the WPA, specialty section on sexual medicine and human sexuality. And she talked in detail about what activities they have carried out in different countries, and particularly what are few of the guidelines so far as the COVID-19 is concerned. Dr. Hassan from Bangladesh, already the president of South Asian Association of Sexual Medicine. So Dr. Hassan has nicely elaborated the educative program, particularly the 3 days certificate course, which in which they have planned almost everything so far as the sex and sexuality is concerned, which was comprised of several specialists, skin specialists, gynecologists, family physicians. We have similar organization over here, that is CSEPI, which is running for more than 36 years. And it reminds me, with the speech from Dr. Debanjan, it reminded me one of my oration on touch and sexuality, of which we were already deprived because of this COVID-19. So it was a nice remark from Dr. Hassan, and keep it up. We all are with you, and we should work in this part of the globe to see that the taboos related to the sex and sexuality are removed. I'm happy to announce that we declared a good textbook of sexuality. Our friend and secretary, when I was the president of Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Vinay Kumar, who is also heading the publication committee, we are coming out with a book, textbook of sexual medicine. Myself, Rao, Adarsh and Nebinani are the editors, and we have written a couple of chapters also. This will be a landmark so far as the sexual medicine and sexuality education is concerned. Then Dr. Debanjan nicely pointed out several research carried out by different part of the globe, particularly in India. One of the studies carried out by him, in which COVID-specific behavior, particularly in a situation of the COVID when we were deprived of the communication and the touch, all the 5 senses which are responsible for the sex and sexuality were almost numb, because we were only observing the dead bodies, listening about the dead bodies, and viewing about the dead bodies, COVID. So in this situation, when the sexuality was not much practiced, and there were many issues how to practice sexuality. So there were few guidelines that how one should do about the sexual life is concerned. And as I already mentioned, and Debanjan also mentioned, that this was the time to explore the sexuality probably, and this will definitely help to overcome the sexual dysfunctions in future. The theory which we employ in couple sex therapy and behavior therapies. So this was a good time. Once again, we are coming out of the time, and sex and sexuality will have its due place. I definitely say that sexuality practice, I'm mainly the private practitioner. So sexuality practice will change post-COVID, and we will have to cope up with the demands of the post-COVID era. With this, I thank all the 3 speakers for excellent contribution. And Vinayji, now would you like to comment, Vinay Kumar?
I think 3 speakers covered, yes, just few lines. 3 speakers covered three areas. First one was the message. Second one was the experience, what has been done in Bangladesh. And basically theme was briefly and very intensely covered by Debanjan in the last presentation. And I think the last presentation needs to be discussed at length. So I request those who are present here, because the speaker is also here. So let's start something. No question.
Debanjan, you are doing great job, both extreme age of geriatry and sexuality. Your comment on what happened for the geriatric age group regarding sexuality during the pandemic.
Yeah, I think this was one of the discussion as well. You know, the last program that we had, we were lucky to have Dr. Rao, Dr. Gautam, and Dr. Sudarshan and Dr. Afzal Javed from the. We had a program of IPA specifically dedicated to the South Asian aspects of elderly care, and who best than the leaders of AFPA and IPS to be there. So in very short, I think it's a very neglected area of research, specifically the global report of ageism that was brought around by WHO just a few months back. It spoke about that sexuality is considered to be a very taboo topic when we talk about old age, and by default they are considered to be quote unquote asexual, which shouldn't be the case because reproductive rights involve any age group. And one important aspect that has come out is because many people who have suffered from long COVID, they have undergone vascular complications that Dr. Vaishnav was also mentioning, and loneliness, which is another major issue due to lockdown. Touch, which I was talking about, social touch, which forms a very important part of intimacy in older people. So again, I would come back to that sexuality is not just about physical intimacy, but also communication and touch and affection, which is very, very important to consider as a person ages. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to add, Vinayji, I would just like to add, hello? Am I audible?
Yes, please.
That
was the last comment.
Our dear respected friend and President-elect Prasad Raoji has made a very, very good statement that Debanjan is handling the two end, that is geriatric and sexuality. Prasad ji, I defer, it's not a two end. Sexuality does exist so far as the geriatric population is concerned. Tiger never dies, means he's always active. Tiger and tigress, singhams, singhams.
Now that's right.
Sir, and so I think Prasad ji, with all these comments, please consider and please try to see that old age sexuality is very important, and people in India, we have the ancient origin from Vatsyayana, who is talking about the different sexual practices. So I simply make a remark that yes, it is on the same point, that sexuality and old age, not different point, but the same point. Please excuse Prasad ji.
So with this, we come to conclusion. Thank you very much for giving the chance and being between two sexologists, a humble poet between two sexologists. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you, Dr. Mukesh Vaishnav ji, Dr. Vinay Kumar ji, and Dr. TSS Rao sir. Thank you for your wonderful inputs and moderating the session and chairing the session as well. It was a very important session. And the concluding
Can I
session.
make one small comment?
Yes, sir. Dr. TSS Rao sir.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
I thank Dr. Radwa Abelazam, Dr. Mohammad Shamsul Ahsan, and Dr. Debanjan Banerjee, the excellent speakers. We have gained lots of insight and knowledge from these experienced and knowledgeable speakers. Thank you very much. And I conclude the session. Now I will hand over the proceedings to Dr. Nishka Sinha to kindly take over as the master of ceremony for the last concluding session, which we have the valedictory and the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Naresh sir.
from flames to dust, lovers to friends, why do all good things come to an end? So that questions often come to our mind always. So we are at the end of today's session, and in this session, let me now invite for valedictory Dr. Amrit Patajoshi sir, who I don't think needs any introduction. He is EC member IPS, professor and head High Tech Medical College, and a recipient of many awards, which I think the session will continue like anything if I start mentioning those awards. So let me hand over to sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Niska. So as Dr. Niska told, the exciting, the academic extravaganza and in person, it's such a pleasure to see so many people live. Speaking to computers is one of the most boring job anybody can have. And we as doctors, we as academicians are not accustomed to talking to computers. So seeing so many people, and I never expected that more than, 40 people are gathered here now. So it's a pleasure. It is thank you, Dr. Prashad sir, Dr. Gautam sir, and the entire team. I will not name anybody more, lest I forget somebody. The place is exotic. Dr. Gautam had promised that it will be a brilliant session. There will be brilliant sessions. There will be people from all over Asia, not only our country. A lot of people have come all over the country in person from all zones, and that's really exciting, and that's really, it makes us feel so energetic. Food has been excellent. Hospitality, nobody can match Dr. Gautam sir. And we see a presence of everybody here, from academicians to clinicians. Bolunga last में sir. Relax. So I think it was wonderful, and most of the credit goes to Rajeshri Didi. Energetic, her English is impeccable. Her enthusiasm is absolutely infectious. Thank you. So this is my, summing up of the entire day's event, which might have taken months to execute. It's so difficult, puja holidays, third wave, sixth wave, X variant, N vaccine, a lot of variables, thinking about making such a thing happen is also a difficult thing. So congratulations to the entire team. And I would request people to give their views on the entire event. So please.
Thank you, Amrut, for those wonderful summarization, I think. First of all, it is my pleasant duty as organizing chair to first thank all the people sitting here, all the hundreds of people watching, either through YouTube or live webinar. To my president, Malcolm, I'm sure he's there somewhere, little sleeping at this point of time in Australia. We have somehow managed that in this hybrid, we could reach right from Japan to Australia and towards the Egypt, we have had faculty. I'm very proud of my team. My team is none other than the President IPS, Dr. Gautam Saha. A big round of applause for him, because when we wanted to do this conference, there was this doubt always whether we'll have a live or a hybrid. We somehow have to, in the last moment, change to a hybrid mode. And then we had a core of team. All the people sitting here are the part of the core team. But I would start with Rajeshri. She would never say no with a smiling pronoun. She will just finish the job on time. And if she doesn't finish also, it will be finished anyway in the next moment. Then Gautam, again, never say no person who has said whatever we wanted, he has done. And Madam Savita Malhotra, Vinay Kumar, who have come all the way from, I would say, far east, north. Then we had, and of course, this Calcutta is your home. Then we have Naresh Bhai, who is always there with us in our group. Debanjan, a new addition to our group. And a lot of other people sitting here. Amrit is again part of us only. So there, Anishka from Patna again. Sorry, I missed out on you. And Aravindo, again, always smiling. So with this, I think on behalf of AFPA, it's a great meeting. The last
there from
announcement.
Rob is there from Karnataka.
Yeah. No. See, all the people participated from webinar, they are across the country. But TSS Rao is from Karnataka only. And the last but not the least, we are going to have a live World Congress. Dada, next year we are going to have live World Congress, and all the people sitting here will be part of the core team which will organize the conference apart from the IPS. Thank you very much. Now I request Gautam Dada to just say a few words.
Thank you, Dada, Dr. Prasad Rao. I don't think there is lots of things I can talk right now. Only thing I can say, thank you everybody, including with all the part you are coming from, starting from Dr. Savita Malhotra, Dr. Vinay Kumar, Dr. Nishka, Dr. Amrit, Dr. Naresh Bhai, and all you have come. And also here present my guru, my senior, Dr. R.R. Ghosrai, Dr. Aravinda Brahmo, Sharmishta, Dr. Sharmishta, Rajeshri, Dr. O.P. Singh, Bhakti Sri, Shapnajit, Abhay, and all of you. I don't know whether I miss anybody or not. But Ranjan is here. I think he left. He left, and also Dr. Rima, Dr. Abir Mukherjee, Dr. Sharmila Sarkar, all are there. It was a great privilege whenever they asked me to do this. There are lots of things came in my mind, but still one thing is very important, that we can meet in person here. There are a long time we are not doing the in-person conference, definitely except Kolkata. We are very frequently doing it. And what Dr. Prasad Rao was saying, that yes, we can do the World Congress also in this period. We are able to do this. And whenever we get the responsibility, we will work for that. But the last, not the least, I must mention Dr. Rajeshri Rai. Without his help, it cannot be, done. She is a great asset for Indian Psychiatric Society. I believe this. And definitely my Prasad Rao Dada is always encouraging and always lead from the front. Thank you so much.
Anyone who would like to speak on the whole event? Anybody online who would like to speak about the whole proceedings of today?
Hello, Dr. Rao here.
Yeah. Camera. Please put the spotlight on the. Yes, sir. Please. TSS, sir.
Hello. It is wonderful to see that during COVID-19, in fact, in the hybrid forum though, in fact, it could all be assembled, organized, delivered. It is something really great. In fact, Dr. Prasad Rao and Dr. Gautam Saha, the leaders, inborn traits are there, and they are capable of handling any amount of, any type of stress or the work. I congratulate personally and on behalf of South Asian Society for Sexual Medicine and World Psychiatric Association, the sexuality section, because this particular opportunity was given to us. Where many times in that short duration, we miss out on certain areas. Kudos to each and everyone who took the responsibilities and made this program successful one. Thank you.
Thank you, TSS, sir. And coming from the World Psychosexual subsection, we feel happier. Thank you. Savita, madam.
Good evening. One attends many conferences, but this one, I would say, around this time and in this place has been very, very exceptional and grand. Grand because the organizer, Dr. Gautam Saha and Dr. G. Prasad Rao, their hospitality and planning is always exquisite, and execution that he does through his team, and again, very ably handled and conducted by Dr. Rajeshri and many others in the team. I must say it's as a delegate, as a participant, feel so much honored, so much delighted, and so much pampered and loved. I think that's the least I can say. And looking at the scientific aspect of this conference, again, this has been very, very wide span of kind of subjects and topics covered. And the leaders from the world psychiatry have been represented and chosen. And there was so much to learn and gain, starting from what is the future of psychiatry is or can be, and how to manage better bipolar disorders. And then, of course, mental health care services and legislations in these Asian countries. Again, something that all of us need to really think about and work for. So this was very, very good. And I must, on behalf of myself and other participants, say grateful thanks to all the organizers, and my best wishes for Dr. G. Prasad Rao, for the incoming president. And thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Are there anybody else who wants to speak, or editor? Dr. O.P. Singh sir, you are requested to come. And after Dr. Vinay Kumar. I have already made it. Jesus sir had come.
So being part of here, so I have not much to say. So as usual, it is going to be, has been wonderful program under leadership of Dr. Prasad Rao, Dr. Gautam Saha, and of course, our ever dynamic Rajeshri. She is the pivot, and we all have been the spokes of the wheels. And this has been really satisfying day and evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Vinay Kumar.
I came here in the middle of the program. It's a half day, but enjoyment was full. The moment I entered, I was welcomed by Dr. Gautam Saha, President of Indian Psychiatric Society, and my younger brother. Then Dr. O.P. Singh, then Dr. R.R. Ghoshraya Saab, my mentor in IPS. And I'm feeling elated today. Today's program was excellent in many ways. It covered lots of things, and having Asia in this beautiful garden, unique idea. Dr. Gautam Saha has made this place heaven, and heaven, entire Asia has come on the palm of this Barasat, on the beautiful palm of this Barasat. So it was unique experience. I'll take this opportunity to do some business. As I am coordinator of IPS publications, I will request our incoming president of AFPA, Dr. Prasad Rao Sahab, to take care of IPS publications, spread IPS publications to entire Asia. We are doing hard work, and IPS is producing wonderful books, and many books are going to come. So your few words will change the scenario with this. I think our president will be happy to hear this also. So thank you very much for inviting.
Thank you, sir. That was a wonderful proposal. Do we have any raised hands in the online? Thank you. Sir, please. Sir, please.
First of all, I welcome everyone who is here, and very happy to attended this session, this whole day program, organized none other by Dr. Gautam Shah, the Prasad Rao sir, And of course, Rajarshi and others are there. And it felt like in a Gurukul system, you know, in the lap of nature, learning happiness and with friends. I come to this conference meeting not just to study, but meet friends and feel happy. As Dr. Mohandas was saying, the happiness coefficient, it's within, and we feel happy and recharged. Thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Abheda. That was wonderfully summed up. So I think that we come to an end of my session, Nishka.
So as some famous revolutionist has once said, sometimes decades pass and nothing happens. I think somebody wants to say. Sometimes decades pass and nothing happens, and sometimes in weeks we see decades. So last few years, I think 1 or 2 years have been like that. And it feels wonderful that despite odd times, we all connected both in hybrid mode, both in person and even hybrid mode, we have many participants. So not wasting time, let me now invite. So let me ask Dr. Tufan Pati sir, I think to Tufan sir, if sir is there. I think we have lost. Sir is not there. He's there. Tufan sir, can we have words of wisdom from you?
Nishka, you continue. I am on live. I had been there from the very outside in early morning till now. I enjoyed it. Am I audible?
No.
Am I audible? Yes. So I was there in the
yes,
program
sir, you are audible.
Morning. Since the morning till now, it was highly absorbing. And initially, I thought it would be a long program, but I now find it a short program. Please, it could have extended. I only envy those who are in Monnier Gardens because I am online. So meet you there next time. Congratulations, Dr. Prasad Rao. Great achievement, Dr. Gautam Shah, and especially Rajashree and team. Thanks everybody. Thanks all the participants.
Thank you, respected sir. So now let me invite to express our gratitude for successful organization of this program. Let me now invite our very energetic East Zone Secretary, Dr. Arabindu sir.
So this is a formality at the end of any program. Someone should say vote of thanks. So now it's my responsibility. First of all, I should thank the president of Asian Federation of Psychiatric Association, Dr. Malcolm Hopwood, President-elect Dr. G. Prasad Rao sir, our own Prasad Rao sir, immediate Past President Dr. Afzal Javed sir, Secretary General Dr. Nova Riani Yusuf, Secretary for Science Dr. N.G. Roger, Secretary for Education and Training Dr. Rini, Secretary for Finance Dr. Samudra. Now, I must say big thanks to our organizer of today's program, the organizing chairperson again, Dr. G. Prasad Rao sir, and organizing secretary Dr. Gautam Saha, the president of Indian Psychiatric Society, and convener, our own Rajashree, Dr. Rajashree Rai. She has done a wonderful job since morning to make this program a grand success and maintaining the time also. And all the executive committee members of this webinar Congress, Dr. Ranjan, Dr. Naresh, Dr. Sharmishta Chakraborty, Dr. Kausab, Dr. Shormila Sharkar, and Dr. Tirthankar Dasgupta. Then I want to thank our today's speakers, Dr. Norman Sartorius from Switzerland, and the chairperson of that session, Dr. Prasad Rao sir and Dr. Gautam Saha, and commentary by Dr. Afzal Javed. Then is the next session. The speaker was Dr. Suoshi Akiyama from Japan, Dr. Siv Gautam from India, Dr. Roger Renji from Hong Kong, and Dr. Vinay Larka from Australia, and the chairpersons, Dr. Sudarshan N. Pradhan from Nepal, and Dr. N. Raju from India, and moderator was Dr. Om Prakash Singh. In the next session, the speaker was Dr. Malcolm Hopwood from Australia, and the chairpersons were Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed Dogar and Dr. P.K. Dalal. In the next session, it was by Dr. E. Mohandas sir from Kerala, India, and the chairpersons were Dr. K.K. Misra. Now, in the next session, it was Dr. Winston Shen from Taiwan, Dr. Sheshan S. Williams from Sri Lanka, and Dr. Nasser Khan from Pakistan, and the chairpersons were Dr. R.R. Ghosrai and Dr. Lakshmikant Rathi, and moderator was Dr. Mohan Isaac from Australia. Then there was a panel discussion where the panelists were Dr. Harish Gambhira from Sri Lanka, Dr. Ghulam Rabbani from Bangladesh, and Dr. Rini from Philippines. Chairpersons were Dr. Shabita Malhotra, Dr. Tufan Poti, and moderator was Dr. Vidadhar Wadve. In the next session, the speakers were Dr. Rodwa from Egypt, and Dr. Mohammad Samsul Ashan from Bangladesh, and Dr. Devanjan Banerjee from India. Chairpersons were Dr. Mukesh Vaishnav and Dr. Vinay Kumar, and moderator was Dr. T.S.S. Rao, the Honorary General Secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society. So I also want to thank Dr. Amrit Bhattajoshi for coordinating the whole program so nicely. So thank you all once again for this a very informative and academic session since the morning. So we are now coming to an end of the session. Once again, a big thanks to Dr. G. Prasad Rao, organizing chairman, and Dr. Gautam Saha, organizing secretary, and Dr. Rajashri Rai, our convener. A big applause for them. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So many feelings may come and go, but feeling when we hear our national anthem is something which is magical. So, so let's all stand for national anthem. So everyone, whether in person or on hybrid mode, I request everybody to stand for our national anthem.
Punjab, Sindhu, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkal, Banga, Vindhya, Himachal, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchchal, Jaladhi, Taranga. Tava Shubha Name Jage, Tava Shubha Ashish Mage, Gahe Tava Jaya Gatha, Jana Gana Mangala Dayak, Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata, Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya He. Jaya 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 He.
Thank you. So let me invite everybody to come on stage to for a photo session. So memories are special, and to preserve this memory, please everybody here.
ये बैकग्राउंड में अच्छा है